Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, seek truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
Welcome. It is time for the August edition, 2024, of Speaker's Corner. I'm your host, Jaron from Jeranism. Are you ready to roll? I am. I'm ready, I think. Let's get this going here. There we go. And bring this over. Thank you guys for joining. Hopefully you are thinking about joining the show. You can do so easily going to tinyurl.com/cornerism. If you'd like to submit a comment or question instead, or submit a video, you can do so by going to tinyurl.com/augustcorner. August Corner, and that will take you to the form on Google. And from there, we shall get it done. It is the August 2024 edition. You got 4 minutes. It is where the people get to talk. Let's get it going. Let's see who's in the chat. Big Pine Sailing in the house. What up? Christopher Allen in the house. PsyOp within a PsyOp also here. Riley O wants to talk, or wants to see Sacred Knowledge talk bricks. That could happen tonight. Shannon Emerson. Welcome, Shannon. Shannon won the contest yesterday. I'll also be giving away a signed Conspiracy Music Guru CD. That'll be going out today. We will come up with a contest or something throughout the show. Let's talk about real quick a couple side points, if you don't mind. You shouldn't mind terribly. We've got first, if you want to join the coolest club that there ever has been, ever will be, and ever shall exist in all of time, in all of the world, you want to become a VIP, you can go to WAP. It is at wap.com/Jeranism. Become a VIP. We do hangouts every first and third Saturday. This coming Saturday, the whatever that'll be, third, fourth, I don't know, something like that. We have Karen B joining us, so we always have a member of the community that joins us to sit in and answer questions, all that stuff. We've had Dave Weiss, we had Awesome Witsit, Rose 777, Conspiracy Music Guru, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, Dawn Dussault was last time, and now we've got Karen B coming this Saturday in 2 days at 12 noon Pacific. So if you want to join us, there's usually 30 or 35 people or more. We're hoping for more this time. That come and hang out and ask questions and have fun and argue with Harmon, which is great fun. WAP.com/Jeranism. Let me show you what you get when you get there. If I could figure this out, you think I would? One day I'll get it. Yeah, WAP.com/Jeranism is right up here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. There it is. So there's your WAP.com/Jeranism. Very easy to sign up. You just hit get access. You will then use your Telegram to sign into Telegram, which gives you access to all the groups. The group has all my videos in there, all my audios, has a health and fitness section, has a singles section, has a private chat section, has a cryptoism section. So lots of fun. You get every video with every show. You can watch them from Telegram. They're uploaded by the next day. Every live stream. Get the cryptoism group class, which is every other Friday night. And you get the exclusive chat and the VIP only live streams, which we're talking about now. and then some Telegram live stories and updates. So there's all your details there. You can fill that out and become a VIP. We would very much appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you there. We've also got a couple sponsors. JJCBDRub.com. You can get this natural CBD rub. Rub it wherever you want, and I mean wherever. And JJ is JJ Hempcrete Bear. This is him here. You can see him playing in the trees. And he uses the back to eat and no-till gardening method there at his home farm in Wisconsin. So definitely check that out. And THCShow.live is our other sponsor. Click on the Shop THC merchandise. You can go here. Look at the great products. He's got the brand new THC hats, the high vibrations of THC. And he's got the It's Flat Like Your Mother. And we've got the Conspiracy Music Guru. Well, it's not his backpack, but it's the LED backpack. Anyway, you can use coupon code Jaren420 and get 25% off. Yes, you heard that correctly. 25% off. So do that and join that cool club. So we're almost done with everything. Believe me, trust me. We just got one more left, and that is the... I wanted to show you that as well. If you go to shop.jeranism.com, that's where you can find the Tree of Life Moringa capsules, 400 milligram veggie capsules. The first ever Jeranism branded item. How about that? If you want to read the Moringa FAQs, you can go here. There is no longer the discount price, but if you add more, you'll see that it knocks dollars off considering how many you get. So if you get up to 5, I think it's $40 off. So there's your way of purchasing the Tree of Life. Gives you lots of good details in here about what it can do. It does help erectile dysfunction, prostate help, fertility improvement, all that stuff. So you can read about that. It is on my website at shop.jeranism.com. You can also join the VIP there as well, but WAP is usually where people are doing that. You could do it here as well if you wanted to. Last but not least, if you are interested in the bet, go to BetMoose. Go to see the predictions. You will see the second item here, or third item, is the Will Flat Earthers see the... Oh, that's funny. No one even told me I had the graphic wrong. Will Flat Earthers CC the 24-hour sun? Will they CC it? I don't know. Anyway, you can see how that's going. We've got 0.05 already bet on it. You can see that. How much is that worth? Let's check it out. What is our bet total? We've got... So we're already at $3,513 on the line. And if you get in right now into the yes, they will see, or sorry, the no, they won't see it, a pretty good return on your money there. Let's see if we just tried to bet 0.005. We would get back almost 100%, 0.009. And you can see most of the people here, you can actually see people what they bet and what they'll be getting back. Now, these numbers change. They're not real. I mean, they're not permanent because let's say a bunch of people bet on the other side, well, then you get paid out more. Or if a bunch of people bet on your side, you would get paid out less. So you can never lose money on the site if you win the bet, just so you know. So it's impossible to say you bet 0.005 and your proposition wins. It's impossible that you get back 0.004. You always make money if you get the proposition correct. All right, that is it. That's if you want to join that. There is another one here, too. I don't know why. I didn't know if they were going to keep it up or if it was going to get canceled. It's at 0.03. Somebody else did the same bet over here. So if you want to check out that. Is there comments down there? Come on, Flat Stationary. Deposit more BTC. Don't want to take some satanic Glober money? Okay. All right. Well, I don't know what all that's about. All right. That is it. Let's get it popping. It is time for Speaker's Corner. We have, I'll put on the screen how you can join, but tinyurl.com/cornerism. And then also you can submit if you want by going to the URL tinyurl.com/AugustCorner. And let's go to StreamYard to see if there's anybody there. We've got Kevin Samuel Bow in the house jumping on. By the way, guys, we're going to try and keep it to 4 minutes per each person. If you hear the music start playing while you're talking, that is your sign that you have 30 seconds. So be ready for that. All right, let's bring up Kevin. Let's see if we can get him on the screen relatively easy. It is on the wrong one. There we go. Kevin, what's going on, my friend?
Hey, Jaren. So as I sent it to you, I did the experiment with the fishing line, and the best would be if you can play it. I send it also here in the chat in 1.25, and I can comment on this while it's playing.
Sure. Do you want sound on or no?
Yeah. I explain the most of it.
Okay. We'll this on.
Stretch the neutrally buoyant fishing line directly at the water surface of a calm lake.
Well,
It should
didn't
sag
work out
noticeably.
perfectly, but
So you want the
when
one?
it-
Hold on. You want the sound from the video on, or you want to talk through it? You can't have both.
Okay. It can have both. Then
Well, I
then
can turn it
just
down.
play it. Just play it with the sound and just
And you'll.
stop it when it's over 4 minutes.
Okay.
But play it in 1.25. Then we are sure that
Sure.
most of it can be played.
Do you want? And then if you want me to stop it for any reason, just tell me. Say stop it, and I'll stop.
Oh, okay.
Here we go. And let me get this on screen for everybody. And here we are. There we go.
Is this the world's first mechanical test to finally end the debate about Earth curvature? We stretched
don't
the
hear.
neutrally buoyant fishing line directly at the water surface of a calm lake.
You what?
I don't hear anything. Maybe it's only me who can't hear.
Oh yeah, the crowd, the audience can hear. Let me see if I can fix that. Though it might be one button I have to do here. Sometimes it picks the wrong.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter that much. I know it by memory.
Okay, let's see if it's this one. See if this makes it any better. If not, that's all I can do. Let's see. Okay, it seems like that should work. Let me see if you hear this any better.
It should sag noticeably in the middle if
Yeah?
that's the globe. And here's how it went. I had to build my own spinning wheel to twist a lighter polyethylene fishing line with a heavier nylon one to create a line which remains its exact position in the water. No line like this exists to my knowledge. It took several weeks to twist 2.68 kilometers, which are 1.67 miles. So the water looks pretty level. I think it's less than some inches already in the evening, but in the early morning the water surface is completely still. The Kondelsee in particular has only few small streams of flux. That's why it's very suitable for this trial. Welcome to Styria. My helpers arrived and we weighed down the rope winch which I screwed on board before. So starting the process. Long way to go. A motorized boat will be definitely better, but we can do it, I hope. The tour with the inflatable paddle boat took almost 1.5 hours, surprisingly. Finally arrived on the other shore, the string got attached on a stone with a measuring scale. It got weighed down at the water surface with sandbags on both sides. Because the build-up and the tour took longer than expected, we could only do a quick check before boats were starting to drive. We achieved a light pull of about 5 to 6 kilograms. We drove to the middle part and I swam to the line.
Let me ask a question there. What did this mean when it said 4 on there? What does that mean?
4% elongation of the line that you need to take into account. You pull and it takes time until it increases the pull because the line stretches. When it's only few meters, then few feet, it doesn't matter because you will fast get to this point when the elongation is already achieved, the maximum elongation. But over 2 miles, it takes a while. So we have 100 meter on the spinning wheel, pull and pull, and then only then, yeah, that much the line elongates. Although it's already not so much in comparison to nylon. If you only pull nylon, then nylon stretches much more.
All right, sounds good. Here we go.
6 kilograms. We drove to the middle part and I swam to the line.
See, it's über Wasser. It's above. It's above water. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle.
And I'm feeling.
Can they hear me now as well?
Yeah, we hear you.
We have tension.
Yeah, so it's above water, and it's as when you look closely, it's half a centimeter below. So even water, this tension of the surface shouldn't play a role there. So this was good at the outcome. Yeah, but I tell it in the video as well. I don't know if it's still now.
But it's completely straight. And the water is very, very level. Now there's strength a little more, 815. It's just me making this waves now, but look at this clear, crystal, flat lake.
A lot more trials need to be done, and I'm not saying my trial is definitive. Especially the pull needs to be enhanced. The next test control check, which I anyways planned, needs the line some inches below the water surface from the beginning. To get more pull, we can use a stronger line or rope at the rope winch to avoid stretch there. And we can even use 2 rope winches on both sides. But people who believe in the globe...
Such a flirt.
You stupid flirt.
And in physics we trust, but only the real demonstrable, repeatable one.
Unfortunately, when trying to retrieve the line, I lost about half of it, because something did run into it. That's why I need a twisted line again. We have an idea for a faster process by only spinning the lines and not the spools. Working with a car belt, I would need to build a casing for that. A much faster process would be if anyone knows a company who is able to twist 2 lines with their existing machines. They braid their lines as well, so it should be possible to achieve that. But my exchange with fishing line producers failed. They said they can't twist 2 different materials. Or we find a line which is slightly heavier than water, but has less elongation than nylon, and then no twisting is needed. So help is very welcome, and if you want to support this channel, check ko-fi.com Kevin Samuel, so that we will be able to do tests over even longer distances. Thank you very much, everyone who supported and supports this project. Let's continue, cause That's okay.
Sweet. All right, let's bring you back on.
Yeah, and we should also film it with a little toy submarine is another idea. Like when you have a submarine with a camera attached, a toy, and ride along, because you can't do it diving only. It's too
You make too many
long
waves.
the distance. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you have coming up? What do you need help with? You just basically are trying to find what you said there at the end, a company that will help you spool it.
Yeah, that would be the best. Otherwise, I need to build something again. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you did excellent there. It must have taken a long time to combine all that.
Yeah,
Huh?
it was weeks and weeks just sitting there and spinning this thing.
All right, anything else for us? Did you want to tell anybody else anything, or?
No, it's. I think I already got over the time. It's fine.
Okay.
Have a nice.
Well, I thank you. Appreciate it, Kevin. That's the YouTube channel name is Kevin Samuel Bow. And then what is the Telegram channel name?
T.me/force the line.
Okay, T.me/force the line. Check that out if you're on Telegram. Thank you much. All right,
Cool.
We've got Inhuman Ways up next. He is there. What's up, Inhuman?
What's up?
How are you, my friend?
How you doing? It's my second time calling you.
Nice to have you back.
Thank you, sir. My first time I called you, I was in Florida. Now I'm in Indiana.
Did you move, or are you just visiting?
Oh yeah, I moved.
Okay.
I moved. Yeah, Florida just wasn't happening anymore. I was born and raised there, but that's the end of it. I got a couple questions for you.
Sure.
I watch numerous streamers and I pay attention to what they say and everything like that. Why is it when you're in a movie you're considered an actor? I don't understand that.
I don't either. I couldn't tell you what people think. People are.
You're on the television. You're considered an actor. I guess
People
I'm an
are
actor.
crazy. I don't know. I don't really get it. And it wasn't even a movie that you're in. You're in a documentary piece or whatever that they asked you to be in.
Documentary.
But again, and then people are so confused. Whenever I hear anybody talk about IMDb, it's like, what kind of idiot are you? Anybody can go make one. So if there's an IMDb, there's an IMDb for Jaren. It's like, yeah, I didn't make it. So what do you want me to do?
Anybody can call you a name, and then you're branded forever.
That's pretty much the way it works around here. But I'm used to it. Been doing it for 9 years, and what are you gonna do? Can't cry over it.
Oh yeah, bad. Nothing to cry over.
Nah.
Second question was I got something about Antarctica, but second question was weather. Weather's going hype right now. What do you think about the ice age? Do you think an ice age is a reset, like it's supposed to happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is resets. I think that they're, definitely cyclical. But do I think an ice age is coming in our lifetime, you mean? No.
Yeah, like the news says, ice age or global warming, whichever one. I mean, it gets
Whatever one
cold
they
here.
picked today.
Yeah, it snowed here. I showed up here coming from Florida, -7 degrees. 5 inches of snow on the ground. I don't even think you get snow. You get snow where you're at?
No. God, no.
No. Yeah, snow's really.
Wait,
cold.
you're getting snow right now?
No.
Oh.
I moved here in January.
Okay,
I moved here in January.
Confusing.
Had lots of snow on the ground. Then it being from Florida, seeing snow, it's just snowballs. But some people say it's fake snow.
Of course, yes. Fake snow and fake snow, everything. Yeah, we got it.
All right. Nobody wants fake snow. The GMO snow.
Yeah. What else you got for me?
Well, with the Antarctica trip.
Yes.
What's it's like 100 days. Can you remind everybody when it's coming?
It is December the 14th through 18th, and I'm still unsure if I am going or not. It's kind of in Austin's camp, in Austin's corner right now. So just waiting on him and Duffy to decide what they're doing, and then we'll go from there.
All right. Another one, I'm a big supporter of you guys. I donated once. It wasn't much, but it's hard to make money nowadays.
Every little bit counts and is needed.
I hear you there. I'll try to make another donation. I know everything helps. I think I even donated to Trump just by watching his videos on YouTube. He got some kind of, me sharing his stuff. I've got views, and they get collateral from YouTube. And
of course. Yeah, the VIP club's pretty cool if you want to look into that. But if not, I know it's not the cheapest thing, but we do have some fun there. We get together every first and third Saturday, so plus every other Friday night. Lots of things going on.
I've been really fortunate. Someone keeps my my subscription going on your channel. Thank you to whoever that is, for sure.
Probably Justin Johnson is my guess. He's buying passes for everybody constantly.
That's about it for me, man. I just wanted to holler at you and keep in touch, I guess.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Call in next time. Take it easy.
Good luck, man.
Later.
You
Peace. All right. That was an easy one. We've got an open spot. I can head over in 1 second. I'm just putting on the screen for you the links. But there's nobody in the back room if you want to come on now. Again, it's tinyurl.com/cornerism. And I'm going to put that on the screen here in a second for you. And if you have any questions, comments, concerns, complaints, innuendos, limericks, or haikus, short stories, vagina monologues, cocktails, whatever you have, bring it. It is where the people get to talk. To join the show, to submit a, what do you want to call that? Comment? I don't know what it is. To submit. I'll just put to submit. Let me see here. And just getting this up on the screen so everybody knows how to join. I think that's good. There should be working. Okay, so we've got two different addresses. Let me put these both in. We've got tinyurl.com/cornerism. If you want to join, just jump on the StreamYard. Put that in, tinyurl.com/cornerism. That works for you. There's nobody in the back room right now. You would be on pretty instantaneously. And let's put that up there. Thank you. Okay. And then we will go with to submit is copy. Oops, sorry, duplicate. tinyurl.com/ what did I say? August Corner. AUGUST. Corner. Okay, we got somebody joining here. We will jump on their wheelchair bearer. Whoop, now we got no, you got to fix your sound, buddy. Turn off the sound on YouTube and just keep on the sound on StreamYard. I'll go back to you 1 second. But that almost blew my eardrums. /August Corner. AUGUST. And that doesn't quite fit in there. Right. Not the first time, huh? Okay, listen up. Good. All right, I think we have, that should work good. Download PNG. All right, good. Desktop, great. We can close this. Just want to make sure those are on screen. I thought that I had some graphic, but it's not there. Let's go add image and oops. That's weird. Desktop. And if you want to join, jump on. I do have some submissions that I'll go through here as soon as I get this graphic up. If I ever get it up, which is a question. At this point, there we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that. All right, so at the top of the screen there, you will see now to join the show and to submit a post. Oh, shit. Can't really see that. Let me fix that. Get him off the side a little bit. There we go. Let's go there. All right. We've got Gary Everest says, if you pay rent for as long as you want, I'm asking for scavenger hunt around your house. It'll take about an hour. It'll do wonders for the targeted individual community and will wake you up should Party Poet be waiting for a reply on Skype. What? Don't know what the hell that means. Let's go with Wheelchair Bear now. Are you better?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Okay, sounds better. What's up, buddy?
Okay, good. So I wanted to talk about the water shortages here in Alberta. So there are a lot of small towns. They have like that. They're on water restrictions, and for different reasons. Some it's like a main water break. Calgary there's some restrictions, like a main water broke, line broke there, and my small town, Milk River,
your sound is
they shut the
cracking.
water off.
Maybe it's a little better now. Go ahead.
There's no water.
No water in your town?
Could you hear? Yeah. Like the river is dry, and and it goes back down into Montana. So there's a lot of small towns where there's water restrictions.
So if you go turn on your faucet, you're saying no water will come out?
No, I have a well.
Oh, okay.
But the closest town, the town that I went to high school in, is out of water. And then so the river has really never been dry like this that I can remember. This time of year, especially in the fall, it goes down a lot. And they say that a main site pipe broke when they were inspecting it, and this pipe has been siphoning water into the river from another part of the river or something for over 100 years, like 130 years. And they have never maintained the pipe. This is their story.
Okay.
And now it broke, and it's going to take, and they don't know. What they say, it could be up to 2 years.
Wow. Okay.
Just pipe.
Okay.
And so.
Nope, you froze up. Pull you back on there. You froze up or something there. Give you a minute, see if you come back. Actually, I'll probably remove you and then come back in. See if your mic was really bad. It was like crackling, so try it again. See if you come back in and we'll take care of that. And we'll just give him a minute to come right back. See if he comes back. If not, we'll go to the next one. Again, on the screen, you can see how you join the show. You can also submit a video, a comment, a link, a story, a refutation, a proof, whatever you want. You can do so easily. What am I doing here? I forgot. Oh, yeah, this. We got to go here. Okay. And that would be under, yes, Flat Earth. All right, well, it doesn't look like he's coming back. Wheelchair Bear. You had some time on the clock? Oh, I should probably stop the clock. What's that? 1:13. Okay, let's see here. He's back. All right, yeah, you're back. Go ahead.
Okay. I went off of Wi-Fi, data. But it's not. It's several towns, and like northern Idaho is also dealing with this, not just Montana and Alberta. So, do you think it's all a coincidence that like 10 towns in the north would be out of water?
I guess I don't know what the weather history has been. I mean, have you guys had no rain? Has it been like a drought, or do you think it makes sense that there be no?
It's a little drier than normal, but it's all mainly water lines or canals that have ruptured. Something's happened physically to these things to cause the water shortages. So
I haven't looked into it at all, to be honest with you, so I wouldn't know.
I think, like the deep wells, I don't think they can mess with them. I think they regenerate. It doesn't come from the surface.
Right. Yeah. You're talking about the primary water or whatever.
Yeah. That's what they say. So.
Okay. Well, but so people actually are saying there's actually towns that if they went and turned on their faucet right now, nothing would come on.
Oh no, they're not totally out, but
they're getting
water
close.
restrictions.
Okay.
They're telling you can only use.
Well, I mean, here in California, we've been on that forever. I mean, I can't. Even number of houses can only water their lawns or their anything, even wash your car on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and then odd number houses are the opposite. The other days. And then I think everybody has to be off one day. So that's just how they regulate us, and they'll actually give you a ticket if you're out washing your car or something. So.
Yeah, so I guess they want the rest of the country to be on the same deal. I can see Los Angeles.
Oops, I pressed play on that.
Because they don't really have water, right? It all has to be.
Right, it all comes down from the aqueducts and then from these like Shasta and all those places that then run down the whole entire state.
Yeah. So
when
they did.
Go ahead.
When they got the water lines fixed, like in Calgary, they still kept the restrictions on.
Yeah.
So you can't water your lawn or flowers or.
Yeah, I don't think they'll ever take those off here. I can't see that ever happening. It'll just be the way it is now from now on.
And then another thing that's going on up here is pine beetles are killing all the pine trees, or a lot of the pine trees, and they used to cut them down.
What did you say they were?
Right?
Pine beetles?
Pine beetle, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget. Yeah. They get in between the bark and they kill the tree. And then the tree's dead, and they used to remove the trees. Now they're just a fire hazard, and so there's the city that just burnt down, or 2/3 of the town burnt down in Jasper Park. They do this in anything that's a national park, right?
There's so many crazy things that go on in national parks.
It's federal controlled, whereas if it was a private place, a private guy would cut down those trees,
right,
and reduce the fire. But they didn't. They haven't been, and so these towns, like, it's just a matter of time when all the national forests burn, and they're letting it happen.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a systematic desire for destruction going on around the world.
Yeah,
it does seem like that indeed. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yep. Anything else for me? Okay.
They're going to replace it with something crappy. Like this was a pretty nice town or tourist attraction with old buildings and lots of log structures and stuff, right? So then they'll replace it with something crappy and maybe immigrants.
Do you know a lot of people that are leaving Canada? Or no?
Canadians.
Say again.
Canadians are like Canadians, whereas it's filling up with Indians.
Okay. Indian.
Like
Indian, like from India?
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, over 1 million, I think 1.5 million, mostly East Indians came to Canada last year, which is a lot. Like, our population's pretty small. 35. It was 35 million like 10 years ago, and now it's 42, and it raises by 1.5 every year.
Wow.
And so yeah, there's no houses there. It's not good in the cities anyways. So a lot of people are moving to the small towns.
Well, that's better than packing those big cities where it's all liberal.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, Craig. Appreciate it.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Later.
Bye.
We've got Lowry the Reckoner, the Shill Reckoner, in the house.
What are you doing?
Shilling.
You just chilling?
Chilling.
Just chilling.
Too legit to chill. How are you, my friend? What's up? Where's Nicole? Where's your better half?
She's hiding behind the couch back there because she doesn't want to talk to anybody. She's a little. Okay,
pleasant.
she said, "Shut up."
She told me to shut up. I didn't even say anything. That's crazy.
Why don't you pop up and then just say hi? Let's see if she does the elevator thing.
Let's see. You're blocking. We can't see the elevator thing.
You can't? Wait, hold on. I'll do this way. Is that right? Is that right? I'm doing the opposite.
Yeah, I don't see her, but she's supposed to come up.
She's
from
behind.
the couch.
She's behind that cabinet over there. Like there she is. Boom.
Oh, that was weird.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what happens.
At least you let her out of the closet. It's pretty nice.
A giant bot.
Nice, yeah. Nice guy. All right, you got 4 minutes.
I don't need 4 minutes. I was just saying hi.
What's going on with this thing? It's not working well today. What you guys are doing? We're just doing the show.
Yeah.
Thanks for
what's new, man?
Thanks for having me on your show. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you on my show. Tonight we have a special guest. It's Jaron.
No. You had me on your show last week.
On the Reckoner show. Yeah, I know, but you're on my show now, I guess.
Oh, good show. Quality show if you got me on it. It's probably your best audience ever.
That was fun. Yeah. I was gonna jump on here. I was we've got a bunch of guests lined up. Thanks for coming on there. And the sombrero is more of like it's like Miller time for truthers. It's like after you've already gone through.
Yeah, I guess I didn't really know that, so it was good to find that out.
Yeah. Like we're gonna reach out to a bunch of other people and be like, hey, look, this is all the data is getting covered on so many other shows. Like I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna have fun. And I think everybody on the show is of the same notion. It's just like
we need more of that.
Yeah, because you go through like so many shows and they're hammering some really good gravy, and I appreciate that. And like we're going on 9 years, maybe 10 for you. I don't want to cover data anymore. It's like it's so over for me. It's like it's already clear, like what happened. And do I know everything? No, but it's like, so like if anybody out there is funny and you like to have a good time and you have a good sensibility, we might have you on. But for the most part, it's like, we need a Miller time for truthers. We need a jacuzzi at the end of the day.
Oh, I love it. I mean,
you know what I mean? So like, that's kind of like, that's all I really wanted to say. I mean, like everybody else has a lot more stuff to say. I've just been through this so many times. I think I did 7 live streams over the course of the last 4 days, just wow. Talking on stuff. And I just ran out of breath. I was like, you know what? Wouldn't it be nice if we could just all hang out on a boat and like sort of crack flat earth jokes just because it's funny?
You mean Dave Weiss's Everyday Life? Yeah.
He did it anyway. So he already took it. Yeah. So like, the sombrero guys, if you haven't looked into it, it's tinfoil sombrero. It's Sunday nights at 7. We do it for 2 hours. We might extend to 3 hours if we're on a really hot topic. But for the most part, it's like after you've been through all your bullshit and all the drudging through the data, if you just want to come hang out and just have a good laugh, because there's a lot of funny in flat earth right now. Like a lot of people are just like at each other's throats and all this stuff.
I haven't noticed.
Like, well, yeah, it's just kind of, well, what mostly it is. I've been hanging around with Sov over there on their channel, and they're just kind of like him and Flatzoid are going after like early would be probably like smart kids that are just don't understand the game yet.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just completely ripping apart, logic in their approach. And like, that can be a little tough because you're sitting there and you're like, I know this kid probably could eventually get it, just because like I used to be one, I used to be that kid. I used to be that kid talking about that thing. And like, you get a little fucking worn out and you're like, God, how are they so stupid? Well, guess what? Most of us were that stupid at that age. I mean, he's probably 24 years old, something that he did today. So it's like, I mean, that's where we're at right now. It's like, you got to remember, these are just kids. And like, we went through a lot of the heavy lifting, and it's, just, you kind of have to sort of make fun of them, but you also got to be like, dude, y'all, I used to be that guy.
Yeah.
Used to be that guy.
All the TikTok people that everybody hates is like, well, those are all us a little while ago.
Yeah. And so like, I think that's kind of super important. And I spent 3 hours with them this afternoon going through this whole thing. And it's like the whole gotcha notion. I got 50 seconds left here, but I'll get through this. The whole gotcha notion is like
25 seconds.
That seems to be built into culture, at least say millennium and younger, right? I gotta get a gotcha. No, it's not really like that.
Right.
It just isn't.
Doesn't do any good. Yeah.
It's just dumb. It's just like, oh, look at me, I'm so badass. No, you're not really. You're just young.
Yeah, you're on
just
the
don't
internet.
understand
You're
yet.
not cool.
You know. Anyway, I love you. Pop off. Have fun.
Thank you for giving me permission to pop off. I like that.
Whatever, dude. Bye.
Peace. All right, that was Lowry the Reckoner. Oh, I had music for you, Lowry. Jeez, what am I doing? Here we go.
Ballroom notoriety. And I always fill my ballroom. The adventure's never small.
There we go. That was Lowry. We've got an opening available for you if you'd like to take it. It's, if you look up at the right-hand corner of the screen, tinyurl.com/cornerism. If you'd like to donate to the show, that'd be kind of you. You can do so at Ko-fi, KOFI.com. When you do, you get to hear Missa make a little cameo. Let's find it here. I can send myself an alert because I haven't got one yet, but let's go there and go with, where's that at? Stream alerts. Can we do a sample? Let's see what happens if we sample this out. Send a test alert. Go. There it is.
Oh my God, Becky. Look at that tip. It is so big. It's just like out there. It's like gross.
Okay, so that's what happens if you, oh my God, Becky. Look at that tip. It's a $3 tip from someone. I can't believe it's not a test. It is a test, actually. It is a test. $3 from someone I can't believe. Thank you, Ko-Fi bot. Is it Ko-Fi? Coffee? I don't even know what it is. I don't even know. Let's give it a second, see if anybody else is going to jump on. Or we have the worst. This will be the last episode ever of Speaker's Corner. I'll tell you that much. If we only have 3 people calling, that's going to be the end. And it will be a blessing in disguise. All right. So let me see here if we got anything else I need to show you. I don't really have much to show you. I'm going to show you things tomorrow, obviously, in the Jeranism show. Friday, tomorrow will be at 3 p.m. So join me. I'll be back in time. Got some stuff at an auction yesterday. I got to go up and get that from the good old town of Turlock, California. I'll be there tomorrow to pick up. Got some good items. Got some good. Got a backyard rattan set that's like I don't know, $1,100 is the retail. I got it for $92, I think. That was nice. And what's the other item did we get? Oh, something from Abby. Oh, and then I've got 2 items that are going to be. I know they're probably ending here shortly. So I'd like to get those as well, but I won't be there live, so we'll see. But that's going on. What else is happening over here in this neck of the woods? Not much. Oh, we have to give away an item. What are we going to do with that? Let's do a quiz question. Should we do a quiz? Okay. Let's do a quiz. Let me think of a good quiz question for you. I wonder if people remember from yesterday. No, I don't want to use the same one as yesterday. Let me think. Did you watch Mystery NASA Theater 420 yesterday? If you did, then you will know the answer to this and you will win a CD signed by Conspiracy Music Guru. That question is, the last documentary was terrible, mostly because it had no what? First one to answer that correctly will win a CD courtesy of Conspiracy Music Guru. Again, everything was great except for the last documentary. It was not good because it had no blank. No blank. We will be waiting for you to give us the answer. Let's see. That is incorrect in human ways. What is that? Flatworks. He also did not acknowledge the built-in GPS meridian distance corrections on the GPS waypoints from Walter Bislin as GPS data. Also just made up a mental gymnastic theory against taboo conspiracies video. I don't even know what that means. Don't know. You must not be talking to me. Let's see here. It had no commentary. Incorrect. Oh, sorry. Sound. I see it. It says sorry. Going back up. Who was the first one? It was Daniel Triplett. Daniel Triplett was the winner. Daniel, do you have Telegram? If you do, reach out to me at Jeranism. And I'll wait till you to tell me if you do have it. If not, I'll give you an email address. But Daniel Triplet, thank you. Eldon Bean also got it correct, and Bat Dad, and Christopher Allen, and Neo Drifter, and Mario C, and deleted programming. Not me watching. Me not watching. All right. Let's see. No music either. Nothing. Yes, you already won it, Daniel. So just tell me, McKeegan intentionally lied multiple times to make his point make more sense. McKeegan does that. Yes. Landry Chamberlain in the house. Landry, how you been? I want to know more about the supplement. Does it help with SIBO? What is SIBO? Sudden infant bad breath? Orifice? No, it does not help with that. I tried to pre-answer the question. It doesn't work. Daniel, do you have Telegram? That is the question for Daniel. Wait, what's up, Benny Boy? Benny Boy. We are still waiting for Daniel Triplet to get back to me, whether it's going to be email or if he can contact me on Telegram. You won a CD signed by Conspiracy Music Guru, probably worth several million. Yeah, they already got it, Shannon. They got it. Oh, Alan's here. Alan, where's your image? There you are. Let's bring Alan on. Alan from Space Audits in the house, in la casa.
Hola, mi amigo.
¿Cómo estás?
What's up?
Besides,
It's
this thing
good
not
to see you.
working. Hey, you as well. No, there it works. It works now.
Came on to give a little summary of a recent presentation I gave regarding the Sagnac effect in relativity theory and the old ring laser gyroscope. Remember, thanks Bob and all that stuff, right? Well, the mainstream paradigm is currently held up by three pillars, right? The first pillar is special relativity. Second pillar is general relativity. And the third pillar is quantum electrodynamics. Now, both of the mainstream theories regarding motion and gravitation predict that a ring laser gyroscope will produce no fringe shift pattern even in a closed polygonal circuit such as a triangle or a square, etc., right? But even though it was experimentally shown otherwise. But we're going to go over the history of it real quick and put it in a nice truncated summary where it shows where Einstein explicitly lays out the rules for his theory, and then we're going to show how they were violated.
Okay, and when you hear the music, you have 30 seconds.
All right, cool. All right, so this is Einstein's general theory of relativity in 1905, where he's saying that based on these postulates, in an inertial frame, his equations will hold true. So if a frame is in uniform relative motion, it will be, uniform rectilinear motion, it will be, it's as good as an inertial frame, right? And then he says that they don't need a luminiferous ether, so they don't need a physical medium for electromagnetic propagation, and they don't need an absolute stationary space, which can be used as a mathematical concept for relative motion. And he's saying they don't need that, and they won't need to assign velocity vectors for electromagnetic processes to take place. So in other words, they won't need to use absolute space to explain measurements regarding relative velocity when it's rectilinear, so just in a straight line. So he goes on to say here that how he's introducing time into his system. He's defining time as proper time is the time that's in the frame that's in moving. So that's how he's distinguishing that from the stationary frame, which he calls coordinate time. And then he goes on to say here that if you use absolute space to try and synchronize a clock, so when you introduce velocity, now that he's introduced time, he can describe motion, right? So once you introduce velocity into the situation, he's saying that without the use of if you use absolute space, these clocks will not be in sync. But if you propose this gamma factor correction, which is a function of the square of the velocity, which is link contraction and time dilation, that those clocks will be out of sync by that much, right? So that's what he's proposing. So that's where link contraction and time dilation come from. He says that that his equations hold true in inertial frames, and that the speed of light is a constant in those inertial frames. And if you go to take a measurement at very fast velocities, you'll experience link contraction and time dilation that'll make it such that in that moving frame, you'll always experience the speed of light being a constant, and in an observer in a stationary frame or in that relative stationary frame to you would be able to tell the difference, but not you. Okay. And then the general theory says that when you're in acceleration, you will experience that same thing will happen relative to that stationary frame. So you being the one in motion will never experience it, and the person that's stationary is supposed to be the one that experiences it. But remember, if you're in an inertial frame, you're going to experience the speed of light being a constant. So you're never actually going to see the speed of light differentiating. So anyway, when we get to the Sagnac effect, we have a device rotating at 13 meters a second, which is much slower than relativistic speeds, but nonetheless, it's still applicable to the relative motion because of the type of motion that it is. It doesn't matter like the velocity or whatever. So it should still be able to predict the fringe shift pattern exactly, and it literally can't. It's a contradiction. If there's inertial observers, then you'll never, the device can't produce the fringe shift. Like the theory literally predicts that it doesn't produce a fringe, which is super unfortunate for them. And I found a paper in 1967 by a guy named Post. I'm trying to find it real quick to close out. But 1967, he goes on to say that to be consistent with the theories, there's no, it doesn't predict a fringe shift for the Sagnac effect. So the Sagnac effect completely falsifies the special and general relativity.
I believe that. Hey, can you explain something? What is your grasp of gravity?
Well, downward acceleration, right? Like, what do you mean? Like the causal mechanism?
Well, I guess where I get confused is that I'm getting lost in this whole thing about acceleration, because they say that there is no acceleration in free fall. How does that make any sense?
So you'll experience velocity subtraction because you're going with the gradient. So you're not experiencing a net force.
Even though
so when you're
force equals
stationary,
mass times acceleration,
there's
no force when you're in free fall?
It cancels out. You're moving with it. You're moving with the down, because all it is in the density buoyancy equation.
Oh, that makes sense when you say you're moving with the down. You're already moving in the direction of the acceleration. Okay, got you. But if they say, what I don't understand is they say if you drop something, let's say from the Empire State Building, that it's going to accelerate. It starts accelerating. It's 9.8 meters per second squared is acceleration, right?
Yes, until it hits its, what do you call it? The terminal velocity.
But they say that if something's in free fall, it's not accelerating, even though we know things accelerate 9.8. So I just am lost. I think it's one of those things where they can't really explain it themselves. I think if you ask somebody like Fight the Fat Shirt or somebody like Toon, they would just word salad all over it and not be able to actually complete it. So, all right, appreciate it. I'm going to let you go. I've got somebody much better looking than you in the waiting room. So,
all right, peace.
Later. Nicole, what's up?
Hi, Jaron.
Hello. Oh, that's a nice seat. You look like it's going to be, I don't know, it's behind the actor's studio or something.
It's kind of this big chair that we got from this estate sale, and can I just say, I learned a little bit about what he was talking about in photography school.
Okay.
But it still does not make any sense to me.
No.
Like, time is the weirdest thing, because I feel like during his lecture, it was totally thought out and really, really complicated, but it was like he stopped time.
Time doesn't really exist. I mean,
I don't think it exists either.
Yeah,
Actually, let's talk about that. This is something to talk about. Actually, thank you for having me on.
Anytime. Thank you for coming on.
You were like, nobody else is gonna be in the call, so I guess I'll just never do this again. And I was like, you know what, Sharon, you just never give up.
No, I never give up. Come on, I just
never give up.
If nobody else came on, it would be time to hang it up. But luckily, you're here.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, I was like, we should have like a support group where we have like a call-in, and it could be like FB and Shill, and people can be like kind of like a AA type thing. Or
it's FB and Shill. FB and Shill.
Yeah.
You got that wrong. Netflix and Shill.
Yeah, Netflix and chill, FB and
Yes.
chill, and you should just talk shit about people anonymously. But
All right, I like
then you don't hurt anybody's feelings, you know.
How do you
So,
throw your
anyways.
voice in said room?
I don't know how to do that, but we could probably have a ventriloquist on,
All right.
actually. Or we could just do a voiceover or something like that. But anyway, getting back to time.
Says time
a
exists.
broken watch is still right twice a day, right?
Correct.
And I've been saying this dumb thing for years, which I don't think it's dumb because I love it, but the past and the present and like memories and all of those things, you can like experience all of those things at the same time, which is now. So when you're present, that's when you won, because one and now are also spelled with the same letters.
There you go. Yeah. The only thing that exists is right now. Now,
Exactly.
right now. And now, right now.
Now.
Yes.
Well, now is just like a second ago.
Right. And everything in the
isn't that
past
amazing,
is
though?
simply, yeah, it's very crazy. Everything in the past is simply remembering a former now.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
Or
actually exist.
Yeah, or a future that doesn't exist yet. And so the more people try to think about this doom-based outcome, that's why I think everybody should start using radical acceptance a lot more. You know what that is?
No, explain it.
So it's a DBT like psychology thing. So it helps with catastrophic thinking. So if you're thinking about things that are going to happen or they have happened, or you're ruminating on all of these things, you can become aware of thinking about those things, like becoming aware of what your thoughts are. Like
100%,
you're
yeah.
either going to be negative or positive, right? So when you align with that vibration of love, you can use this thing called radical thinking that kind of just like, okay, well, whatever the worst scenario is, that just happened. What am I going to do now?
Right.
Even though that thing didn't happen, you can still train your brain to get out of that vibration of negativity, because
It's
that's
just like the
what I
past,
feel-
right? A lot of people forget that really the past is only your memory. And let's
Right.
say you've got a memory that's a bad one of you and your mom or something. Well, let's say your mom's dead. Well, now the memory is just yours. And literally you can
Yeah.
change it. Literally you can say, I'm going to pretend this happened and so that I'm happier with this. So you can really change the past with just your mindset. And you
Yeah,
probably don't need that with full if you've got more people involved, because you're going to end up running into problems doing that.
I'd need probably at least 24 hours to talk to you about this.
Yes, we
because
could talk for a long time.
the perceptions of people's memories and how things happen almost gaslights you into having a false memory. So your perception of that memory is like, yeah, it was bad at the time, but you know what? I learned this from it. So finding that silver lining in that memory.
Yep.
And knowing that, you know a lot more now than you did then, which you're experiencing then now, which is a mind fuck. But yeah.
Have you ever
I just
proven
think-
yourself you had a false memory?
No. I try to, though.
I had one
I
happen
tried
to me,
to.
which was just as surprising that I had this story that I always told about 9/11, where I was
Yeah.
that morning and what I was doing driving to work. And then one day my sister just flat out told me that that's wrong. And I was like, what do you mean? It's my memory. But she explained it well enough that she convinced me that she was actually correct, that I must have misremembered that, because I tell the stories. I'm leaving my mom's house. I'm going to, and she's like, what? She's like, that was in September. We moved out of that house in August. So I'm like,
Weird.
So then I was like, wait a second. So I was driving. So my dad lived on the other side of town. I would have been living with him, and I would have been driving the opposite way to work, which completely throws my entire story out the window, because I can remember driving in a certain direction. So anyway, it was just funny because she kind of said, no, that can't be right. And I just kind of realized that my story was wrong. At least somehow it was wrong.
Well, no, not necessarily. If we're existing in a whole bunch of different timelines
Well,
right now,
then-
all at the same time,
Then that's
your
possible.
story could be right, and maybe you guys just have a different memory of the different timeline. Like,
Well, the weird
I
ones are
lived in
the
a time.
personal Mandela effects are weird.
The last one is the Disney Tinkerbell that dotted the I on Disney. Okay, I grew up a Disney person. I am not ashamed of that in any way. I
Should be.
see it for what it is now, but I identify as a princess, and so,
Is that how you
Tinkerbell
identify?
was like,
I'll make sure to call you princess from now on.
princess. Yes, I identify as a princess. I'll wear my tiara. Next
What are you
time.
drinking?
Just a little bit of water.
I doubt that highly, but no, it's okay. Women can drink. Guys, you need to stop drinking. I'm telling you right now. It's not good for you.
There's so many things to talk about, though. I feel like you're just a wealth of information about all these things. But if you have somebody else chilling in the background, I will.
I do have one person after you, but you got about 15 seconds. Never mind.
Oh my gosh.
You got 0 seconds.
All right. Well
0
then.
15. Any final words for us? Words of wisdom. Give
my-
us your words of wisdom for the month of August.
My time is up. August is actually a really hot month for a lot of reasons, and just stay present and find the silver lining, or a sprinkler, or pet a puppy, or get a kitten.
Did you say find
or...
a sprinkler?
Yeah, like sprinklers in the yard. You can
okay.
run through sprinklers. Yeah.
I'm
just
sorry,
to,
I had a different thought in my head.
What?
Just had a different thought.
I don't wanna know.
You don't want to know. Thanks, Nicole. We've got Noah. Noah, welcome to the show.
Yo, what up, man?
What is good?
What's up, dude? Okay. It is an honor to talk to you right now. I love your videos.
Thank you.
And I'm for Flat Earth, actually. And I didn't even know I could get on here. I didn't even know how until I saw the link.
Well, you're on now. Welcome to the show.
Screen. Yes, sir. I didn't even know. So thank you. And by the way, could I share my Flat Earth testimony?
You may.
Briefly.
You do see the clock on the screen.
Okay.
You got 3:45. When it gets to 0, you'll have 30 more seconds after that. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Yo, okay. I don't know if I want to reveal my age on here, but I'm actually a younger Flat Earther. Okay. I woke up to the truth when I was 14. all right?
Nice.
Yes. So I woke up to it through TikTok.
Okay.
That's the only place it wasn't censored.
Right.
So I researched and all that stuff, and then I eventually, like late 2022, I found out the Earth was flat, and then I just kept looking into it, and then in like mid 2023, that's when I really got into watching the debates and stuff, like with Witsit and you, and I learned. So yeah, I'm like Flat Earth 100%. And I fully respect, you and your hard work and all the stuff you do.
Thank you much. Appreciate that.
Yep. And that was pretty much it. Thanks for letting me on.
That's it. All right. That was easy. Thanks. That was everyone. A young Flat Earther. You don't want to tell us your age, you said?
I'm 16.
Oh, you're 16. Oh, you sound older than that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, finding Flat Earth so early is a good thing. And so you still are in high school?
Yep.
So how does school work with that? Do you have friends that are on the same page, or you're an outcast, or how does that work?
What does outcast mean?
Well, I mean, are you like the only person that has that belief, or is there 2 or 3, or is there half the class, or is there 10?
Well, right now it's summer. I mean, I've introduced the subject to like a bunch of people, but no, it's mostly me.
Okay.
Most people are not really open-minded, like my age.
Right.
I don't know if it's just like
that's true. I mean, I think that you could always be somebody who plants seeds. Just don't force it on anybody. If you force it on people, they will dig their heels in, and they just want to take the, it makes it harder for somebody to find the truth the further they try and go up against you. If you're trying to go and bring it to them, and they're trying to fight you, and then when it comes time to look into it, they're just going to go looking for things that prove their point, and not look objectively. So that's my only advice, is just to introduce it, kind of talk to them. You could talk to somebody and say, hey, have you ever looked into Flat Earth? And they say, what? That's stupid. Just say, oh, I just wonder if you looked into it. I've just been looking into it, but don't even worry about it. Don't trip. And then what will happen is 6 months down the road, something will happen with space travel. Either a thing will crash or another thing will get canceled. And then that person will start coming to you and being like, hey, remember you were talking about Flat Earth? What do you think about, and then that kind of opens up the conversation, and then you get that rather than the hate and scorn.
Yeah. And that's that's a good approach. Just be chill about it.
And treat women well, would you? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, we got Ruhif on the next up. Ruhif.
Yeah, I thought I'd save the show if you got no one else up here, so I got nothing.
That's
Except
it?
the moon parallax.
That's great. Oh yeah, so when are we doing that? Oh,
I sent you that.
Yeah, but I guess you
table.
never mentioned it to me, and I forgot.
Yeah, so did I.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we all did.
The next opportunity, which looks pretty good, is the 26th of August at 8 a.m. UTC. And
what time is it? When is this?
26th of August, 8 a.m. UTC. So it's around midnight for you, I think.
Okay.
Thereabouts. And 3 a.m. I think for the dude in Florida. The idea is just to take like a 2-second exposure of the moon in the sky, so that you expose the stars as well.
Right.
And there'll be a parallax shift between you and the dude in Florida, which we can measure and get the distance.
Okay. I'm excited about that.
Yeah. So I've started to build the geometry in GeoGebra for both flat Earth and globe.
And that's just based off of angles to each other and to the moon?
Yeah, well, not angle, the distance between you, right?
Okay.
So the distance between you will be slightly different on a globe and flat Earth, but,
not a whole hell of a
outrageously
lot.
different.
Yeah.
And we'll use that to imply distance. That's it, pretty much.
Alrighty.
And you'll get a couple of 100,000 kilometers on either model.
You'll get what?
You'll get
you mean the distance?
400,000 kilometers, on either model.
On either model.
Yeah, thereabouts.
Okay. And this is
what else can we talk about?
So I guess we wouldn't. I was going to say no. So the stars would be in the same spot. Okay, got you.
Yeah. So the moon will shift in relation to the stars. I'll probably do some more geometry in GeoGebra about what happens if the stars.
Geometry. Sorry.
Yeah, boy.
Man, you're the biggest nerd there ever was.
I am. That's true.
Here, I have a song for you next time you come on. This will be your entrance song. You ready? This is it. It's not a geometry song. It's this song. Do you know that song?
I only heard like half a second of it.
Oh, it's your great national anthem over there.
Oh, fantastic.
Gotta love Australia. Gotta love all the good
what else? We can,
shrimp on the barbie.
scrolling up, we can do Southern Flight soon. Let's book that in.
Okay. I want to do that. I want to do that.
Can I sort of...
And you still say there's nothing weird about it? You don't think there's anything weird about the North versus the South?
Nothing weird.
Speed planes. Wow, you just said.
Yeah. Can I get you to sort of state your position as to whether you agree that that's the track of the plane in terms of, the lat longs, whether you accept the wind? Like, what is your disagreement basically with the Southern flights?
That if we do the math on it and we just take 100 mile per hour jet stream, which is not crazy, go look at the jet streams, and sometimes they go 150, 250 or 150, 200. So to just add 100 miles per hour to the flight of 594 miles per hour to get 694, which is still like Mach 0.9 or something, that no plane has ever done that from Sydney to Santiago. So
so that'll be the basis of my rebuttal then.
Okay, sounds good. We'll do that.
Cool. Yeah. All right. So you sort of give tentative acceptance of the wind speed according to Earth winds and accept the flight times.
What?
Do you give like tentative acceptance to the wind data that you're looking at on Earth winds?
No, because that's all based off of the distance that it thinks it's flying. So, like, for instance, if we look at the jet streams and they show 150, 175, but then we look at the data the plane comes back with and it's 85, that's because there's a discrepancy there. But the plane can't report that the winds were 185. If it did, then people would start asking questions. So the plane just has to calculate. It calculates its speed of those winds based on the distance that it traveled on GPS.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Sounds lovely.
Anyway, that's all I got. If you want anything else, let me know.
All right. Peace.
Got anyone else in?
Oops, sorry. Curvature Nope. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, I made it.
What?
Oh, I made it.
You did. You're here.
I had to find my hat real quick.
There you go. Fake X hat in the house.
For sure. I was just going to give my time up to, I sent a link to you in Telegram.
Okay.
This Brooke Elizabeth, she's writing music and she did a really good job. She's using that AI technology for the lyrics to sing.
Okay.
And yeah, I thought it was really good. I wanted to pass my time to that if that link works for you.
Why don't I see anything? Okay, Curvature Nope. All right, it's a TikTok video?
Yeah, I sent it directly to you through the Telegram.
Okay, I got it. I will play it right now, and this will be your 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yep, I'll give it up for that.
All right, here we go, guys. We're going to be listening to Flat World Fantasy by Brooke Grondin. All right, thanks for turning up. We're going to move this over here for you to listen, and it's just 2 hours. Sorry, 2 hours, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. And let's give it a play.
Sky high, we fly round and round. They say why, but if we lived on this globe, we'd be upside down all day. Walking on ceilings, is this a dream feeling? Hold tight, we're spinning away, but it just can't be that way. Fly, world, fantasy, straight lines easy to see. Gravity's a mystery, life is simpler, trust in me. From the ground, we stand tall, never worry about a fall. What's under our feet so clear, around the world is just so weird. Maps lay flat on the page, horizons never change. Look close, what do you find? This round world is just a lie. Fly, world, fantasy, straight lines easy to see. Gravity's a mystery, life is simpler, trust in me. From the ground, we stand tall, never worry about a fall. What's under our feet so clear, around the world is just so weird. Maps lay flat on the page, horizons never change. Look close, what do you find? This round world is just a lie. Fly, world, fantasy, straight lines easy to see. Gravity's a mystery, life is simpler, trust in me.
Alrighty then. That was, what's her name? Oh, that was, you can find it on the Plain Truths 2 TikTok. All right, let's go back to the call board. We've got the Hairless Primate. Welcome, Hairless.
Oh, thank you very much, mate. Last time I ever jumped on a stream like this was on a UFO podcast.
Okay, let's not talk UFOs. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I know, don't worry. I saw, I was wanting to ask you, do you think we're reaching some kind of tipping point? Because I saw Bryce Mitchell on Patrick Bet-David's podcast. It wasn't the greatest defense of Flat Earth, but at least it was something out there, on something that reaches more mainstream. Do you think we're reaching a tipping point?
Yes. I mean, it depends what you mean by the tipping point. I think we're close to that already. So it's just a matter of, I think that we're so close that you take like a celebrity or something just to mention it, and it could kind of snowball. But it's difficult because a lot of the celebrities, a lot of those kind of people with big accounts, they don't want to jeopardize their name or their fame or their fortune. So that's always hard to find that one person who's going to step up and do that.
Yeah, I was at a Christian conference recently, and they had a guy called Bob Ackers. He did work on Robertson. Is it Sungenis?
Mm-hmm.
On his documentary, and because I've been looking at horizons and distances, and then I was talking to this guy, and he was talking about the oh god, the satellites that were sent up, which showed that the Earth was stationary and the universe was revolving around it, and it was really quite convincing. But then I came back from this, and I was thinking, well, but this thing can't be a ball, because I'm looking, and everything is just straight lines. Everything's flat. What? So, and then I looked up your. You talked about something that Robertson Jeranis had done on Einstein, and I watched that video, and I watched Rob Skiba.
Einstein that made
debate.
made the Earth move when it didn't. That one.
Yeah. And I watched the Rob Skiba debate with Sungenis as well.
Oh, that's great. I was there live. It was a great debate.
Yeah, that was great. Both of them really good points, and I was starting to doubt. Myself. But the thing that I came away from that conference was with when this documentary, The Journey to the Center of the Universe, was talking about the satellites sent up by NASA that confirmed that the Earth wasn't moving. And then I look at the green screen used by NASA, and I'm like, well, hang on a minute. They're not sending. They're faking. They're not sending anything up there. So how could those dipoles and matches to Earth's axis fit into the flat Earth idea?
Well, they put these things on planes, and I actually am not against there being satellites up there that aren't necessarily falling around a ball. But I think that they can come up with ways to put things in the sky. To give them that credit, at least.
Okay, and that could.
Sure, and they also have planes that are so-called telescopes, whether it's Hubble or whatever. But they could get the cosmic microwave background. I don't think they couldn't do that.
Okay, well, just further up in the firmament, if you like.
Yeah, sure. They're just not falling around a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was trying to marry the two, and I just couldn't do it. I was, and with the UK blowing up at the moment, it's I'm like, oh man, I don't need any more wings.
World's going crazy.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. But yeah, this is great. Yeah, but I have to say, Flat Earth has ruined my UFOs, man. I got loads of books, and I'm like,
doesn't it make more sense that they're just ours?
I don't know.
Or further, it could be more advanced humans, I guess.
Yeah, it's less fun though.
Aliens are kind of fun, I guess.
I miss Star Trek. But this has been good, mate. And then respect to you on your stance on the final experiment. Good on you.
All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Don't people, man, they're rude. They're actually texting me and then in the chat saying, "Is Jaren texting?" As if that makes no sense. Sergio G, welcome to the show. Is it Sergio G or is it Sergio?
Sergio, how are you?
Fantastic. Yourself?
I'm good. I'm Sergio from Russia.
Hello, Russian. How are you?
Hello, United States.
We are doing well.
I want to kindly ask you to speak a little bit slowly because my English is not so good.
Okay.
So I want to run one idea by you. So if the Earth is flat, we must have some other lands farther that we know, right? And there are people must be living on it, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say must, but we could.
Okay, if this is true, what do you think of this idea that we are ruled as a colony by that people who lives there, who used to live here in who built the pyramids, who built all the structures, and then left after a cataclysm or something like that?
Yeah.
And now we colonized by them, and that's why all the leaders go to Antarctica, for example. That's why we consider gold as a commodity, as a money. Gold is just like a yellow metal, which has no value at all, But we used to consider it as a money. So
Well, we still
what do
do.
you think? What do you think? We started as a gold digging colony for them, and now we got out of the control. And well, this is idea that I want to run by you. What do you think? Any thoughts on that?
I think it's highly possible. I mean, I think it makes more sense that some people left and then the ones that were here enslaved the people that were here and run it that way. And then basically they're just wicked at the top. But you're saying if instead the people that actually moved away are the ones who are controlling us here, and that they could be in communications with the president, right? That's what we heard about aliens. Oh, aliens are communicating with the presidents and that you're not allowed to drop nuclear bombs, that kind of thing.
A little too fast for me.
Oh, sorry.
For my English.
I probably you asked me to slow down. I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think it could be that there could be another people, because I mean I think the Mayans went out there, Captain Cook. I think a bunch of people may have left, and I don't know how they would necessarily rule us from out there, except for if they have some sort of technology or some sort of deal with the people in charge here.
Well, can I add something to this? Because
Yes.
I don't believe that we are creating any technology on this plane here that we know of. I think we given technology.
Seems like it.
By them, and that's the trait. They give us technology. We give them gold. That's
Okay.
why American gold in Fort Knox never been
gone.
audited.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of crazy stuff happening if you think about it. So I'm kind of starting to believe that actually we are ruled by some neighboring stuff. And of course, if you want to put colony, you tell them the place they live is round, so they cannot escape.
Correct.
And that's the
It'd be that
bingo,
easy.
you
Yeah,
know.
it'd be that easy. Just
Yep.
with those, it says in Truman Show. The other thing I heard that I think is a great way to put it is that throughout history, whenever anybody was subjected to a tyrant, what they would do is get up and move, right? So just like America came into being because there was a bunch of people fed up with the king in Britain, and so they got up and left and said, we're going somewhere else to start our own new country. So that probably has happened throughout all of history and probably would continue to happen if these countries were subjected to tyranny. But if they're under the impression that that's all that there is, then what a brilliant move. Because now when normally people would just get up and leave, say, oh, we're going over here to start a new country. Well, now they think there is no new country. So everybody's just like, oh, I guess this is all we have. And so we're all set in where we're at. And so this allows the elite to basically operate under what we, the false assumption that we have that this is all that there is to inhabit, when maybe there's much more lands, much more islands, much more, and everybody would get up and go. How many people would leave the United States tomorrow if they were given the option to do so? Probably quite a few.
Yeah. If you give me 30 more seconds, I will run another idea by you. So
30
you're
seconds,
quite upset of people hating you for going to Antarctica.
Yes.
And about your trip, I have a better idea for you. The final trip can be if you go to Australia and go through the border, if you know what I mean. Border. In Australia they have a huge border
Okay.
built, and a lot of I heard a lot of stories. I wrote a lot of stories that they go through the border.
The border of the border of Australia.
The border. Not. I tried to find the word. Not the border, but when you have a house, you build something around it.
A fence.
The border. Yeah, the fence. So in Australia they have the fence, and they're not allowed people to go through the fence, basically.
Okay.
So the better experiment, if you guys go to Australia and go through the fence and see what's there,
I maybe
If you know
missed
what
the
I mean.
joke or something. I don't even get it. What do you mean?
No. Sorry for my English. Maybe I didn't. Zabor. How do you translate? Just 1 second.
So there's borders, there's the customs, there's but why would going to Antarctica and going through their customs do anything?
No. Around your house you build wooden stuff.
Fence.
Fence, yes.
Okay.
In Australia, not Antarctica.
Okay,
in Australia, they have a fence.
Okay.
Throughout the country.
Okay.
For some reason.
Okay.
You can learn if you don't know about this.
Okay.
So they have a huge fence around middle of the country, and they say it's a private land, so you cannot go through the fence, basically.
Okay.
If you go, there is a $20,000 fee, not the fee.
Fine.
Fine, yes. So probably they are hiding something there. If you go through the fence in Australia, I read some stories. People found something there, like a different species of animals. Some aborigines.
Okay.
So that's probably the entrance to the different lands that they not talking us about.
All right, I'll look into that. I did not know that such thing existed, so good to know.
Yeah.
Anything else for us?
No, just thank you for your job, and hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. Tell everybody in Russia I love them. I want everyone to hear that, so make sure you tell everyone.
Yes, we love United States of America and people of the Americas.
What do you think of Trump?
It's all actors,
Yeah,
what do you think of? What do you think of David Blaine or I don't know? What are the other actors?
Fake.
Yeah, all fake,
All theater. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jaron.
Have a good one, Sergio.
Bye-bye.
All right, we got Plain Reality in the house. Plain, what up?
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yep. We hear
All right,
you.
awesome. I just want to quickly present something if I can.
Sure. I don't know if your mic and everything sounds a little bit behind, but we'll try it.
Is that better? Is that better?
No, you're just like breaking up a little bit, roboting a little bit. But go ahead. You're going to share screen.
I am.
Okay.
It's about to come on. Is that sharing now?
Let's see. Yes. Go.
Okay.
Ahead. Okay, we got you.
Cool. All right. So here's these observations that you mentioned to me the other day. Oh my God! Come on, hurry up and catch up. Sorry, the video needs to now load because my. Okay. Right. Here we go. So here's these observations that you mentioned to me the other day that people were questioning, saying that they have to be from different heights. Right. So let me just skip through here quickly. So as you can see here, I've gone into my files, gone into April, skipping through, going through, blah, blah, blah. All right. So here we are. I'm on the jetty.
Okay.
This is for one of the observations. And if I go through here, this ended up being a little bit slow, but I had to get the right spot. You can see that this here is the observation. You can pretty well tell already that that's the same observation, right?
Okay.
Okay. So let me skip further through here. All right, here we go. Okay, wait. Get to the next one. All right, so going through here, you can now see that I am going into May 31st. Found the right one. Bam. There you go. I'm on the jetty.
Okay.
So both of those observations are taken from here. But just see this chair here.
Mm-hmm.
The first observation was taken from about here. And then this one's taken from just a little bit further up. So you're talking about, 15 feet difference in further up a jetty.
And then show the
I'm at
two
the same
pictures they were
observation.
questioning again.
Pardon?
Show the two pictures they were questioning again.
Let me go back to the very start here. Click all the way through back to the start. So there's this one.
Okay.
Right. So here we've got the buoy, which is right on the horizon. We can't see the jetty below here.
Okay.
Right. And then when I skip through a little bit further, just here. Sorry. There. Okay. So now we see the entire jetty.
Okay. And then go
Right.
back to the other one again. Trying to remember what the guy said.
Yeah.
And then go back again one more time. Just trying.
Well, he was saying that he thinks that I obviously had to be at different elevations.
Well, because of the buoy location.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when the horizon moves. So you can see right here, we've got the horizon or the waterline, because this wouldn't actually even be the horizon, because the horizon would be much further than this on this day.
Right.
But this is going and it's actually just past here. So it's past 8 miles. When you go back to this one, this is around 3.7 to 4 miles away.
Okay.
And now we have the horizon on that point. So when that happens and it brings the horizon closer to you, the fight that the globers have that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, which is just plainly retarded, it rises with the observer, so it generally comes up with you. But here, this is still approximately around my eye level, but obviously the horizon on this day be even further than this.
Okay.
So this is now eye level, or probably is slightly below eye level. And if we go back here, this is eye level.
Okay, I agree with you.
So when the horizon moves forward or away from you or closer to you,
eat
it
that.
doesn't matter,
Whoever
it still
says
stays in
it's
position.
faked. Whoever said it's faked. I don't remember who it was.
Sorry?
Said eat that. Whoever said it was faked, or it was in different locations. Or something. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah, well, and just lately what I've had is, because I use this all the time, not to stir the globers up. Now what they're going on is they're saying that because, this one here, you took it from that bit right next to the chair, and then the other one, you're a bit further away from the chair. It's not the same location. And it's like, come on, man. Are you kidding me? This is the cope that they have?
Yeah, they nitpicky
The
copes.
difference of me being here to here is going to change an observation that all of a sudden we have 20 feet of a jetty missing. Now, the one
Right.
thing that is the difference is that this is low tide, the other one's high tide. But
Right.
that's not going to, we don't get 20 feet of tide. It's just insane.
Correct. You probably get a couple feet.
Yeah, even if it's a meter, I mean, it's not 20 feet. And then it screws them up because if they want to say waves, because it was a bit of a decent swell that day. So then if they want to say waves, then they have to have another concession because I'm 20 feet up. If the waves are 6 feet, but they're blocking something that's 20 feet high, then they have to have a concession that waves can hide things in the distance, which they've denied forever.
Correct.
So either way, they've got to concede something.
No, if you're a glober, you never concede anything.
No, of course not.
Come on.
Of course not.
Yes. Anything
Yeah,
else?
how's
For
things
us?
going with how's things going with which is we getting to any conclusion as to whether or not
No, I think that they're supposed to
you
have
guys
a
are heading
show
to
together, and
Antarctica?
I haven't been following up to see when that is. But I thought it was going to be this week, but we're down to 1 day left. So maybe it's tomorrow. If not, it'll probably be beginning of next week.
Oh yeah. Oh, that'll be cool when it happens.
Yeah, it'd be good to
let's
know. I
hope
don't like
you
being
guys
in
get
the. I
down
don't like
there.
the kind of not knowing. I'd rather just know I'm going or no, I'm not.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. How do I stop presenting?
I'll just dump you.
Oh, okay, man.
Thanks
No
for
worries.
joining
Take
us.
it easy.
Appreciate it. Later.
Enjoy. See you.
All right, that was Plain Reality. Check him out. He does great work with observations. Let me kick him, and we've got Druzy. I'm feeling a little Druzy here. Druzy.
What's up, bro?
What's up? How are you?
Hey, pretty good. How about yourself, man? You're
Good.
doing good. I can tell you're doing good. But
Doing great.
But hey,
Oops.
I wanna bring this, like, the flat Earth. Why is it so hard to reach other people about the flat Earth? Why is it so hard to convert? It's common sense. It's just common sense. It's
Well, they
common
conditioned
knowledge.
people to think it's the dumbest belief that there is. So that's number one.
Well, yeah, no, I understand that,
Oh.
but like even my own, like my closest family members, like they've known me forever. They've known me for my whole life, and like they won't even stop to like evaluate the evidence. They won't even stop to look at it because they think it's crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
because they were
it's-
taught that it's ridiculous, right?
I know, indoctrination. Memorization is not education. It's indoctrination. I get it, and I'm trying to explain this to them, but how do I explain this to them in a way where they can understand it, Jaron?
I think that anytime somebody learns something new, like truth or something, it's got to be them that finds it. So, like, if you think about flat Earth, how
so
did you
like
find
leave
it? You found it, right?
breadcrumbs. I've been trying to do the breadcrumb thing, but
Yep.
it doesn't work.
Well, it
not,
takes
it's
time.
not-
It takes time. I think that what happened for a lot of people is that COVID caused them to look into it, whereas they never would have had an opportunity.
Yeah, well,
otherwise.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell. I told
Yeah.
them, hey, they lied to you about this. Why do you not think they're lying to you about that? Like, look at all these previous military engagements and whatever. They've lied to you about a lot of things, a lot of false flags. Why do you believe them now?
Right.
And they're just like dumbfounded. They're like, oh, I don't know, because like they believe in their government so much that they're willing to drop everything.
It's like Stockholm syndrome, really.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and it's really frustrating. And like I said, thank you. I appreciate everything you do, Jaren. I love you.
Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate that.
Hell yeah, bro. But
enjoy
as
doing
you can see, I'm on a beautiful.
Yeah, where are you?
I'm in Marco Island, Florida, bro.
Wow.
I live here 24/7, yo.
Very nice. What are you up in, like a penthouse something, or where? Like
Yeah, well, at a condo. It's a condo. Yeah.
Very nice. I'm a little bit
I'm right
jealous.
on the beach. I'm right on the beach. I
How
go to the
many
beach
how
every
many
day.
naked chicks are on the other side of the camera that we can't see? That's the question.
Zero. I
Zero?
can tell you zero.
Oh,
bro.
weak.
I isolate. I have nobody. Like, since I found flat Earth, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, okay, do you want to hear the truth about my story, Jared?
Yes.
Okay, I was heavily drug addicted. I lived in Michigan. I found flat Earth about a year and a half ago, and I totally changed everything about me. I lost over 100 pounds. So I
Nice.
used to be, and I quit all drugs, all substances.
Very
I quit
good.
everything except for vaping. I still vape.
Okay. Everybody's
But,
gotta have you gotta have one vice.
I gotta have one vice. That's correct. That's correct. And I drink about 2 energy drinks a week, and they're sugar free because I don't. But I know that they're poisoning us. They're poisoning.
Telling
their-
you, I found out recently that guys are drinking energy drinks like every day.
Yeah,
And
no. I was one of those guys.
I'm pretty
so
sure
I
that that's
can
doing
attest to that.
damage to your Johnson. So I
No,
would try and get off
yes,
of it.
exactly. But I've been, like I said, when I was doing dope, I haven't had a
Well,
girlfriend.
that'll do
It's-
some
it's
damage,
been
too.
over- it's- I haven't been intimate for over 3 years, which is, I mean, you
Wow.
can call me a fucking incel, whatever you want. I'm picky, bro.
That's
I
good.
ain't gonna go for those bitches who are fucking easy. I don't.
Plus, you don't want anybody vaxxed.
That too. Yes, that too. You're onto it. But hey,
I wouldn't fuck a vaxxed chick with
But I feel
Anthony
like I'm being
Fauci's
very
dick.
picky because I'm starting to get lonely and the depression's starting to get to me. Like, I've been down here at this condo for about 2.5 months, and like I take walks every day. I go to the gym.
Okay, at least
I'm
you're getting
still
out.
losing weight. I'm still doing good, but I've been losing motivation. And also, I was scheduled to be on George Hobbs's Flat Earth Files, right?
Okay.
Why hasn't he posted in 2 months? What's up with that?
I don't know. I don't even didn't even know he wasn't posting.
Dude, go check it out. He sent me an email saying, yeah, you're a guest, you're coming up here, it's gonna be about 2 weeks. That was over 2 months ago, and he has not posted. He has posted Fact Hunter, but no Flat Earth Files. What's up with that?
I don't know.
I understand shit happens, like things happen to people's lives,
Right.
So I get it, bro, but it kind of dissuaded me. Like, I don't know, I feel like I kind of was like thrown off the path. Like, I kind of gave up for a little bit, like the last month or so. I'm like,
Don't
know
give
what?
up.
Like,
Come back.
People don't want to hear about this anymore. They don't want to hear about it. But I realize it's the most important topic of our lives, of my life, and I need to try to spread the word.
Just
as
keep
much as I
planting
can.
seeds. Planting seeds, talking about it.
That's
bring
what
it
I've been
up.
trying to do. Like I said, my parents are there. They now realize that NASA's faking stuff. I
Good.
showed them videos. I've showed them about the harnesses, the CGI. They're now on board with that. They're like, yeah, but they still won't believe that the whole solar system isn't a lie. Like, bro, why do you think they've lied to you about one thing? Oh my, I'm sorry, Jaron. It's gotten really dark on the screen. I realize.
It's okay.
this
We're
now.
dumping you in a second anyway.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But hey, next time, I believe me, I will have it fully. We'll have it fully engulfed in full light.
Oh, I thought you were going to say in naked women. It's okay. Full light.
Well,
instead.
maybe I'm here. I'm in a $2.2 million condo. Maybe.
Wow.
But
You should be able to pull that off. You really should. Or else you
it's
got no
not
game.
mine. My uncle owns it, so I'm not.
Doesn't
gonna-
matter.
I'm not
She
gonna
doesn't have to
pull
know that. So
That's right. That's right.
All
But
right.
I don't. I don't get down like that. I don't use influences to get
Excellent.
anything.
Yeah, you should not lie to get women. It doesn't work anymore.
No, I don't like that. I don't like. But I would love to meet some people like-minded around me in South Florida. I would love.
How can they reach you if they're there?
Well, the Flat Earth Finder app, like I said, David Weiss's app. I'm on Flat Earth, the Flat Earth Sun and Zodiac Moon app. But other than that, you can hit me up on whatapizza.poo at gmail.com.
That might be why you don't have any females there.
Yeah, probably. But fucking
what a pizza poo.
Flat Out Lies 1. Flat Out Lies at gmail.com. Flat Out Lies 1. But
all right, Flat Out Lies 1 at gmail.com. Thank you, Druzy.
Thank.
Up next, we've got the one and only, the great, the powerful, the man from Scottsdale, Arizona. Talk about women. Scottsdale, Arizona is just flooded, at least in March, April. I don't know about now. Tony, you are on mute, my friend. Which doesn't do good for the show.
Yeah, hey
Way to
guys.
screw it up.
I'm good now.
Yes, you are now.
Yeah, so, it is the place for the ladies, but as I said, there's not all that many awakened ladies. I participate in the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
Nice.
A lot. Yeah. And if you go on it, and you look at Phoenix, I am just a little northeast right now. And I put my marker at that.
Okay.
And I've contacted a couple of people north of here, and I've contacted a bunch in town. It's hard to really get people to connect. Karen B has said, when you're getting flat earthers together, it's like herding cats. It's hard, and it is, because I participate in a group. We do meetups. It's hard to get everyone together. You got a bunch of people not coming, and
Will you be joining us
it's hard,
Saturday for the hangout?
yeah, I'm always there.
You are always there. Tell everybody how great it is to be a VIP and how your brain gets bigger and money rains down from heaven onto you. Well, maybe that doesn't happen.
It is really cool, and honestly, what I really like about so when the last guy Druzy, or Dr. Uzi, I guess how you read his name, that he typed it, he did capitalize the DR, so it's like Dr. Uzi. As he was saying, what was he saying? I forgot. But
All right, that was
okay,
good.
what I was gonna call about was
I just started your clock, by the way.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I don't even know if I'll take it all up. I just got like one thing I wanted to holler at you. So I'm up here in my out-of-town spot, and every single time I come up here, my favorite thing to do is look at the moon, but I finally realized my favorite time to look at the moon. Do you have a favorite, like, moon phase or anything?
Full.
Full, that's what everyone would say, but you got to admit, that's kind of the simple answer, right?
Yeah, but still, I like it.
I hear you. I hear you.
Why? What do you like?
Oh, by the way, nice hat, dude. That hat looks
Let's
nice.
let's point it out, everybody. This is the Tony Coriolis signed Scottsdale, Arizona hat. It is currently for sale for a bid. It has to be more than $100. We've already got a $100 bid in.
Yeah. I
One bid.
signed it with Mark Sargent Sharpie, and I joined the VIP.
Wait, this is
so
with
that I
Mark
could
Sargent
talk to Mark
Sharpie?
Sargent. That was cool.
This is with Mark
Yeah,
Sargent.
Sargent
Oh,
Sharpie.
that the value just went sky high.
I know. That's what you said last time too. I said it one other time. I listen to my calls more than you re-listen to my calls.
I do not re-listen
no
to my
one's-
show. No,
No one's more obsessed with yourself than yourself. And
I don't listen to myself.
that's-
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you and Whitsitt said too. He doesn't listen to all his stuff over again, and I can understand that. I don't do that much, so yeah, I re-listen to my stuff. But,
Okay.
but okay.
I don't do that
wanted to
much,
say-
but I re-listen to my stuff. But
Well, I don't do that much. Like, I don't do a show. If I did a show, would I re-listen to the show? Yeah, I probably would. Yourself and yourself, That's just what it is.
One of the funnier calls ever. All right.
Yeah, but okay. When I asked you,
Do you think that the people that buy the hat will want the lice in it, or should I take it out?
would want the what in it?
The lice.
No, definitely no lice for me. Never.
Oh,
had
no
that.
lice? All
That,
right.
yeah, that is incorrect.
I'll put back on the
About
lice
it.
hat then.
Yeah. So, okay, I asked you that moon question because I found my favorite time to look at the moon is right after it, from new to full. It happens to be right behind the sun, if you're looking at the timing on it all.
What?
Like, yeah. Like if
From
you go
new
onto the
to
app,
full?
when it is first appearing after a new moon.
Oh, okay.
It is right after the sun. That's what
Right.
I'm talking about.
Yes, it's a little sliver piece.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my favorite moon to see. That is my personal favorite day to see the moon. And I messed up because now I got Monday, Tuesday off, but I really should have had Wednesday, Thursday off, because those are the best days to look at the moon.
Do you have a
'Cause
good?
look at
Do you have a good camera?
No, I don't. But so okay, I'm in a perfect spot. If you see this mountain right here, I end up looking over that mountain as I see it.
Wow,
you know?
pretty. Where are you
But
at?
either
Where
way,
is?
the sun,
Wow,
the sun is setting. Yeah, like the sun sets.
that's a
and
fake
then I
sun.
see it right there.
That's a sun simulator.
Yeah, do you see the snowblower right next to it?
Well, it's driving on the ground, but yes, it's holding it up.
Yeah, they have like it's all the technology to send it up there, and it's probably the fake one. You're right.
Probably.
But
Yeah, it's generating
either
all
way,
that heat
so
and
I-
light. It's amazing.
Yeah, so I see it like set after that mountain, and then like the moon is right behind it. So then you still get the light, because the sun is already set, but then you still get the light, and then you see the moon set like kind of with it still being lit. And then
Okay.
the next day you see it just an hour behind,
Right, 50 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And I brought that up one time too, and you said 15 minutes to that. Yeah. And I just say an hour because that's what I loosely think.
Well,
But
it's
you're right.
24 hours, 50 minutes, which is pretty incredible. And then did I show you? If you do the math on it, it comes out to exactly 353 moon days in a year. So the actual moon
Yeah.
tells better time than the sun.
That's why it's like an incorrect clock type of thing. And honestly, so talking VIP, we got the VIP coming up with Karen B. Karen B is the best with that type of how everything's not exactly perfect, but it is a perfect clock. Like
Correct.
she digs a sky clock, but she honors what it actually is observed of. So Karen B's 100. I'm excited for Saturday.
Good. Looking forward to it. All right. Anything else?
Peace out.
Later.
Nothing. And the book, I sent you something on Telegram. I sent you the page of the book. You should have just pulled up to show the moon phases. This Night Sky Almanac.
Okay.
I got. It shows it.
I love your shopping
It's pretty
habits.
cool.
Pretty great. All right. Take care.
Peace out.
Later. That was Tony Coriolis, the great, the wonderful, the proud. King Stephen, not Stephen King. King Stephen. That was great. Thank you for that.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Jaron, did you just let one rip? Was that John Belushi on here? Who was that Tony guy?
Tony
He looked
Coriolis.
a bit
He played the Godfather in the movies The Godfather.
He sort of looked like John Belushi though from Saturday Night Live.
He does kind of look like him.
You know what I mean?
When he was
looked a
when he was
bit like
alive.
John. I was like, God damn, that guy looks familiar. He looks like that fat guy from.
You're from the
He's
Sanity
a
Machine
chubby-
channel?
Yes, you never heard of my channel
I'm
before?
gonna go look. I'm looking right
Sanity
now.
Machine.
Okay.
It is the cream of the crop.
Oh, it's top of the
channel
top
on
of the line.
YouTube.
Well, it's supposed to be second right below me.
Creme de la creme. I was going to ask you,
I'm
what's
not
with
the one
flat
who-
Earth? What's with flat Earth like just being a topic for a decade? Do you think that it will stick around? Like, do you think that people are tired of just focusing on flat Earth, get bored of it, or like how long do you think this is going to be going around, or do you think people will kind of move on to spiritual topics?
Yeah, maybe I'll move on. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in December. I think it does make a difference, and many people don't think so. But to me, it does. I think it'll make a big difference. And
I think it's a stepping stone. I think it makes
Yeah,
a difference, but
sure.
to be stuck on it for like it's kind of like a baby truther topic.
I guess. I mean, it's a possible falsification of one of the models. So, I mean, to me, it seems like it's a little bit more than that. But it doesn't mean that one thing is proven or not. So, I mean, it's going to be up to each individual people. But I think that it'll go on as long as until there's something definitive one way or the other. So,
But
I mean, we might.
I know, like people looking into it in 2015, though it's almost 2025. It's like,
Right. Well, how many more
I don't
people
know.
know about it now than knew about it then?
How many more people?
Yeah, I mean, like if you would have
prob-
asked 100 people on the street in 2015 if they'd ever heard of people looking into flat Earth, 99 of them would have said no. And
Yeah.
if you asked today, out of 100 people, probably 10 would say no. So we've informed the world at this point. The world now knows that there is the conversation. Now, many people might think it's dumb, but you're not going to win them over anyway, right? There's no way.
I don't think it's dumb. I've
No,
never
I
thought it was
said-
dumb.
I said people that think it's
yeah.
dumb. You're not going to win them over.
I know. I just want to clarify my position on it so people don't think that, hey, he's coming on saying it's dumb. I don't think it's dumb, but
What's your position?
I just don't need. Well, I don't need 10 years to look into it. I kind of was convinced it's not a globe in 2015. But I thought even as a young boy, it couldn't be a globe. There couldn't be round oceans and curved water and upside down ships and all that. It didn't.
Right.
The globe model never made sense to me.
It doesn't jive
seemed,
at all. That's why I'm baffled that so many
can't be
people have
right.
fallen
Like,
apart with this final experiment. We could have
I
really
remember
looked
being
good.
the final experiment.
I'm just saying
What
we
was
could
the
have really
final
looked
experiment?
good. Well, it's that test in Antarctica. But I'm just saying we could have really looked
Oh,
good if we just would have come out and been like, yeah, it can't happen. We know we've done enough research to know that that's not the case, which is my position. So, anyway, go ahead.
yeah. My position is the globe doesn't make any sense if you look at it. Even the gravity part, that doesn't make sense. And now you have some of these idiots saying that the Earth is moving up. And
I think that'll
also
go
wanted
away.
to ask you
I think
about
that'll go away.
what. I also wanted to ask you: do you still talk with Rose 777? I've seen her on a couple channels I'm on lately. I
Yep.
just wondered if you guys were still cool.
We're
Or
friends. Yeah.
how about
talk to her
Jake
this
the
morning.
asshole, that little twerp that yells at homeless people? You know that little
Mr. 5'6".
little shrimp. Yeah,
No,
he's the,
don't talk to him.
he's like 2.5 leprechauns tall. That little guy.
Really, 2.5? I
You
don't know
don't.
about that. It's giving him a little much.
He might even be less than that. You're right.
2
It
and a
might
quarter.
be one
Probably
and a
2 and a
half.
quarter.
1.25.
Yeah.
He likes to yell at homeless people and cry and do all this shit.
I think the funniest thing is he was telling everybody to eat raw meat, and then he got extremely sick from it.
Oh, he did? I didn't know he got sick.
Oh yeah, I heard
from
he doesn't
that.
eat raw meat anymore because he got really, really
Was
sick.
he eating raw hot dogs, or what kind of raw meat was he eating?
Raw steak and raw chicken and shit. I don't know.
Oh, raw chicken.
Well, I
Oh,
don't know if
man.
he was eating raw chicken.
Yeah,
That's,
that,
I think
the raw
steak
chicken
for
might
sure.
be dangerous, though.
I would think so. You'd have to build up an
Salmonella.
immunity to that. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a dangerous one to eat. That could kill you, raw chicken. But
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I'm very careful with chicken myself, but I don't eat chicken anymore, so don't have to worry about it.
Oh, you don't eat it anymore?
No, I've tried to eliminate as much meat as I can, but I still eat steak and I still eat salmon.
Oh, I love steak. Yeah, well, Jake banned me from his channel for no reason, and then I tried to straighten it out, and then he ended up saying to me that, he's not going to talk about me ever on his channel. He thought I was just trying to use his channel to
trying to get all those
get
good
known or
views.
something, like with his, I don't know, he did all these, he's all over the place marketing himself, but in case people don't know, Jake is a little prick. He's just he's a tiny little prick.
Very tiny
he's
little
just a
prick.
little shit, and yeah, he's a very tiny little prick, and
That is.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You have 10 more seconds here.
All right. Yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. I hope that people check out my channel. I do go into deeper things, we'll say beyond flat Earth, into the spiritual aspects of reality.
I like it.
and the
I
afterlife.
subscribed. I like some of these things. I've already got a couple. I love the Jurassic Liars. It looks good. There's a video there. There's
All
a
right.
exposed narcissism. Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
All right. Well, check it out. Nope, that's it. Thanks for having me on, and take it easy, everyone. Have a good night.
Peace. All right. So that was. You can find him if you want, the Sanity Machine, at the Sanity Machine 33. He's a shill, obviously, 33 in his name, and if you ever have that, you're definitely an actor and an agent. If you didn't know that, now you know. I'm here to help you out. It's nice of me, isn't it? Okay, let me get up this song here. Shoot, I can't remember the name of it. This one? I wanted to find a song to bring. Yes, this is it. This is your song, Doug. Here we go. Crazy Doug coming on. Douglas.
What song is that?
This is by the great group Doja Click.
I'm just glad it's not.
What song's that?
The Doug cartoon?
Oh, I don't even care about that.
Oh, okay.
No, this
Well,
is-
then you're no longer my Patty Mayonnaise.
Excuse me? I don't even know what that was.
Anyways, you and Tony are killing me with the sun simulator on the snowblower up there.
Banjo is probably one of the smarter researchers there ever has been.
I saw the snowblower. It was driving on the ground somehow up in the sky.
Well, it carries it around. I mean, what are you going to do? Good to drive around the horizon at 2 miles away.
It's got like a 2,000 foot pole on it or something.
Yeah.
2,000 mile pole, maybe.
Can't let them play a haters wonder. Go ahead.
So, you know, That's still going, ain't it?
I'm trying to stop it here. I kind of lost the page. Where'd it go here? Hold on, we'll get it off. It's smoking on that chronic, that shit that's bionic. Good.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I knew that. That's why that's your theme song.
So, recently we had an awesome VIP meeting with Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer.
I do know that.
That was one of the better ones. And he was telling stories about, like the old times and Flat Earth, Matt Parlin, Matt Boylan, all that crap, right?
Correct.
So then that video come out, or somebody posted it, where Mark and Karen were talking about Eric Dubé in the early days.
Right, okay.
And did you watch any more of that?
Just the one part I said I watched. You mean the whole episode? I didn't watch the whole thing. Tell me about it.
Well, because he kind of gave whoever gave it, I forget, was it Tony?
No,
Whoever
it was.
posted
Oh
it.
yeah, it was Coriolis. Yeah.
They gave 2 different timestamps. But anyway,
Yeah, I was a little
Mark's
confused.
telling Karen on there that Eric and Boylan had both emailed him telling him,
What he could say and what he couldn't.
yes, what he could say and what he couldn't.
Right.
Right?
Which is what Dubé did to me. He told me I wasn't allowed to go on Mark Sargent's show.
Man, and it's just crazy to think that he ruined that conference then, like ODD and all these people wasted their money. Anyway, I was just, I found that interesting.
A little shilly in here, isn't it?
Well, and that's, the story Mark told during the VIP meeting. I mean, it was like, minus that information was exactly the same. Like, his story's been consistent.
Right.
So Mark is not a shill. I
No.
always thought it was a little weird that he put his number out there, but I guess he's just bored
Yeah, and weird.
and weird. Well, I guess people don't call him like you would think that you'd have to change your number, right? Trolls and everything else. But anyway,
You made
Mark
me-
is awesome. Karen's awesome. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Eric is a fucking show.
You heard it here first, or second, or third.
Too slick, even though I used a
I
free
wanted you-
program and it cost like zero money.
I was going to try and find that part where Mark says, my shelf broke.
Software from
It was the only time I ever thought he was a shill. Because somebody mentioned it, and I was like, what? There's no way. And he was too quick. He's too quick to come back with that comeback.
Nice and witty.
Yeah, it was too witty. Because it was realistic, his shelf broke. And he said shelf. I'll try and find it for you. I'll play it for you before the end of the show.
To deal with now because the tests are starting, and so
I don't know where he was that he said it, though.
Before I saw clues, I just couldn't put out a video because
Yeah, it's a great interview. If you just go to Mark Sargent's channel, list videos, and then reverse order them by oldest, and you'll look at Strange World episode 10 from 9 years ago. Does it say a date that it was published? It doesn't say a date. I thought the video said a date. Oh yeah, June 27, 2015. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Time flies.
It does.
And so part of that whole
thank you.
Shillfest calling was, is that when the whole idea of Patricia Steer was a man came about?
That was after that, but I mean, it started with like the Flat Earth Reset guy. Yeah.
So anyway, she's posting old videos, like
And
recently
so
the interview
sure
of you
enough-
and Missa and
Yes.
everybody, like, and I'm watching these videos. I'm like, this lady's gorgeous.
Yeah, and she's tiny.
Like,
I've been in a cab with her before, or where I guess we were getting a ride somewhere. She was in the back seat with me, and she's like miniature. So
yeah, she's gorgeous today, but even like back then, like, how could anybody even say that? Like, this is all female as far as my gaydar and mandar goes off.
yeah, but
know?
you
Like,
probably think Cameron Diaz is a girl, and you probably think Jessica Alba's a girl.
I'm not sure about Sandra Bullock, but
Sandra Bullock,
yeah,
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
Cameron Diaz is fine as hell.
Yeah, Cameron Diaz was fine as hell.
If that's a man, I'm a fag. But then I think there's one more thing I wanted to say.
Okay.
Eric being the dress wearing, like, it's just, but I think people are missing the entire, like, the basics. Like you pointed out, he completely changed his stance on a couple of things, like, and he's straight up lying and saying the absence of a southern 24-hour sun doesn't disprove the globe goes against everything most of us have thought and
Yeah,
said.
I think that you and I are the only ones who even pay attention, I guess. I don't know. I've been shocked by the lack of response as well. But it is what it is. I've gotten used to it, actually. It's nobody wants to take that bullet and go against Dubé. So
It's sad.
because it'll bring a mob on you. It will.
I guess. Well, and Leo.
Yeah,
that guy.
Thank God I haven't
he's-
watched anything from him.
Yeah, I just unsubscribed because he's lost it. And I was saying some stuff to people on their channel, and these people are so pathetic. You know, one of them brought up the Baby Truther episode where the lady was on the screen and her football husband was beating her.
It's so stupid.
And y'all let it sit there and play a couple times, and y'all were joking at the same time.
Yeah, and I've watched that since then, and it's not even bad.
And something about the cat peeing on her, whatever. It's not. But they're going. Jaron even supports and encourages woman beating.
What a joke.
What? And so to think that
These
you've
guys
had
are
deal with
going to Jake's videos for evidence, yeah.
they must be an RV.
And
But
they,
the whole,
yeah, the magnets in the football goalposts. What they fail to tell you though is never wear jewelry anywhere in the first 10 rows of the football game because you'll quickly lose your jewelry if they turn on those things. But I guess
I don't know if the ones in the gloves maybe.
yeah,
I mean,
maybe
they
I
obviously
think
have
that's or they make them sticky for sure.
training.
But I don't know about magnetic. Yeah, but anyway, I don't think if you put a magnetic rim, it would help you shoot basketballs either.
Probably not. The Coriolis effect of the Earth would help you.
Yes, it would. I
Yeah,
guess
as Neil says.
Stephen Curry really knows the Coriolis factory. Weighs it in every time.
No, he probably makes it because he's like, nah, this shit's flat.
I'll just shoot it straight towards the hole.
I think that was about it. But
Okay.
I can't believe that people are just so rotten and.
Yeah, just don't worry about it. I mean, I've got to get over it. I don't trip anymore. It's like if people don't like this thing, will have to funnel itself out. The thing that sucks is somebody like Leo, who is like when they go on that position, is that they're just done for life for me. So, because that guy, there's never been an apology in the history of YouTube. No one's ever came out and been like, I was wrong, I apologize. Just doesn't happen. People would rather.
You've done it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'm a decent human. That's the difference.
Right.
But I think the other people would just rather go to the grave and rather than admit they were wrong. So
Well, and I think you already apologized and said you made a mistake for calling him a grifter, right?
right, and I don't remember exactly if that was said. If I think I was saying in general, people who have maybe an alternative interest in this don't want to see it go away or whatever. So I kind of called him a grifter. But if he doesn't make any money or doesn't do any ads, then that's probably not the right word to call him. But he is a kind of a population grifter or like a attention-seeking grifter.
I think so too.
So, again, it's the same old thing now, and I would not dare listen to one of his videos because I did tune in to one of them, and it's just like the same. Like, I'm a victim, and I can't stand it.
Bringing up behind the curve and shit like that. Like,
It's just so dumb. Yeah, this is what
he
tells me these
obviously
guys have
doesn't
no
know.
clue. Well, they even know. They know. They just can't. They have to say whatever they can. They know that's what gets people on their side. So they're just going to stick. I mean, it's just such a ridiculous position to take that you're a demonstrable realist, so you get to choose what is demonstrable and what is real. And things that other people observe, I guess, doesn't matter.
Well, unless it is in line with his beliefs.
Right. So whatever. To each their own. If people want to follow that, go right ahead.
Well, thanks for staying true, bro. Keep it up.
Later.
Peace.
All right. I'm going to just real quick, I just want to thumb through this. I just want to see if I can find where
Yeah,
that
the
part
customer.
is.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
We're going to listen
I hear
to me and Mark. real
Use
quick.
your own.
I
your
hear
own
you, man.
deductive reason.
I-
And high, and you were 2 feet above sea level. That bend would be 2 inches.
Fascinating. Yeah, this should be a lot of fun to watch. That out to what? What do you think is the max you can do?
They're not even true, and they keep going to these. Right.
But the fact that you bought your video editing serendipitous boards.
I'm not going to find it.
Shill behavior this, shill behavior that. So I just said, I don't care who's a shill. I said, if Mark Sargent's a shill, so be it. You know, his true colors will show. Well, then they popped in right after and said, hey, we agree with everything you said, except the part where you said, we need to wait and see if Mark shows his true colors.
Okay.
That he's already shown them. He is a paid NASA shill. Oh yeah, this is.
Listen.
Oops. That was weird. As soon as you said that, my shelf almost fell over.
Oh boy.
That's really odd. Anyway, keep talking.
Yeah. So
so that was the closest I ever came to thinking Mark was a shill. Is that somebody said, "Did you hear when that shelf broke?" He said, "Right when you started calling him a shill, then all of a sudden there was this huge crash, and then he's like, "Oh, hold on, that was really weird timing." Right when you said that, my shelf fell over and broke. Let's listen again. Pretty funny.
This is if Mark shows his true colors.
Okay.
That he's already shown him. He is a paid NASA shill. Oh yeah, this is.
Oops, that was weird. As soon as you said that, my shelf almost fell over.
My shelf.
Oh boy,
that's really odd. Anyway, keep talking.
Yeah. So they just have basically already come to this full conclusion, and I don't mind what conclusion people come to. That's fine. That's between them and you. And if Eric has issues with you over, he thinks that you misquoted him or that you have a different model than him, that's fine.
Yeah.
And what I said was to everyone, I popped back in again and said, okay, that's great. What's going on there? I said, but for me, I'm going to wait till I see clear signs of that. And they said, there has been clear signs. Here's the links to this huge list of, or this the other thread that we've already talked about it. So I clicked on that thread, and that's when I realized, uh-oh.
That's the one. How many pages is it up to now, Trevor?
It is at 18 pages. Last post 26 minutes ago.
Oh man! And when I started reading that, I said, "Uh-oh," because I knew that I was going on your show.
Yeah.
And we'd also, I don't remember if it was the morning before or the morning after we had the roundtable.
Yeah.
And so at that point, I'm thinking, well, now I'm kind of stuck in the fact that I certainly am not going to back out of your show when I've seen no evidence other than, and like I said, if you're a shill, I would have never made my first video if it wasn't for your videos.
Yeah. Which
so
means,
to me, regardless of if you're paid or not, then the government is even stupider than I thought, which is, I don't give them a lot of credit as it is.
Yeah.
And if you're controlled opposition, and I would be doing no videos if it wasn't for you. And now here I am, and I think I've helped wake a lot of people up. And so anyway, I just don't see the same side as them. So I just I even private messaged Eric and said, hey, Eric, just so you know, I'm going on Mark's show. And I said, before you guys jump all over my back, why don't you watch the show or listen to the show?
Not going to work.
And I said, if Mark ever tried to say something about, well, I don't like Eric's this or misquoted you, I said, I'm going to jump in and say something.
Yeah.
And I said, so just wait until after the show. And then if I say something that you guys don't like, I don't mind if you guys want to call me a shill or whatever. Yeah. But I said, I kind of have a feeling this is going to go south before that. Well, and it wasn't so much Eric. He wasn't in there commenting in the forum. It was the
just
moderators.
Yeah.
And there's about 3 or 4 people that are just absolutely sure you're paid opposition, and there's no question about it.
But eventually he shows up.
Oh, yeah. And that was kind of surprising.
I'm looking forward to listening. That's 2015. That's a long time ago. Interested in hearing. I forgot that conversation other than the shelf breaking. All right, let's see who's next. We've got Harmon. Yo, Harmon, what's up? Yo, MTV
Not
Raps.
much.
All right.
Just saying hello to you. There was that guy earlier was showing his video with the apparent horizon going up and down with the ocean there.
Yes.
Where he was going. That's the same thing as Skunk Bay. You know, it wasn't that Skunk Bay that did it up and down, up and down.
Yes.
That's the same thing. It's so nice when somebody doesn't take a video and they go out and do it themselves and see the same thing.
Right.
That's I like about that.
Yeah, I would like to see like a time lapse of it or something, just to see it more from one to the other.
Right. And like you said, well, look at the buoy. I was trying to check that out, but the same thing, Skunk Bay, it changes the whole thing too.
Right.
And
it's just that's a lot closer. I don't know how far those islands are across on Skunk Bay, whereas he was saying that beach is 8 miles across.
Right.
So it's pretty short.
When it's clear, I mean, every once in a while, my son will call me from Long Beach and say, and it's like a surprise when Catalina Island shows up, because it's like 26 miles, and they don't see it most of the time. But sometimes they see it. It's just like clear as day. Just a pretty picture 26 miles away. So that's how that works, I guess.
Very nice.
I hate how we've used the word shill and changed the meaning of it. You know, I everybody goes to shill. Shill means a fake person. That's not what a shill. We know that's not what a shill is. It's just one of my pet peeves. Everybody keeps using the word shill. Anyway.
Yeah,
so,
no, it's completely lost its meaning or its luster or its anything about it.
Right, because it's we just use it as a fake. Anyway, so that's one thing. And then Eric DeBay finally, you know, I supported him for years for the books he writes and the things he puts out. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort to do that stuff.
Agreed.
So I've ignored some. He even kicked me off his IFers, you know, because I mentioned how good Dave was. and they just, I mean, I said one comment out of
Shill.
like 6 years being on there, and I got kicked off. And then so finally that last one he did on you, I just couldn't swallow it. And my renewal is coming up on the 4th of August. So last night I just canceled his Patreon and just forget it. I can't deal with that no more.
Yeah, well, thank you for that.
That's baby truth there.
Right.
I remember, I got a little upset with you that one time when I was on there with your show with RV, and RV called me a liar about Charles Manson and all that stuff.
I remember that.
And then you guys just took it. You know, when it's personal, it goes against you, right? So it was about 2 months later, he went off on you and Dave and really called you stuff. So now you're saying, well, I know he's not real on a lot of stuff because I'm real and he's calling me this stuff. Well, I knew the same thing. You know, that's why I quit talking to him a long time and listening to him a long time ago. But he's still interesting sometimes. Even that stupid Jake put another freaking. He loves your thumbnail, putting you on his thumbnails lately. He reminds me of those guys from England. And,
yeah, they all like to do that.
He had something on the sun the other day, and I was looking at it, and so I go on about 20 minutes into his channel. I go and I make one comment. I hardly ever make a comment. So I made a comment, and he was talking about sun. I said, "Don't you remember Rory Cooper from 2015?"
Oh yeah.
Because I've always described to him and Antonio, right? And we've had our difference on that. Because Antonio is a guy at least south of west and east and south of east, and you said, well, that does make sense to me. So I put a comment in there on like that, and he goes, "Get rid of that guy Harmon Walker. He's a big moderator for Jaron." I told him, I said, I've never been a moderator for Jaron. I've never asked Jaron to be on. I kind of think Jaron has understanding that I don't want to be a moderator, you know?
Right.
And so I got banned for another 1 second comment. It says, "Don't you remember Rory Cooper?" is all I said.
Oh boy, what a piece of work.
I know. And he's so mental. And the thing that killed me off, we know personally what killed me off, but when he treated that guy so bad, you know,
yeah,
just
me too.
treated him so.
You mean
so
the
bad.
homeless guy, and then also the thing with the autism kid.
Yeah, and also that one girl who used to went through all her Facebooks and was just saying how bad this is and this, and she does a lot of makeup stuff now. Well, I mean, he went off on several women. I don't know what his problem is with women, but God,
Well,
he
doesn't get
them.
any women. That's pretty obvious.
He must not.
Yeah, I don't.
You
think
know,
so.
I mean, I understand. Then one last thing about Antonio's book. You know, I've always believed that with Rory Cooper, and I've always gone to the theory that the light causes the sun, and the sun doesn't cause the light. You know, the sun produces this heat and stuff. I've said that many times on your show.
Yes.
And so, I don't think. There's no way the sun's going to circle you. But
No.
you might see it set in a different spot and rise in a different spot than you thought.
Yeah, sure.
Because it can appear anywhere.
Yes.
Right. And that's no problem. But and if you said stuff, if it did circle, it would prove our model wrong. It won't prove our land wrong. It'll prove our sky model wrong. That's how I look at it. It's not going to prove flat Earth wrong. It's going to prove flat Earth theory on the sky model. You know, and
so
I
if that were
don't think that's how I
true,
look at it.
so if that were true, then you would be able to show me one example of a flat ground map model idea conception that would allow for that to happen. But you'll
to
never
allow it for it to happen.
Yeah,
well,
but you
it's
can't
a
find
parent
it.
sun. It's not a real. It's not a physical sun. It's not.
Well, but
you
okay,
know,
so
I've told you that two sun things and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I'm far out on that.
if the sun's coming across the horizon on our north, right? So if there's
Right,
any
right.
kind of reflection, second sun, any kind like that, you would see it happen.
Would you?
Yeah, I mean, think about what you're saying. You're saying that basically there would be a second fake sun somehow that manifests. Okay, an apparent sun.
A second apparent from the light. The light wherever it's fixed to its biggest, strongest point of electric magnetism or whatever that power of the light that circles around us. I always picture the yin and yang. You know that.
Right. So if you were to see these sunspots on that sun as it goes by in the north,
I know it's a mystery, isn't it?
it's a mystery. That's why, that's why it's great. And I think everyone should be. If everyone was actually scientific, this is the thing that's upset me the most about this whole thing. Is I thought that we were the group that was scientific. We were the group that cared about observations, and we're not, Because if we were, then you wouldn't.
I'm 100% behind you on your observation.
Yeah.
I think you're 100% right. And you got to say, if it's circled, you go, I got to figure this shit out.
Right. And
or be like men throughout history, never be able to figure it out.
Maybe. Yeah. And that could be it too. But I mean, we should be welcoming any kind of evidence that we don't have yet. Yeah. We just don't have the information.
Oh,
yet.
I love it. I love it. Matter of fact, I wish it did. I would like to throw everybody into the what the fuck's category.
Yeah, it would throw everything off. Yeah. So again, I mean, it's teach their own, but people have adopted this new, and now they have to stay in that position, right? Everybody who's said that now will have to stick to that, and it's just going to look ridiculous. It just proves that we're not the side of science and observation. We have now become.
And I'm still going.
Globers.
Yeah, I'm still going with my first. What I told you the very first time I heard it. I said I think it's going to be like all those other aircraft circling north to south. I think it's not going to happen.
So do I.
But remember they hyped that one up with the Sapien all the way to like 2 weeks or 10 days before it.
Yep.
All the way 10 days. It was crazy, and it didn't happen.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So anyway, I appreciate you, and you're doing good to me, in my opinion.
Thank
you.
You're the only one I care about.
You know, I wish you could go. Even if Austin didn't go. I know it's maybe a little scary, but what adventurer didn't have to put peril in his sights?
I'm not really sure any globe believers or any flat Earth believers had to go on trips with globe believers, but maybe that happened. All right, I gotta let you go. I got people behind you.
All right. Just think of Lewis and Clark having to trust all the natives helping them. Same thing.
Okay, gotcha. Later. We've got, I saw Doug said something real quick. Doug said, falsification does not require replacement. Yes, very true. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that if you're saying that this doesn't falsify the flat Earth, then you should have to replace it with something, or it is falsified. That's the definition of falsification, which is the highlight of a scientific idea, is one that can be falsified. So when you have something that's not falsifiable, which is the idea of it doesn't matter what happens in observations, we're going to believe this. You have just exited science and you've entered pseudoscience. So that's what this group is about now. It's just sad. Art, what's going on? You are muted, my friend.
Okay, hear me now?
I hear you great. What's up?
Okay, great. Yeah. No, I was a little problem with the sun going parallel over the flat Earth. Is one thing that I don't know, it seems to be a problem for me, the geometry of it.
Okay.
Right? Now, most people claim that, if you look at the sun, it moves 15 degrees per hour.
Right.
Basically across the sky. And it doesn't matter where you're to on Earth to observe that, right? That's what you'll roughly get, 15 degrees per hour.
Okay.
But like if you got two observers or more looking at the sun, and they're both observing it moving at 15 degrees per hour, it means that it must be speeding up for one guy, the fellow that is moving away from, and the person that the sun is traveling towards, the sun must slow down in order to get him to record 15 degrees of movement, right? Because the further away you go. I did up some simple little slides.
Wait, so hold on real quick. I just want to make sure I see what you're saying. So you're saying that if there's a person, let's say in Florida and one in California, you're saying that when the sun is going over the head of the person in Florida, it's moving a different speed away from him than it would be to the person in California when it's coming towards him?
A different angular speed, yes. They wouldn't get 15 degrees per hour. Right?
Okay. Well,
I did up a set of simple slides.
Okay, show me.
To show that. Now, how do I go to percent? There's a button down the bottom here that says present. Do I click that?
Click that.
Now, my slides are I put them in a little simple diagrams. I know how you like drawing simple diagrams.
Yes.
I just drew some simple diagrams and put them in a slideshow.
So you can see where it says slides, but I'm not really sure if that's the best way to do it. When you hit slides?
No, I think.
See where it says your computer? If you click sides? Oh.
I'll go share screen, I guess.
Okay, yeah, and just show me it from your screen. That works.
Okay, so works best on a good computer. I'm not sure I got that.
Hit okay.
Some screens let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox. Follow these.
Yes, if you have audio. Screen. There you go.
Okay. Choose what screen to share.
Now you'll see a screen on. You want to see? Usually people put entire screen, and then you'll just click it. It'll highlight it in blue, and then the box will pop up that says share.
Okay. LG Electronics. That's the one. So I just click share.
Okay.
Highlight that.
Should be good.
And share. Now only thing is I got to go back to the slideshow.
Well, I don't see it. You're not sharing for some reason, so try it again.
Do you see the screen there now?
I don't.
You don't see the slideshow?
Nope.
Okay.
I just see your one screen. Usually another screen pops up down at the bottom. I don't see it. Just go through the process again.
I don't know if I can get back. Okay. StreamYard and a tab in Chromium. Let me just cancel.
Yeah, if you don't want to hit a tab when it says share screen, because if you're going to be showing slides, you want to show your entire computer, your entire screen, because your tabs will not be inside of a Chrome tab. Pause your clock there. Oops, we lost you. You hit something wrong. All right, let's go with Vara. Welcome, Vara. Hey, yo, Vara. Hey, yo, Vara. Vara, you are here, but you're not being heard. Oh, let's get Art back while Vara figures it out. Art, welcome back. Sorry about that. Okay, try and share again, and we'll see if this works. You're here. Do you hear me? Art? Art, you're on the show. Art, unmute. There you go. You're on the show.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay, so go to share or present. Can you hear me? Am I not on the... You can't hear me? What's going on here? Art, can you hear me? Move myself back. Art, can you hear me?
No audio.
No audio.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, let me kick you 1 second again, and we'll try this again. Come back in. If you're listening to the show, come back in. I kicked you because for some reason you couldn't hear me, but I think my audio is working. Yeah. Let's try VR, but he couldn't hear me either. I don't know. VR, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
All right, we heard you. What's going on?
Hey, man. What's up?
Not much.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, like, what's your stance on the final experiment now? Are you going?
I don't know yet. I'm waiting for Austin to do an interview with Duffy, and then he's going to kind of assess that and decide if he wants to go. If he does not, then I want to know who's going before I make my mind up. And if he is going, then I've already said that I would go as well. So that's where it stands. And I also don't want to be like holding it up. Like I understand that Duffy needs to get a move on it. So I've already told him that if he passes me up, I don't mind. So I don't want him to be like, oh, I'm waiting because, you know, I get it that things aren't moving very fast. So if he wants to move on to somebody else, he's more than welcome. But that's what
it's starting to smell more and more fishy. Like by every day it goes by, right?
What's smelling fishy?
Well, I mean, like, what are you expecting? Like everything we know now, like they can fake the sun, and
they can't fake the sun.
There's so many possibilities.
So they can't fake the sun. No, I've never seen them do that or get away with it. So they could have some technology that I don't know about. But again, I think people aren't really thinking about what you're talking about. If we go outside right now and you see the sun and then it's going across the sky, now imagine that they were going to fake the sun. Well, what happened to the real one? You're looking at the real sun in the sky. Somehow they would have to replace that with a new sun, and people don't even think about the size that would have to be. The size of the sun would have to be enormous. You're talking about bigger than anything you've ever seen, the fake sun, because it's got to be up in the sky and far away from you in order to be providing light to the ground, and it has to be pretty far away from the observer, at least a couple miles. So, I mean, again, the chances of that are just so slim. I don't know why people are so afraid they have to go to these nonsense ideas that aren't even possible. They just like the idea of, oh, they could fake the sun. I think some people really like the idea of being held down by the government. They blame the government for all their problems, and they feel like they never have to actually address any of the issues in their life as long as they always have the government as the bad guy. So I want the government out of my life. I don't want to use them as a constant blame for every issue that I have. So I say if they're going to fake the sun, then make them. Certainly don't be so afraid of it that you're like, oh, it's fishy, so we shouldn't go down there. Well, then what you're doing is you're just bowing to those in the positions of power who don't even have to do anything to stay there. They can just scare you. So I want to see them actually fake the sun, and I don't think it's possible.
Me too.
Yeah. So that's why I think it's good to go down there. I think somebody should go down there. I don't think people needed to be so worried about it. Like it's what Duffy says doesn't change what you believe. People are like thinking Duffy's some sort of I don't know, arbiter of truth, that he can just come on the internet and say, oh, now the globe is true, and everybody agrees with him. That's just never going to happen. So people shouldn't have been so, I don't know, acting like that would happen. It's a bad showing. It's been a bad showing because we are on the side of observation. We are on the side of evidence. We are on the side of truth. And you have these guys that are globers. And of course, this is what's been so surprising is I think I've actually had people reach out to me that seem like they're genuinely afraid because of the globers' attitude, because they say the globers are so sure of themselves. Well, it's like, yeah, they're globers. So they think there has to be a 24-hour sun, because if there wasn't, then they would call into question everything they believe. So we should expect that people like Toon and FTFE and Duffy and these guys are all going to be very confident that there is a 24-hour sun down there. Now, that's something that we should know. If there is, then we need to know that because our model's wrong and we need to change everything about it. Now, if people don't agree with that, that's fine, but it's hilarious to me. You are then pushing a false model. You're pushing something that isn't physically possible, and yet you call yourselves truthers, or you call yourselves scientific. The least scientific thing you can do is to be shown in evidence, in observations, that your theory is wrong, and yet you stick to it. That's the least scientific thing you can do. So the flat earth went from being very scientific to where we could put that in the glober's face and say, no, we go by evidence, we go by observations. And now we can no longer do that because we've been the ones saying it doesn't matter if you go make an observation. It doesn't change the fact that the earth's flat. Well, that is the equivalent of saying, choosing your result and then basing, everything off of you already decided what the answer is. Well, that's what the globe did. So we don't want to be that team. I don't want to be the team that says the earth is flat, so it doesn't matter what observation you bring to me. That's not true. And anybody who says that is just lying to themselves. The earth is flat because of the evidence, not in spite of. That's what we went from. We went from earth is flat because of evidence to people saying earth is flat despite the evidence. Do you understand the two differences there? One side is gross. The other side is cool. And
well, you don't have to tell it to me, man. I mean, it's a bullshit experiment in my book. I think.
So what's bullshit about it? You say I don't have to tell you, but now you're saying it's a bullshit experiment when it's a falsification of one of the models. How is that a bullshit experiment? Just because you don't like it? Just because you didn't come up with it? I don't get where your position.
No, I mean just like you were saying, for the globers to say that it would like prove the flat Earth wrong if there was a 24-hour sun, right?
Okay. So yeah, how would it not?
That's all I was saying. Like I was asking you if you were going. Cool.
Right. Not sure yet.
If you're going, yeah, okay.
All right.
I mean, I didn't know why you went on that rant.
Because you said that it's a bullshit experiment, and then you said that just because the globers say it will prove our model wrong, but
it won't.
How not?
That's because it's because you still have gas without gas pressure.
Okay.
With
so you can have a lot of different things that match our model. It doesn't mean that when it becomes falsified, you can still stick to it. That's what I'm saying. And that's just should go like if I said to you, what if we measure curvature? What would you say to that? Would you say the same thing? It doesn't matter because gas next to vacuum can't happen, so therefore curvature measuring doesn't mean that the Earth's curved? That's what you guys are saying.
I'm just saying the experiment doesn't prove anything about not the Earth not being flat. That's why I'm saying.
So if that were the case, and I'll say this again because I've said it for 3 weeks and nobody's been able to do it. If what he just said is correct, then somebody just show one. I'm only asking for one example of a flat Earth that works with that observation. The answer is they don't. So you are actually now declaring that even if your model is falsified, you will not get off your model. You're going to continue believing something that is falsified in reality. That's just insane to me. I would never, ever say that. Now, I don't believe that we are going to falsify the theory. I believe that there is no 24-hour sun for many, many reasons, and that it will set. Now, why doesn't everybody just take that position rather than this new position of oh, even if you falsify our model with observations, we aren't going to get off of it because this is our religion now. I need to exit from that community. I don't want to be part of that. I think it's insane. It's not. We've never had that position one time throughout the entire 9 years that we've all been flat earthers, and now all of a sudden, people are taking that route. You're becoming exactly what we all hated about the globe. Why we became flat earthers? We became flat earthers because there was things that they couldn't answer in their model, and we're like, okay, wait, they sound very pseudoscientific. They're just saying things without actually observing or without. Where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of this? So we became flat earthers. Now, as flat earthers, we've just adopted their position of nope. Because think about this. The reason globers are globers is because they don't care about the observations that we've pointed out. They don't care about us seeing too far. They don't, because they've already adopted the globe earth, and they're saying the globe earth is true no matter what you say, no matter what evidence you bring. And we've made fun of them for 9 years. Now it's the flat earthers doing that. Now the flat earthers are saying the earth is flat no matter what evidence you show us. So we've just become dirtbags like them then, which is something I never thought that I would see. I thought that we were about evidence. And if there's evidence of something that is impossible on our model, I think that we should know that, and then we should go back to the drawing board. But people should recognize how catastrophic it is. It's not just this isn't like there's lots of observations on the globe and the flat earth that both have explanations for, and either one could be technically correct, right? Like refraction. Okay, they say that the Canigou Mountains are being lifted up by refraction. We say we're just seeing too far. Either one of those could technically be correct. It's hard to say which one. It would be hard to jump off the fence one way or the other based on that particular observation because both have explanations for it. So that's basically why Dave Weiss always says, fits in this basket, fits in that basket. Because there isn't a lot of things that fit in one basket or the other. It usually works on both models. Now, Dave Weiss has brought up in the South, we know that there's a difference between the North and the South, and that's really where one will fit in one pocket or another. And when it comes to a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that is impossible on a flat earth model. Now, I say impossible. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. So I'm saying to people, just show me one example of it happening. Now, in order to make it happen, people need to invoke other suns, reflection suns, or mirrored suns, right? Which, to me, if you're down there, you would definitely see happen. For instance, if it's going in front of you in the north and you see the sunspots, if all of a sudden the sunspots are flipped a minute later, all of a sudden you can go, oh, it's a mirrored image. So we would discover that. Or if it's a apparent sun, we would see it apparently appearing when the other sun was apparently going away. So we would be able to say, oh, it's an apparent sun. What would never happen is the sun just stay the sun. The same sun that we see in the sky, it can't just stay that and start going behind you and people go, oh, that's an apparent sun. Well, no, was it apparent when it was in front of us in the north? Or is it apparent here? And it's that simple to me. It's just, it would be impossible for them to incorporate a fake sun, to have it appear out of clouds. We're going to have footage of that. Imagine if we bring home footage and it's 72 hours of video footage and everyone watches it and they're all like, wait a second, how come at the exact same time on all 3 days, the clouds come, the sun looks like it's going away, all of a sudden out pops this new sun that you can't get any actual sunspots from. And then it circles around you to the south, and then when it gets back to the same location it got to the day before, it then looks like again something weird happens, and then you see the real sun come, and now we get the sunspots again. So we would immediately know that the sun behind us is fake, the sun in front of us is real, and that's what we would be determining there. So to just chalk it up to, oh, this is a shitty experiment because some losers on YouTube say so, to me is not sufficient to dismiss an observation. Nobody's ever had a chance to go down and observe the Antarctic sun from the flat earth, and as a group, we should be excited when somebody is. It shouldn't make a difference what you think they're going to see or what ifs they give, like, oh, if I see this, then this means this. If this, it doesn't matter. Everyone should have just been like, wow, let's go see. And then when we get back, if like no footage is brought back, or it's like a little bit weird, or like now we're saying that we went to the moon or something, then you just say, oh, I don't believe those guys. I think that they got compromised. And that's it. Go about your merry way. It didn't need to be this attacking of everything, demonization against people. It just, this community is really looked bad. And they may not see it because they don't look at themselves. But from the outside looking in, it looks bad. My sister even was like talking to me the other day. She goes, I'm confused. Why is everybody hating you? Is it because you're not going to Antarctica? I said, no, I haven't decided yet. She goes, yeah, but I'm looking at these other channels. They're all hating you. I don't get it. I said, it's because I'm going to Antarctica. She's like, wait, I don't get it. Why would they be mad at you for going? And I said, because they think I guess that there's a chance that we won't see what we think. She goes, well, wouldn't they want to know that? I'm like, I didn't even know how to have a conversation with her. I couldn't even rationalize the explanation as to why people would be against me going. It's like, well, it's because I said if we see the sun circle our head, that the flat Earth is wrong. And she's like, well, yeah, that's correct, right? Yeah. Well, then why would they hate you for that? Well, because I guess I'm not allowed to say that the flat Earth could ever be wrong. I have to be in the camp now that says it doesn't matter what observations you bring, we'll just say the Earth's flat. That's pseudoscientific. So now we are the group of pseudoscientists. We're no better than the globe. I always thought we were better than the globe. So that's just I guess the position that people are taking. And it's not just, it's like a lot of them. And they'll do videos about it and they go on and on about it. And they all just keep saying the same thing of, oh, you can't tell the shape of the ground with the lights in the sky, which is just insanity because you can. We know what the sun does every fucking day. Does the same thing for all of our lives from the day we were born, and our grandparents and our great-grandparents. The sun's done the same thing. So if the sun goes around the earth in 24 hours, brings light and heat to all the continents, then it cannot, for somebody on the outskirts in Antarctica, go the opposite direction than it's going the rest of the world and somehow still get to the rest of the world behind the person in Antarctica. How could it be behind the person in Antarctica, but it's actually over in Australia at the same time? You'd have to invoke second suns. You'd have to say there's a sun above Australia and one behind the person in Antarctica. But they can't be the same. They're completely different ends of the world. So it is a falsification if it does happen. We would be really careful before we just come back and say, oh, yeah, it went behind our head. As soon as that, I mean, remember, we're going to be there 3 days. As soon as that first day, hey, here we go. Look what I got. Hey,
My
what about
God, Becky, look at that tip. It is so big.
There still wouldn't
just
be
like
curvature.
out there.
Though,
It's like
right?
gross.
No. So that's why you'd have to go back to drawing board because, again,
that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, right?
Right. So I agree with that.
I think it's great that you're going. If you're going,
I don't know yet.
Because
I think it should. Whoever's going,
well,
it'll be great. Right?
This is just you're taking a lot of time with me, so I don't wanna, But I was trying to say my piece.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry I interrupted your piece. Go ahead.
No, it's cool, man. Like, it's your show, whatever. I'm just saying, like, whatever happens, I think, to me, because I'm a simulation theory nerd, I think anything's possible. I think there's a great quote by Arthur Clarke, regarding that, saying that any technology is sufficient enough is indistinguishable from magic.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the thing. Like, I think you refer to the fact that we don't really know what the sun is, right? And we don't claim to know.
No, but for this particular observation, it doesn't matter if the sun is made of diamonds, cheese, diapers, a pile of shit, or it's a bowl of piss. Doesn't matter. The sun does the same thing every day, and it brings light and heat to all the continents. And it cannot then go around, whether it's a bowl of piss or whether it's a chewing gum or whether it's cheese, it cannot go around a person in Antarctica because it's got to be on the other side of the world lighting up Australia. This isn't even difficult. It's sad to me that this is what Flat Earth has become. What are we arguing against? Basically, we're just saying, because you kind of said, oh, Arthur C. Clarke and anything can happen. So then this is a completely different direction than Flat Earth has been going for 9 years. Now we're in the direction of it's just flat because it's our religion, and therefore anything can happen. So any observation that would ever disprove what we believe, we wouldn't accept it. We would just adjust our belief and say anything could happen. It could be magic, and we just don't know because Arthur C. Clarke said so. Like, I hope people recognize where you're going. You're now into the land of anything can be true. You're now into the land of evidence doesn't matter, research doesn't matter, observations don't matter. Now it's just our belief versus who cares? Like, observations.
No, I'm
change
just saying that's my opinion. You
Right.
don't have to say for
your
any
opinion. Well,
labeling or grouping.
Well, your opinion is a lot of people's opinion. A lot of people agree with you.
No, that's just my opinion. I'm just speaking for myself.
So what you're
Just
saying
for
is
the
that
record.
there's no observation that can change your belief.
Of course there is.
What would that be? What would that look like?
Regarding what?
Your belief in the flat Earth. Is there any observation that can be made that would make you change your belief?
Well, there's a lot of different things about the flat Earth. Like, you can't just say one observation would make me change. Like, what do you be more specific?
Well, I'm asking you, is there any observation that would make you change your belief that you currently hold? You're asking me to like provide that observation for you? Well, I don't think that.
Just an example. I don't know.
Okay, so if somebody went out and went across a lake that was 20 miles and measured curvature, so they sent a laser across, and the laser hit a board on the other side of the lake, but way, 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 way higher. Right? So like as if the earth dropped and the board was way up high. Let's say that happened. Now, I'm guessing that that wouldn't change my opinion either, but let's say that that happened and people started going out and replicating that. Would you change your belief then? Because then I could still say, if you said yes, I would still say to you, well, still, how does a vacuum sit next to air pressure? Right? So there's other things that still would lead you to flat earth. But if there's major things that kind of falsify your model, you really should look at your model. Because I don't want to be globers. I don't want to be globers where they can make things up. They can use dark matter, dark energy, whatever they need to get by, change what's under the ground. They just constantly are adjusting their ideas and with weird rationale, right? I mean, dark matter, dark energy is just very strange. They're like, well, it must be there. So I guess what we could do is if we really wanted to be like globers, then if we did see the sun go behind us, we could just say it's being carried over there by dark lift. And dark lift causes the sun to manifest in two places, both behind the person in Antarctica and over above Australia. And it's dark lift, and let's just plug forward with that. That's literally what people would have to do. You'd have to, if you want to explain reality. And it's not like explaining little things or like, it's like the biggest thing that there is. Is there anything more important than the sun in the world? Not really. The sun is everything. So, and we know what it does. And I think that we've been provided the sun by God, by the Creator, for us to use as needed. And so if we are able to observe something that goes against any idea of a flat model, I just think that we'd have to take that into account and say, okay, you can still believe in a flat earth because there is no measurement of curvature and because of all the other reasons that we've come across. But you should also recognize that the AE map should be thrown away. Any circle map like that with a center North Pole and a south push to the outsides can no longer really be viable unless you just want to ignore observations and just say we're going to believe it because it's our religion. So that's just, you'll never hear me say that. You'll never hear me say, I, despite evidence, am going to stick to my religious personal belief. It's just, I want to follow evidence. Now, sometimes I may not agree with evidence, right? So, for instance, you always have these people saying, you've been shown evidence. You've been shown that the ISS goes in front of the sun. Yes, I've seen the ISS go in front of the sun, but it's a little black silhouette. And so you're making the jump of saying, oh, if you see the silhouette, then there's people inside of it floating around. And I'm not willing to make that jump. I don't have evidence. I don't have the sufficient evidence to make that leap. So I believe that the ISS that goes in front of the sun does not have people in it. That's just my belief. Now, again, if things started, now that wouldn't necessarily falsify our model because you could still have an ISS up there on the flat Earth. But what you can't have is a sun that circles the opposite direction. Because, I mean, that would be weird, right? It would be weird that 6 months after the sun circles in the north, which we know it does, and it moves left to right for a person in the north, then if 6 months later in the south, it moves the opposite direction. Now it moves from right to left. That's weird if it's a flat Earth. Why would whoever created this place make it look like a ball, but then say it's flat? Like, why would you make it so obviously an evidence of the ball? Because there is no flat model that can explain that. The only thing that really explains it well, a 24-hour sun, is that the person went upside down. That's just the only way that it works with having the sun go the opposite direction, while it's also lighting up Australia and things like that, because the globe shows that it would be behind you in Australia because you'd turn around and see the sun, which is behind you, but is above Australia. That's, the globe actually describes it perfectly. So if I see that, it would be an insane thought to come back and be like, well, I think that the Earth's still flat and that God wanted to trick us by providing evidence of the globe, but then wanting us to know that it's flat. That wouldn't make any sense. The evidence would be provided that would tell you that our model's wrong. And again, I'm all for another flat model that would come back and explain it well, but there's not one, because there can't be. I mean, if you understand how a flat Earth works, then you understand that there has to be a flat, let's say the table in front of you. Look at it, it's flat. Okay, great. Pick a north and a south pole that have to be on that map somewhere. Okay, now we've got a north and a south pole, or a south location. And if somebody's standing in the south and you put the sun going around them from their right to their left, and then 6 months later, now it's going around the person in the north, then you have a problem, because you're not going to be able to lay out the continents that work on a flat Earth. Now, I say all these things, and I'm not even worried about it. The sun will not go around my head in Antarctica. There's too much evidence against it. But it's still okay to play what ifs and to say hypotheticals, because that's how it should work. And at least the Globers have so far said that they would call it that. They would call it falsifiable. If we see the sun set, Toon said he'd shut down his channel, FTFE said he'd shut down his channel, they'd apologize and they'd leave. So that's how big of a difference when you're talking about falsifications of models. That's a big deal.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying it's so fishy, because everybody is saying that yeah, they'll do this, they'll do that, and it's gonna be a done deal to them, right? And to me personally, it's just the timing. You know, I don't know. I'm just excited. Right. It's gonna happen.
All right, let me let you go.
See what the evidence is gonna be, and yeah, I've taken a lot of time.
Yeah, thank you. I had people behind you. I forgot. Okay, see it. Art, sorry about that. Art, you're back.
Yes, but try it again.
All right, I can hear you now. All right, that's good.
I mightn't be too smart, but I'm stubborn. Anyway, now what I did, I got the slides loaded into the tabs in my browser here.
Oh, they're in the tabs. Okay.
So I go to present.
Okay.
Okay, in present, I got slides. That's not going to work.
Go share
video
screen.
file, and share screen should work.
Yeah, when you click that though, do you see at the top it says Chrome tab, then there's window, and then there's entire screen? It's just easier to go to
I'll
entire.
click it down. I'll see. Okay, I have screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors. Screen sharing works best on a good computer.
Okay.
Some screens let you share audio. Look for share audio checkbox.
Okay.
On the next window.
Okay.
Follow these steps to. Now
just hit OK.
I want the audio from my mic.
Okay. No, that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about like if you're going to play a video or something with audio. Your mic.
No,
will
I'm not going to play anything with.
Okay, then don't worry about the audio. So if you click,
I won't worry about that.
Click the next screen, and you should see. If you can actually look at my screen, I can't move it. You should see a screen that on the top says "Choose what to share with StreamYard." Do you see that?
Okay, I'll click share screen.
Okay.
Now choose what to share with StreamYard.
Okay. Do you see at the top there's a Chrome tab, and the next to that says Window, and the next to that says Entire Screen?
Yeah. All the tabs that I opened up to put the images in.
Okay, but just go to Entire Screen on the far right. This says Entire Screen. It's just easier.
Yep.
And then
I click the entire screen.
Now, how many pictures do you have on your screen? It'll show like a little picture of your screen. Is there just one? It says screen 1.
It's just saying screen share.
Okay. Well,
select the monitor. I got to select the monitor.
Okay, so
LG Electronics.
Pick it and then hit share.
All right, now. Okay, and now it's saying entire screen.
Yes, hit share.
Can you see my screen now? No?
No, because you have to
share.
There you go. Now it came up. Okay, you're good. We see you. Okay, now anything on your computer we see. So anything you do, we're watching.
Okay, so all right, so here I've got the green line on the bottom represents the flat Earth surface.
Okay.
And the yellow line across the top, that's going to be the path of the sun.
Okay.
Let's say it's going from left to right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so what I've done, I'm assuming there's an observer at A on the green ground.
Okay.
And I got a protractor there, right? You can see all that, can you?
Yep.
All right. So now let's say the sun is local noon to A. So it's 90 degrees above his head.
Okay.
Now, obviously, A must be somewhere between the tropics.
Correct.
Right? So at some time of the year, the sun is directly overhead at anywhere in the tropics, I guess, at different places at different times.
Right.
Okay, so just to simplify it. But it actually doesn't matter, right? I mean, say you could be outside, you could be northern or
sure,
the southern part. All right. So sun is overhead at 90 in 1 hour, of course, it's going to go to 105. Okay, so all right, so that's you see it's gone from 90 to 100 and 105. That's 15 degrees, right? So that's 1 hour's past for A.
Okay.
The sun has moved from on the path of the sun has gone from here to there, so it's covered the distance between where the blue lines intersect the yellow sun path. Okay.
Okay.
Make sense?
Kind of, yeah. Okay.
All right. In another hour, it's going to move from position there 15 degrees again. So now what I've done, I've just went in successive hours there, so you can see like it's 15 degrees from observer A's position that the sun moves, right? So the blue line traces his line sight to the position of the sun.
Okay.
Make sense?
Sure.
Yeah. But what I want you to look at is up here, okay? If the sun is moving parallel to the surface of the Earth,
Mm-hmm.
then right here, it covers this distance in 1 hour. And you see this is slightly greater distance.
Correct.
So the sun has to speed up. And you see this is even a greater distance again than before. So the sun has speeded up some more. And then, all right, fourth hour, is it? The first hour, second hour, third hour, fourth hour. And
Correct.
in the fifth hour, well, you can see obviously the sun is moving faster than before. So basically, after the sun passes overhead from observer A's point of view, it has to accelerate in order to keep this 15 degree per hour observation true. Make sense?
Yes, except for we see the sun as it's displayed in our personal atmospheric dome, meaning that I don't know if you've ever seen me draw the ray tracer, where you can see that. Let me just put this over here. You might be able to see this. Can you see the screen? Oops. What the hell
okay, well, just let me. Okay,
well,
just
let me just finish this one thing because it might be clear to you what we're saying. So if I grab this, I just want to make sure you can see what I'm showing.
No, what you're
Do you
saying,
see this?
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that the observer at A doesn't actually see sight the sun along straight line paths.
Well, they do see it on the 90-degree marker. Nobody's arguing against zenith.
Okay, let me just bring in a second observer here now, and then maybe you can straighten me out. So I'm going to put an observer at B.
But will you just will you look at what I'm showing you real quick because I think it will help you explain.
I'm almost scared. I'll go back.
Well, no, you just go back to the StreamYard. You should be able to see on the screen these three domes
Okay,
at the bottom.
I'm back in ScreenYard.
Do you see these three domes I'm drawing?
Yep.
Okay.
I can see them up in the corner here. Yeah.
So this green light is the sun. Okay. Meaning that when it's right above this person here, they see. And if you want to see what that orange light is, if you kind of go here and look at what this description says, this is a ray tracing diagram, ray tracer, ray optics. It says the orange indicates backwards extension, gray indicates forward ones. Oops, right, this one, sorry. It says orange indicates virtual images, and gray, none in this picture, indicates virtual objects, and yellow points are real images. So if the sun is a virtual image, meaning this orange dot in our own personal atmospheric dome, as it moves across, you'll notice that it's not a straight line. You can't just put a protractor here and draw straight lines to the sun, because as the sun gets here, you'll notice that now it's setting for this person, right? So you see how these kind of work, where each person sees the sun rise and set for them. So for instance, now it's at 90 degrees here. So this person here would see it set or see it above their head. And as it starts moving now, this person would here see it rising, and this person sees no sun yet. And as it gets closer here, now they start to see it rise, and so on and so forth. So and when you talk about 15 degrees an hour, it's the equivalent of like, okay, so if you had a clock, right, and somebody lived on the face of the clock underneath the hands of the clock, okay? So would you say the same thing then as the hands went above one guy and over to the next guy? Would you say that they're not moving 15 degrees an hour? Because
no, they're not.
But the hands of a clock do move 15 degrees an hour.
You have to be at the pivot point where the hands are attached to the clock face. There you would see them, right? Okay.
But if you're way at the outside edge of the clock, it still moves 15 degrees an hour.
No.
How
no,
not?
It doesn't. Well,
it makes 360 degrees in 24 hours.
Yeah, but the only place you're familiar with that, what's the app? Blue Water Bay.
Yeah.
Sun, Moon.
Zodiac clock.
Familiar with that, are you?
Yes.
That has a clock face on it.
Correct.
And the sun's attached to, I think, the hour hand.
Correct.
Okay, so as the hour hand moves 15 degrees every hour,
yes,
the sun moves with it.
Correct.
But if you look at where that 15 degrees is to, that's only true where the hands are on the pivot point. In other words, on the map, it would be at the North Pole. So an observer at the North Pole would see, right, the sun going 15 degrees per hour. But somebody, I don't know, in California, let's say, if you made a drawing of that and you put a observer in California and you drew a line to the sun before the hour is up, right, at the start of the hour, and then drew another line from that observer to the sun at the end of an hour, you're going to get an angle of way more than 15 degrees.
Okay, yeah, which is, I guess, what you're saying is it still makes a circle in 24 hours, but you're like when we have here in the north, let's say we have, I don't know, 15 hours of daytime during the summer, right? So we have 15 hours a day and only 9 hours of night. So if that's the case, then if it was moving 15 degrees an hour, that would be weird, right? How would that happen? Shouldn't we see only half of the sun's journey? So we should only see 180 degrees of it?
Well, if you, I'll just back on my screen now.
Okay.
You see my protractor.
Yes.
So the observer at A, if he's using that to measure positions to the sun,
okay,
right, then to him, right, to get this 15 degrees down here,
okay,
the sun had to move a greater distance than here, right?
Okay.
So every hour, if the sun is physically moving parallel to the ground on a flat Earth, the sun has to be, once it passes the observer overhead, the sun has to accelerate away. All right, so if I bring in the second observer, for instance, right here at this point, you follow that blue line, the position of the sun is right here, right?
Okay.
Now, just watch what happens if I just go to the next slide. Here's the, let's say A is on the phone to B.
Okay, here's my question, though. I guess where I'm confused.
Yep.
Is if the sun is above your head at 90 degrees, and then 90 degrees later, which would mean it's now at the horizon, right? It has to move 90 degrees.
Yeah, 90 degrees it would be,
okay,
yeah.
in 6 hours. So if at noon it's above my head, and then it doesn't set until 9 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night, how does that move 15 degrees an hour? The sun should be setting at 6 every day then. If you're saying that it's a constant, that it's 15 degrees an hour.
Well, that's what's reported.
Yeah.
I've measured it. I've measured it myself.
Okay.
Right, using a simple pinhole camera one time, just watching eclipses. And what I was doing, I had a cardboard box. You know how to make a pinhole camera.
Okay.
I had a piece of paper taped inside, and I would just periodically go out and circle the image of the sun on the paper taped inside the pinhole camera. And like you can measure from where the pinhole is to the position of the image on the paper, you can determine the degrees of movement there, right? And it's 15 degrees.
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna think about it. And Dave Weiss says he's got the answer, so I'm gonna bring him in. But watch my show tomorrow. I'll get back to you on it tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yep.
Good enough.
All right, thanks. That
All
was
right,
Art.
thanks.
And we're gonna go with Dave Weiss next. Dave, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up?
What up, foo?
Hey,
Homo say what?
I agree with a lot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Homo say what?
What?
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I wanna hold your feet to the fire on something. But let's address what this guy said.
Deleted
right?
programming says Jaren sounds like a glober demanding a model.
Well, hold on.
Yeah,
So
Okay,
this
go
guy. Let me turn on my camera here.
Yes.
So you can see that, right?
Yes.
All right. So he is showing a glober argument where he sees the observer sees the sun directly above him, and this is just demonstrating not the same thing he is, but it's going to show you the same thing. He shows another sun over here, and then the sun moves over. That's the sun moving straight across the sky. Nobody ever sees that.
Right.
And his problem, if you put the protractor in the corner like he had it, yeah, there's a problem with measuring 15 degrees. The problem is that's how they see the sun.
Right.
Right. So the sun goes down due to perspective.
Correct.
And it does go about 15 degrees per hour, maybe even exactly 15 degrees per hour until the very end. Until it gets down to the bottom where that protractor was, the level of the Earth, it can never go below it. So it stops.
It slows
and
up.
as you've seen with my sun fade out video, it stops.
Right.
and most of the time, you've already lost it behind a physical land obstacle or a cloud deck or the atmospheric deck. So I've shown that it stops going down. It's not. It's just going away, and it's perspective. He's not taking in perspective into
That's the answer.
into
Yes,
his
perspective.
measurements. Like the sun would have to go straight across, and you never see the sun move and stay at the same height from your point of view. Whether you want to call that the personal atmospheric dome or not.
But do we think that it's moving straight across?
I think it's moving straight across. Straight or in a curve, but in a day's time, I think it's at the same height all the way around.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Right.
I mean, maybe it varies a little bit. Just like these lights. These lights are the same height, but in his model, he's got them all going at the height of that top light.
Right.
From that that quarter inch from the top of the picture.
Okay.
And that's why his measurements aren't working. And then the fact that the sun stops going down. I don't need to show you the sun fade out. You've seen it.
Yes.
It stops going down. That
Right.
goes along with perspective showing a sun level of across the level Earth going away. With
Agree.
me?
Yep.
All right. So just whatever the caller was, think about it. I mean, it's good that you're trying to figure this stuff out, but you're not. You're looking at it orthographically, and orthographic vision does not exist.
Sideways vision, yes.
Sideways vision does not exist unless you can see the side of your face without a mirror or a camera. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
All right. So I want to ask you a couple questions about the sun observation.
Okay.
Right. It's pretty clear evidence that we have that we've seen the sun circle in the north. D. Marvel did it. We've seen millions of videos, not millions, but lots of videos.
Yes.
So it appears that the sun is circling. That could work on a globe Earth too. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I've also demonstrated when the sun's over Capricorn and it's over Sydney, I can call up my friend PK and say, hey, where's the sun? What time is it? And he says it's right over me and it's noon.
Correct.
And so there is some truth with a circling sun. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. What do you mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you brought up that hey, gas pressure, without a container. But you brought up a great argument. Hey, if we measured curvature, you can't say it doesn't count because of gas pressure. Great point. Except we're physically measuring curvature, right? That's a falsifier, right? If you could physically measure curvature.
Okay.
How far is the sun in the globe or flat Earth model? Do you know?
Very far in the globe?
How far exactly?
93 million.
No, come on.
What do you mean? You asked me how far it was in the globe model.
Well, how far do you think it in the flat Earth model? How far is it?
Oh, not very far.
But we don't know is the answer. It's closer than 93 million miles,
Okay.
but we don't know.
Right.
Because we can't touch it.
Correct.
Right? So comparing what we see in the sky to what we can physically measure on Earth is two different categories.
But the most consistent thing that there is by far is the sun.
No, I'm with you. Listen, I want to go on the record. I don't think they're going to see a 24-hour sun. It would have been filmed already.
Right.
It would have been seen. You're right. And if they try to fake it, it's going to be worse than their videos.
Agree.
It's going to be a disaster.
Agree.
Okay. So I'm with you there. And I also understand why people are freaking out. People are freaking out because I think it's the way you said something and that I don't agree with, and which is if you see a clear sun, circling around, and we know, and it wasn't faked, you made it sound like you're going to say the Earth is a globe.
I'm going to say that the Earth cannot be flat.
No, the Earth, that there's something wrong with our circling sun.
So what the problem with that is that any flat map that there's ever been and ever will be has to push one thing out or the other, right? Either the north or the south. Because technically you could have the South Pole at the center and push the north out to the edge. Okay.
But my point is, if we see the sun circling, that means our entire idea of what the sky is wrong. Now,
The entire idea-
I would almost say it falsifies the circling sun, except there's a lot of evidence that there is a circling sun.
It
We don't
falsifies
know. Like
the
if you look at Tomb of Illumination, he's talking about everything reflecting from the north. I know you think he's a little crazy, but
because he's not giving actual real tangible evidence. Anybody can say the things he's saying, out and up and out, down and out. I mean, anybody can
I'm
say
with
that.
you. It doesn't. None of it's proven. But seeing a sun, I don't think it's going to happen. But
Me neither.
seeing a sun circle in the south doesn't doesn't make the Earth not flat. It makes our model wrong.
Right, but okay, so what I'm trying to say is that if you think of the flat model, and if you're going to say that, if you're just going to say it only makes our model wrong, flat Earth could still be correct, then show one way that that's true. But you can't, because it falsifies it. It's not even difficult to figure out.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, and I don't want to go into speculate. You know, like, well, if some people think that the northern stars are counter rotating. There's 4 rotations of them in the south. Could the sun be doing the same thing in the south? I don't know how that's possible.
Right. Because
I don't know if it's
you
not
know how
possible.
when we say you're looking at the North Stars and they go a certain direction, you have to be looking in that direction, correct? Like if you were looking south from the north, then your stars would be going a different direction. But we say if you're looking north, they go counterclockwise. If you're looking south, they go clockwise. So that's different than what the sun's doing, because it's the same direction for no matter what. If you're at the North Pole, the sun always moves left to right. Doesn't matter which direction you're looking. I'm looking south, I'm looking north, I'm looking east, I'm looking west. Doesn't matter. The sun's going around you left to right. So then if 6 months later, huh? Well, I'm just going to say, if 6 months later, now you're in another location on Earth and the sun's moving right to left, a circle around you, then you have to start wondering, how is that possible? How could that be possible that what we call the south and what we call the north has counter-rotating real suns?
Do you remember you did an experiment, just a demonstration where you put a glass of water in front of something and it flipped it and made it go the opposite direction?
Correct.
Right, the arrow or whatever.
Right, but there's that happens because you're doing something. So I poured water, it flipped the arrow. Or you move that glass thing in front of the arrow and it flips the arrow. So
my point is,
hold on, but nothing could happen like that in real time. How would you be looking at an arrow looking one direction and then magically it switches to the other direction and you didn't see it happen?
No, I'm with you. I don't know, like in the south, do we ever see the same sun that we see in the north coming from another direction? I think we do. But what I'm saying is,
wait, what was you saying?
Like maybe when you're that far south, the sun, the apparent sun that we see, is completely different than the one that's in the north. I don't know. My point is, listen, that's
yeah, but people can track the sun, right? People can track it, meaning that, like, let's say that it's going above Australia. Well, there's a bunch of people in Australia that would be there, and they would say, "We see the sun; it's above our head." And then then people in Antarctica that are looking north would see the same sun. It wouldn't be.
Is it the same sun?
So what are you saying? There would be a different sun. So then,
wait, hold on a second. I think we're on the same page where we say the sun that we see is an apparent sun, like a projection of the real sun.
I don't know if I say that anymore. I'm not looking. Have you looked at Crow's footage? What do you think that he's doing? Is lying, or do you think that those are real?
I was talking to Crow the other day, and he's saying that one of them could be an apparent sun. The other one could be the source. He's not sure.
No. I'm talking about the footage that he has of the sun with the hydrogen alpha telescope.
Yeah.
Well, he's only seen one of those suns. So he's not saying that one of those suns.
Oh no, he's talking about 2 suns, but.
Yeah, but the 2 suns thing, just so people are all on the same page, is always close to the original sun. There's never been an observation where, like, the sun's over there and over there, right? He's talking about if you can see the sun, you go a little bit left of it and up, and then you can see the source sun behind it, right?
You know when you show your ray tracing diagram with all the little personal atmospheric domes, how many suns are there?
Well, each person sees one.
Right. So my point is, we don't know what the sky does that far in the south. I'm with you. I don't think it shows a sun circling around our heads. I'm with you. And going down and looking at this, I don't think they can fake it. I sent you a picture today of the sun setting. There's no way that they can fake that. There's 0.00% chance. Now, could the sky be whited out the whole time and we just see a bright spot in the sky?
But that's evidence for us. That's evidence for us, and now it's become not really, because nobody cares. It's like we should be excited to get new information. If our model is wrong, we should want to know that. We don't want to be like, oh, just hide it from us. We don't want to know if our model's wrong.
But here's what happened with most flat earthers, and I think, I mean, I'm speaking for, even happened with me.
Okay.
We're so used to being fucked over by globers and dishonesty and NASA and everything, and basically we immediately, our antennas went up on this one more than any other thing that's ever come up. Like, this is going to be something dishonest. So everyone is like, okay, they're going to do something. And everyone's freaking out, right?
Okay.
Everyone's freaking out. So I think some people overreacted. I may even have overreacted a little bit. I was like, this is bullshit. But I still think Will is not not doing it for the reasons he says he's doing it. That's my opinion. I have no proof otherwise.
Right.
So.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen anything that really tells me. I mean, yeah, he's got some marks against him for sure. And
he's teamed up with Bob the Science Guy. That's weird.
Where did he team? What do you mean?
I mean, he's endorsing Bob the Science Guy, who's Bob put in a suggestion or something.
Oh,
and
Duffy's been wrong about what he's been saying recently. I haven't talked to him about it, but he's wrong when he talks about the setting sun and where it would be in the angles and the shadows. He doesn't understand the model.
I have a question. Why does he pulse forward every time he's talking? He's sitting there rocking forward like a autistic retard.
I don't know. I don't watch his videos.
Does that annoy you?
I try not to watch his videos.
All right, good for you. Me neither. So, I just watched. I saw Bob the Science Guy. Look, I gotta watch this.
Well, Bob the Science Guy is one of the 24, isn't he?
Yeah, well, one of the 24, sure. And Bob the Science Guy just, I don't know if you want me to say it or not, but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
He showed up on the scene right why he had charges against him for prescribing, narcotics to women for sexual favors, and then it disappeared, and he became a full-time anti-flat earther. Right? Weird. I'll just say that's weird.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's not too different than what I've been saying is going on.
Dave has been saying that for a long time. Dave says for a long time that there's people that they hire to do things. But I think that then what you're saying, if I'm to believe that, then somebody had to approach Duffy and say to him, hey, by the way, the Earth's flat, and we're lying to people and telling them that it's a globe, and we need you to take some flat Earth guys down to Antarctica. We're going to fake the sun down there so that then they come back. And we hope that solves everything, and nobody ever goes to Antarctica again. I mean, it's insane. It's dumb.
Well, there's I don't. It's a longer discussion, but I think there's different ways that it could be presented. With shit that's going on in the world, and saying, hey, you help us with this, and you'll be in the elite section. When the shit hits the fan, and there's a whole bunch of ways.
And so when he have you gone to his YouTube channel and looked at his many sermons? So he just does sermons out of the Bible and teaches people the Bible every day because he's involved.
He teaches people the Bible, but he can't see that the Earth is flat. Isn't that weird?
It is weird, but how many people are like that? So that's not as weird as you might think.
Again, he might be into some shit that we don't even understand or even want to consider. I don't know. That's all speculation.
Yeah, but anybody could do that. Anybody, you could be involved in some shit that none of us know or understand too, right?
Yeah,
so anybody
right.
could.
They're right. All of it doesn't matter. There is no circling sun.
There is a circling sun. Oh, you mean there is no circling sun in Antarctica?
There is no circling sun in Antarctica. As he's claiming it is. So
no, but do you think that? Tell me this: if somebody's a glober, right, and they believe in the globe heavily, then wouldn't they be very cocky that there has to be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
This is where you and I disagree. Okay. I don't believe McToon thinks the Earth is a globe. I don't think Fight the Flat Earth thinks it's a globe.
I think that's insane. So you think he just every day Toon gets on his channel and calls Austin a liar and points out all these things about science, and he doesn't believe it?
We can argue all day on this one. And by the way, I might be wrong.
But name one person that does that. Like who just spends...
McToon and Fight the Fat Shirt.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't mean evidence from the exact person we're talking about. But I get it. I don't think that makes any sense to me. I can't imagine every day
you can't imagine a lot of things, Jaron, because this world is fucked up, and there's people that'll do shit for many motivation reasons, and you might not be able to see it.
But have you looked at what Toon? Have you watched Toon, like what he knows about the globe? So you're saying that he went and learned a bunch of stuff about the globe that he thinks is not true?
I think that he is a smart guy as far as making arguments. He's like a lawyer.
Okay.
Right? It doesn't matter innocent or not. He's going to fight his case. The guy is disingenuous. Every show he starts out is, no flat earther can explain the sunset.
Right.
Okay. That makes him a liar.
I agree with you. So
that makes him a liar.
Right. But it makes him a globe believer who's trying to push his model.
I think it's more nefarious than
So
that.
you think
but
it's a
that's-
flat
we'll find that
earther
out
who's
one day.
saying that thing to turn people? I mean, I just can't even picture that being the case. I just can't picture it.
Here's the thing. It's okay. I'm glad you believe it's the other way. I could go back and forth. I don't know. But if I had the gun to my head right now, I'd say he knows he's lying. Okay?
Okay.
Right?
Again,
And
you don't
that's-
believe that those are liabilities to the powers that be.
Oh, I believe they're all liabilities. But I think
But not
that,
a true believer. A true believer isn't a liability. They're never going to see that they're wrong.
No, a true believer could be shown evidence that makes them flip.
Not really, because think about these guys who have degrees. They never see it. This is the point is that they've set up the world this way on purpose, that by giving these guys papers and telling them that they're very smart, they're not going to let you on YouTube come out and say everything you've learned in school is wrong. They're going to immediately put up that block. It's what your brain does on purpose. It's what your brain just.
No, I get you. All right, we don't need to argue about that. I'm
Okay.
just saying I'm still on the he knows side. All right. So another thing you brought up, maybe not today, but another day,
Okay.
is why are flat earthers, saying, "Oh, the sun's reflecting. It's doing this. It's doing that." Why are we all scrambling trying to find an explanation? And the globers are not doing that at all. And the answer is, one, we've been fucked over so many times.
I don't think I
But
said that, but anyway.
No, you did. You said because you said we're gonna make it so that if the sun does set, the globers will say, well, that doesn't disprove the globe, because we're coming up with so many different scenarios. And the reason
I think you're talking about somebody else. But anyway.
No, it was you. The reason we can speculate about a reflecting sun, and stuff is because we live in an enclosed system. That's our belief. That's our understanding.
Correct.
And with a glass ceiling and an apparent sun and personal atmospheric domes, we get to experiment with all that. The
Yes.
globe doesn't. The globe has a ball with gas and a vacuum, and it is what it is. They don't get to speculate on reflections in a dome.
Agree. I think you're talking about somebody else.
All right, maybe not.
Because you're saying I said that we look bad because we're.
Because why are all the flat earthers, or maybe it was Will Duffy that said it. Why are we all coming up with all of these other ideas that are outside of our, what we've been saying for 10 years? And the answer is because we've been screwed over so many times,
Oh, yeah.
we're trying to figure it out.
No, I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I
Maybe
encouraged
it's
it. Remember, I told people if you can find, find a way to do it. And Joe Hanvey did it. Tried, made a
Joe
couple.
was
valiant
trying. You got to give Joe credit, man.
Give
He's
him
working
credit.
hard on that.
Yep. No, he's definitely trying hard. And that's what we need people to do. But I think the more people that do it, the more they'll see that this is a problem for our current map. And again, would I come back and say it's a globe? I certainly would never come back and say we're moving. I would not come back and say we've been to the moon or that NASA's real or anything like that. But I would say that if we came back and saw the sun circling my head for 3 days, that the model that I've been pushing is wrong. That's what I
The
would
model we've been there. I'll accept that. The model we've been pushing, the model of the sun in the sky that we've been pushing is wrong. We don't understand it. That's for sure.
Correct. But then
That's fine.
would you say based on that observation that the globe directly calls for that to happen?
But that doesn't matter. The globe calls for a lot of things that do happen, and so does flat Earth.
Correct.
Right?
But there's not one that's mutually exclusive. Do you understand what mutually exclusive means?
Yeah, I do, but it doesn't matter. Well, you say it's mutually exclusive from our understanding. The problem is it doesn't
Okay, but if it wasn't, then somebody would be able to come up with a way and say, look, it could be this, and then everybody go, oh yeah, it could be that. But if you can't,
and so you don't think that's a possibility that could happen in the future?
I think it's possible, but not if you actually think about it and understand what a flat Earth calls for, because you have to have a North Pole in the center. I mean, how are you going to do away with that on a flat Earth?
Well,
Right.
that works on a flat Earth, and the
Okay,
evidence.
hold on.
of
I'm
it
not
is
saying
there.
that. I'm saying, all right, so we can't do away with that. So that's your starting point of any flat map. You have to have the North
Yeah,
Pole
but
at the
that's
center.
all the same on a globe too. You need North Pole at the center.
Totally agree. So I'm saying then with that, we have to spread out the South. It's the only thing possible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have a
And
map.
all the sailboat races, all the evidence, all of that, the plane flights,
Right.
everything kind of supports that.
Definitely.
Time zones,
Correct.
32 of them.
Correct. So you have a map now with a North Pole center and a South that's on the outskirts.
Yep.
So how could the sun circle the Earth in 24 hours, which it must do? We know it does.
Because there's 4 counter-rotating suns that are reflected from the inner north outside of the Tropic of Capricorn that we don't get to see from the north. There's an answer, which is crazy.
Wait, 4 counter suns? What?
Yeah. So the sun and the stars are reflected into the south and doing their own counter rotation in the 4
Okay,
the
so
4
when
corners
it's
of the earth, or the 4, what do they call it? The 4 quarters of
yeah,
the
and
earth.
I thought about that, but let's think about it real quick. So if it's December, and so where's the sun in the north that is reflecting the one in the south? The one in the south is the only one, because the north is
from
dark.
The south, you only see that sun.
Okay, but from the
You only
north,
see
let's
that-
say in California and New York, where we are.
Here's what Crow said to me the
Hold on,
other
but
day.
would we see it?
No, because they would kind of come around in unison, right? The sun would be circling around, coming around towards where you are in Antarctica, right?
Hold on a
You're
second. I'm
going
wait,
over
wait, wait,
Australia.
wait. Hold on. I just want to be on the same page. We're talking about a southern the southern summer, so December, right?
Right.
Do you and I see a sun from where we are in December? From California, from New York? Yes, we see the sun.
Yeah, of course, but
Okay.
they don't see that sun.
But we
No,
can, but you can
Jared,
follow
Jared,
it. You can follow
we
the
don't need
sun.
to walk. We don't need to walk through the whole thing.
Yeah, but you can
I
follow
hear
the
you.
sun. What you're saying is that you're just now making up new things. Like we're seeing different, but we know what the sun is. In fact, if you walk from New York down south, you would walk until the sun was above your head when you got to Australia. So it is that sun. How could it not be?
Has anyone ever done that?
Sure, planes do it all the time. Planes fly and follow the sun.
You know what? I agree. I think this is the conversation is pointless. But my point of the conversation
Mhm.
is, if you saw a light go around your head,
It's not a light; it's the sun.
the sun. You know, if you saw the sun, right, and it wasn't just behind the heavy clouds or something. You know, it was like
Right, clear as could be.
Clear as could be. The flat Earth model we have is wrong.
Correct.
But it doesn't make the Earth a ball.
Okay, so then what we're saying is then it has to be flat, but it can't be any more a North Pole at the center, South Pole at the edge.
We don't know. It means
What do
that
you mean
our
we don't know?
entire model is wrong.
Yep, exactly. Because our model starts with the North Pole at the center, pushes Antarctica to the outside. So
Well,
the question becomes, how can you draw another flat map? And Lady Blount tried it, and these guys all tried it, and they could never make it work.
And I'm with you. But here's the problem is, we got stars, we got planets, we have the sun in the sky.
Regardless
and
of
we don't know
that.
what any of them are.
Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if the sun is a bowl of piss. It does.
No, I heard you say that, but it doesn't matter what they like. We don't know if they're physical. We don't know what they are. So that kind of opens up a lot of possibilities that we may not be able to understand. Now, listen, I don't want to go to, hey, listen, it works, but we don't understand how it works. I don't want to go there,
Right.
Because we're not going to see a circling sun.
I agree with you.
But
Let's just stick to that. I think speculating over something that we're not going to see is ridiculous, because it's making other people start to fear that that's what we're going to see.
No,
mean,
I got it.
Ian, what's his name? Ian, was messaging me, and I had to ask him, like, what do you?
Leahy?
Yeah, he was like, almost sounded really afraid.
Well,
And
you know what? Here's the thing: is a lot of people are afraid
right? Why am I not?
because you're thinking rationally.
It just there's too much evidence that we will not see it.
I know.
And if
Darren,
we
have we ever been screwed over by Globers?
yes, many times.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a little thicker skin. You've got
Well,
maybe
yeah, the difference between
because
this
of-
is-
maybe because of that Netflix thing, you're able to see this clearer than most.
Well, it's really easy to screw somebody like they did with me and Netflix. Like, would I ever sign an NDA again that says you can use my likeness and whatever you want and any way you want? Never. Right? So if we get down there and Duffy's like, hey, sign this document, we're going to use your, I'm saying, yeah, right. You're not going to, I'll never sign that. So like, there's enough things for me to know that they would have to either A, fake the sun, which would be very difficult, possibly catastrophic.
That's where they're gonna. If they try to fake it, that's gonna be the best thing that ever happened to us.
Right. Number two, they're going to have to cancel the trip, which should be a great celebration. Now, at this point, I think it'll just kind of fizzle away. Three would be that they cloud up the sky the entire time we're down there. We already have Duffy on record saying that's evidence of a flat Earth. Again,
Well, I don't even think that's evidence of flat Earth, because every video I've seen from that place shows cloudy skies. I haven't seen a single blue sky video. Not that there's not. I
Right.
just haven't seen any.
yeah, I guess in December it really shouldn't be cloudy there. I mean, it kind of doesn't make sense, right? But anyway,
All right.
so just to me, it seems like there's enough things in place with this observation. And then again, because I used to worry, like, oh, how do you know where you're going to end up? If you fly down to to Antarctica, how do you know where they're taking you? The way that this trip is set up, you know, right? You're taking a plane to Punta Arenas. You know that you're there. It's only a 4.5 hour flight.
I get it.
Yeah.
I know where. That's going to be pretty hard to trick you.
Right. So I just think that there's enough, and that's why a second flat earther there is also important, because they'd have to fool you both. Now again, the one thing that people keep saying is, what if they brainwash you or MK Ultra you? Yeah, that I can't predict. That's why you already know. I've talked to you about how to know that I've been compromised, right?
Yes.
Good. Yes. So that's it.
All right. Last thing.
Yes.
Who's more of a Jew, me
You.
or you?
Well, I wear a yarmulke underneath my hat.
What is the goal on your channel right now? The goal for today, the Kofi goal.
Was 200.
It's 200. And look on your screen. What does it say the percentage is?
0.
0. So you know that you've got donations, but you're keeping it at 0 so people keep donating. You're the bigger Jew.
Wait, where have I gotten donations?
You've gotten Kofi donations, but they haven't gone up.
Hold on, let me see. That can't be right. Let me see the alerts. Yeah, it still says 0%. August. Huh. I don't know. I'll have to check into that. I'll see.
Look at you denying like you don't know that you did this on purpose. See?
I did not do.
We can't trust you, Jaron. You did this on purpose so people will just keep
Oh wait,
donating.
I see. Are you the only one? You donate flatterjew.com. $198. If the 200 people watching all donated 1 penny, you would reach your goal. That's true. Why isn't your showing up?
Yeah, because of you rigged it so people will keep donating.
Oh, I do remember it going off.
Yes. See, but you ignored it because you want more people to donate it. So admit it. You're a bigger Jew than me.
I'm a bigger Jew. Let's see if I
All right, see ya.
And the yarmulke's underneath my hat, I swear. All right, that was Dave Weiss, everybody. And just to everybody in the chat that you can't get it, I mean, it's actually funny to me, embarrassing, sad, and I really don't care at this point. I'm not going to argue with people. I'm not going to yell and scream. If people want to really be completely out of the loop and just be, I wonder if they know how bad they look. It's just, why not just stand up and say there is no 24-hour sun in the South? Our model doesn't call for it, and therefore it doesn't happen. And that's it. And if it happens, then you should respect that and at least say, okay, now we need to rethink our model. We should want to know if our model is wrong, not just be in pretend world where we're like, oh, it doesn't matter. I had something I was going to show you here, but I don't have it now. Just to show it again, because I think it's important that people see this real quick, main. No, iPad. There we go. Let's look at this real quick just so we can follow along here. If you look at this map, I drew a little thing here. Let me get my pointer. Here is 6 p.m. Here, I'm sorry. Yeah, here's 12 noon, 6 p.m., 12 midnight, and 6 a.m. for somebody here at Union Glacier, south of South America, right? They use the same time as Punta Arenas, meaning that if you're looking at the sun here, this would be noon, 6 p.m., 12 p.m. Okay, and it could also go the other way, right? If this is noon, then 6 p.m. would be here, and 12 midnight would be here, and 6 a.m. would be here. So it's one or the other. So if the sun comes here, it's doing its normal flip in here. It definitely goes this way. We know that. It has to bring light and heat to all these places. We know that. So if it goes like this, and not just for one day like some anomaly, but for many, many days in a row, weeks, if not months, it's just doing this. How in the hell are these areas over here getting the light? It's that simple. So to pretend like, oh, we don't know what the light in the sky is or what it's doing, we know that it goes, does this area of Russia get sun every day? Yes. Does this area of Africa get it every day? Yes. Does this area? Yes. Does the United States? Yes. Hawaii? Yes. New Zealand? Yes. Australia? So we know that the sun does this in 24 hours. It has to. Period. So if we know that, then if it starts doing this for somebody here in Antarctica, how is that possible? How could it be that at noon we see the sun here, and then all of a sudden at 6 p.m. it's here, and we're like, wait a second, it should be over on top of New Zealand. And then it goes to here, 12 midnight, and we're like, shit, it should be over here above India. And then it goes here, and we're like, shit, it should be over here in front of, on top of Mozambique. And then it comes back here. That, if you don't understand that that falsifies the flat earth, then good luck to you. I mean, it's embarrassing. You're a joke, really. Because how How does it work then? How can this be happening? And it's, again, it's every day for like, if you're talking about 80 degrees where this would be happening, that's like 3 months. 3 months, it goes like this every single day. Now, I'm in the same boat as you guys saying, where's all the footage of that? So this is why I don't believe it happens. But I can look at this and I can say, if it happens, then this map is wrong. And you guys can't do that. And you call yourselves truthers, and you call yourselves objective, and you call yourselves not pseudoscientists. But you're like, oh, even if we see this, we're still going to believe this, even though it just falsified it. And again, you can say, well, Jaron, what about another map? Then show me one. I've seen, the only other one I've seen is a north-south like this, where they say north, south, and then they say that the sun does something like this, right? But the problem with that is that, or I guess for the south, because again, imagine this guy's here at Union Glacier, the sun needs to be doing this, while this sun needs to be doing this. Granted, 6 months later. But the problem with that is, if this person, once you lay out the continents, how could that be possible? For instance, if it's going around this person in the south, sorry, the wrong way, this way, okay, then we know in the south that Australia gets heat. So Australia, where are you going to put it? Oh, well, Jaron, it's south, so put it over here. Okay, Australia's there. Now the sun's going this way. Now the sun's going the wrong way. How could the sun be passing Australia going this way? Australia, the sun goes this way. So there's enough that we're given that the sun is a gift from God, that it does dictate to us because we know where it is every day. Dave's watch shows you. Look at the app. Look at wherever the sun is right now, it's noon right underneath that. How convenient. Works perfectly. However, Dave's map doesn't call for the sun to do a crazy turn over here around Antarctica because it doesn't work on the flat Earth. And it's okay to say that. It's okay. It's being truthful. It's being real. It's being scientific. It's being one who heeds to observation. And again, what people are telling me, if you want me to come back and be like, no, I think God made it so that it looks like a ball, that this one observation from the sun, which we know what it does, clearly is described perfectly in a ball, but isn't described at all in a flat Earth. And then I'm supposed to say, but God's just fooling us. He wants us to think it's a ball. Then that throws out the whole idea of like, oh, the great deception, and even those that are elect will fall for it. Well, yeah, if God tricked you, if he tricked you by making the sun do something that can only be explained by a sphere Earth, and I say that and you're like, people get so upset, then explain it to me. You can't get upset at me for saying something only is explained on a sphere Earth unless you can explain it to me on a non-sphere Earth, but you haven't been able to do that. So you can't get mad at me yet until you prove what I'm saying is wrong. You can't just get mad because I'm saying words. Like, oh, you can't say that. Yes, I can. It's called being honest. It's called being truthful. It's called being real and not just being a religitard pseudoscientist, which we already know. That's where Nathan Oakley went. That's where these guys went, where they just take a position where they don't have to be objective anymore. They don't have to be scientific at all. To just say, no, you measure angles on a flat Earth, so therefore it's flat. That's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You could be living on a pyramid and you could draw a tangent line. You could be living on a cylinder and you could draw a tangent line. You could be living on a globe and draw a tangent line. And that line is straight and you can measure angles off of it. Imagine that you live on a giant pyramid, right? You live on the pyramid. Could you say, let's say there's stars all around you, but you live on a pyramid. Could you use the stars and angles to them to start to dictate where you're at on the pyramid? Of course. Of course. But what about your angle? Your angle can't be, let's say something curved rather than a triangle. I mean, a pyramid, which would have straight edges. Let's say a cylinder or a oval, like an egg. Could you live on an egg and use the stars above you to draw angles? Easily. You just create a tangent line, which is a pretend flat line from where you're standing. So again, you can believe in those guys that are blowing smoke up your ass trying to keep their children fed all you want. Let's go to Nick. Nick, we got to round out the show here pretty quick, so let's give you your 4 minutes. Go ahead. Sorry to make you wait.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. Sorry I made you wait. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Hey, so first off, I think Dave Weiss is hilarious. I've listened to him for like the past 2 years.
Funny
It seems
Jew.
like he could be everywhere. But it seems like he could be everybody's best friend, but man, I didn't agree with anything that he just said there. I think, dude, so how could you say that if the 24-hour sun is seen in Antarctica, that our understanding of the sun, moon, and the stars above us is wrong? It seems like that's been the most consistent thing through all of recorded human history.
Yeah, that's what I say. We know what the sun does.
Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree with that. I think it's crazy to say that, well, then, the problem is that our understanding of the movement of the lights above us is wrong. I think that's nuts. Right. And then also, too, I think the reason why, you had mentioned that McToon and FTFE have said that they would remove their channels if they don't see the 24-hour sun, or if the sun goes, behind the horizon, right?
Correct.
So is that them just being confident? Like they're not looking for, other possible explanations, is because they just are confident and believe in their model?
Yeah, I think that from the globe position is you have to believe that everything's been figured out, right? There can be no kind of, I believe in the globe, but some of it's questionable. That's not even like allowed in the globe belief, because you really have to believe science has figured it out. Physics books are correct. We've never been lied to. So I think that's those guys' position. So I really feel like they recognize that if the sun does something it's not supposed to do, that they have been wrong this whole time, and they are actually doing damage. They're actually holding people back from discovering the truth or uncovering the lie, and they're actually responsible for it because they've been pushing something as being concrete. It's right. They call us idiots and stupid and morons because they're saying that the globe is concrete. They're not calling us idiots and morons and stupid because the globe is ambiguous and they're not really sure about it. They actually feel like there's no question. So that I think that they act exactly like I would expect them as far as this goes, because a setting sun cannot be explained on a globe. It has to do the same thing it does in the north, just 6 months later, right?
So let's play two what if scenarios.
Okay.
If you're McToon, what if you saw the sun go behind the horizon? Do you no longer believe in the globe, or is it possible that the Earth would be a flat plane?
I think that he would say that he's wrong about that. There's something wrong with the model, right? But they've been pushing this whole time that there is nothing wrong. Nothing. Like anything we've been bringing up, they think they can explain it all. Everything's explained away. We're just idiots. We're just dumbasses. So if something like this happened to where we are uncovering something monumental, it's something that's been lied about to the world, then they're taking the position that they will delete their channel and get off YouTube. Now, does that mean that they're going to personally believe in the flat Earth? Probably not. They're going to probably start trying to find explanations for why the sun does what a flat Earth calls for and not a globe. That's my guess.
And that's just science, right? Like, oops, we were wrong. I guess we got to find a new answer.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it gets a little bit questionable because really, like Feynman, if you follow what Feynman says if your observations don't match the theory, then you have to throw the theory away and start over, right? But the globe already has gone beyond that. Just in dark matter, dark energy, they introduced things, mathematical placeholders, concepts like space-time. They've invented something that can be bent that isn't even real. They're like, It's not a fabric of anything. It's just nothingness. In fact, it is nothingness. It is the vacuum of space is nothing, and they're like, it's bent. So they've already gone places that I think remove them from places I want to go. Like, I don't want to make up ideas like that for my beliefs. It'd be easier for me just to settle on, okay, we don't know what it is, than to start making things up that are simply grasping at straws. Like, I'm not that into it that I need to make things up. It's like,
so
to me.
So I guess here's like the ultimate what if question then. What if you do go down there and with your own eyes, you do see a 24-hour sun that circles around you, and you're the first human in history to come back with unedited, 24-hour footage, right?
Right.
What if, does that mean that the flat Earth model is wrong? Or does that mean that the globe actually makes more sense? Because for me personally, it's super easy for me to conceive how the 24-hour sun on the globe would work. On a flat Earth model right now, I don't see how that's possible at all. I can't imagine it in my head, and I haven't seen anybody put forth a simple solution that just makes sense.
No, but I do recognize this as well, right? Like when my wife said, could the Earth be flat? I immediately said the same thing. No, that's impossible. How do planes go around it? Planes can only go around Earth, blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't until I saw the AE map that I actually could see through my own veil, right? I put up a blocker that I thought the only way planes could go around an Earth is if it's a sphere. So when I saw the AE map, yeah, it made me go, oh shit, I never even thought about that. So yeah, is it possible that there's another model of flat Earth that I just haven't comprehended yet? Or yes, absolutely. So I'm open to that. And that's what I said, is that if I came back and said, guys, it looks like the globe is providing better evidence in this case, and I think that our model's falsified. If somebody says, well, what about this? And it showed it, I would immediately say, oh, flat Earth is the winner again. Like that's following the evidence.
Yeah, right on. I'm with you. So then, but then we're both like, from a globe's perspective and a flat earther's perspective, or at least yours, it's kind of like the same issue. Like the globies might no longer believe in the globe model or the model, and then the flat earthers might not believe in their model, but it doesn't mean the flat earther becomes a glober and a glober becomes a flat earther.
I don't see that happening because there's too many people have taken a position. For me, there's still other things that are unanswerable, right? That I would have to start looking into a lot. Like, why did Stephen Hawking fake his observation? Why did Nat Geo fake theirs? You can go on and on and on about all, and vacuum next to pressure. There would be so many other problems that I would have questions on. But I would start from a place of saying that my model I've been pushing is wrong, because that would be the case, right? The flat Earth model with the circling sun above an AE map would be falsified in my mind. Now, again, I understand why other people might not find that to be okay for them to say, and I get what they're saying, because if it was somebody else going down there, I wouldn't say that yet. I would say when I see the footage, I'll make up my mind, right? I wouldn't be making up my mind ahead of time. I'm only saying it from a position of if I go and I see the real sun go around my head, and I think everybody should be able to say that. Now, the fact that they can't, I get it. They're not thinking about going, so maybe they don't want to even venture there. But I think that it's okay to say that, and it's honest, and it's scientific, and it's what we should be. We should heed to evidence. If there's evidence of something that shows our model to be incorrect, we shouldn't fight it and deny it and throw it away and say it doesn't matter. We should embrace it and say thank you for changing our belief because we were wrong. We want to be right now, so we'll figure it out. And there's enough good minds in this community that I think if there is a way to figure it out, they will figure it out. Now, I don't see a way that you can have a sun doing the opposite of something in the north in the south if the south is simply pushed out to the outer edges of a map. Then you've got, and people don't even think about the fact that I'm drawing that sun going around that person in the south, but remember, it's doing that to other people in the south as well, right? It's not just us. It would be the person 1,000 miles east and 1,000 miles west would be having the same thing happen to them. So that doesn't really work on any model except for the globe. The globe calls exactly for that. So again, I think there's lots of evidence of the flat earth. I wouldn't be a flat earther otherwise. I think the globe is ridiculous. I think flying through space is ridiculous. Moving 1.2 million miles per hour is ridiculous. And really, I even think it's more ridiculous for me because it would then call into question even the Bible. It would call into question everything, because then I would start thinking God would never say that the earth doesn't move and then make it move 1.2 million miles per hour. Doesn't make any sense. Why would you lie to people? Why say the earth stands still and then be like, God, what happens when they find out they're moving 1.2 million miles per hour? And he's like, they won't even worry about it, right? Or the fact of like the sun being 867,000 miles wide. God doesn't say anything like that. The Bible says that he created the sun and moon, put them in the line, and then he made the stars. If he was going to make it that much bigger, what is it, like 1,000,000 times bigger than the earth, or 1,000 times? I don't even know how many times. 300 times bigger? Whatever it is. It's some cute. No, it can't be 300. The sun is. Oh, I don't know how many times it is. Anyway, however many times bigger the sun supposedly. I think you can fit 1,000, maybe it's 100, whatever it is, Earths in the sun. But you would think that those things would be important to tell people, because God would recognize that eventually if we found out that the sun was 867,000 miles wide, that'd be weird, because it's described in the Bible as like just a light in the sky. It's not described as something that's monumentally way bigger than the earth ever could dream of being. So everything calls into question for me. That's why I just don't think it would ever happen. Because it would make me question a lot of things. It basically is the same as saying we do have to trust men over God, because men have told us the sun's 93 million miles away, the sun is this, the sun is that, and we're like, no, we don't agree with that. We believe in God, we believe in the Bible. And then if we're found out that that's wrong, then really it means we should have trusted the men and not the book, in which case the book is wrong by saying don't let man be a liar and God be true. So there's like and I know people might say, well, you're not a Christian, Jaron, you don't believe in the Bible. Well, I do believe there's a lot of truth in the Bible. So again, but that's because I think those things are true. So if I were ever to find out they weren't, then I have to, then everything calls into question. So that's why I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't think there's any chance. And the only chance they would probably have is to fake it. But I do recognize that if I went down there and saw the actual sun, which I don't think would be hard, meaning that I think you'd be able, because you would leave Punta Arenas and you would see the sun. It'd be on the left side of your plane as you left. You'd see, oh, there's the sun. And you would fly down to Punta Arenas, fly down to Antarctica and get out, and the sun would still be in the sky. Now, according to them, that sun is just going to circle us while we're down there. And that doesn't make sense. When the sun is south, I know on a flat Earth it needs to be 15,000 miles behind me. And so that, all of a sudden, if anybody can't realize that that's a problem, they're no, it doesn't matter. I'm a demonstrable realist. Great. The sun is over there, but it needs to be 15,000 miles over there. So again, that would be weird.
Do you think that a single concrete piece of evidence that disproves something can outweigh multiple evidences that support something?
Yes, if there's no other alternative for it. Like, for instance, there's lots of things that the globe describes some way and we come in and we have an answer for, right? So that observation is answerable. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. So let's say, trying to get an example of one that would be good. Like, you're saying evidence of something that we would observe that would disprove the globe in one shot, you're saying?
Basically, what I'm asking you is, if you see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica,
right?
Does that disprove all other flat Earth evidences?
No, it doesn't disprove them, but it would mean that we should look at them again, right? So, for instance, people say, oh, but there's no measured curvature. Okay, so, I agree with that. We don't have any measured curvature. So then if we did see that, though, then I would probably go out with the idea of, well, even if you measure it flat, so let's say we go out and measure it flat, well, we still don't have an explanation for how the sun could go around us like that, right? So you could say you're a flat earther, but then if somebody ever asks you how the sun works, you just have to say, I don't know. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it works. And they would say, but we do know how it works. The sun, is the sun not above Africa right now? Is the sun not above? And you would have to play dumb. You'd have to say, we don't know actually where it's at. And they would say, well, it's above Africa, isn't it? And you'd have to say, it doesn't matter where it looks to be above, because sometimes it ends up 15,000 miles away than where it should be. So you would become a laughingstock. You would become a laughingstock because you would believe in something that you cannot explain at all. So, I mean, it'd be like, what's another thing you could believe in that you just can't explain at all? That I'm trying to think of something like that. The aliens. Huh?
You could just make anything you wanted up.
Right, exactly, right. And if somebody approaches you and your answers are things like, well, that wouldn't make any sense because these people would, and then you'd say, oh, but maybe they're being paid. Okay, you're right, maybe they're being paid. So you could literally make up any belief if it doesn't matter that it matches reality. Right?
So if the 24-hour sun, if you saw it, that would be a piece of evidence for the globe.
Correct. And it would not, but it wouldn't have an answer on the flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So until it did, then I think it would be a foolish move to stay on the flat Earth side, to say that you're a flat earther without any explanation for what the sun does.
Yeah, so basically I'm almost thinking, for myself, if you go, I'll trust what you bring back and see, right? Well, whatever it is.
Yeah, but you should just look at the footage that we bring back. Don't even listen to my words. We're going to bring back so much footage. And by the way, I did message Duffy yesterday and said, hey, that guy Wally, where's Wally or whatever his name is, messaged me and has a suggestion that if any film is taken, any footage is taken, that we should all load it to one YouTube channel so everybody gets to share it. It's not and he agreed. So he said, yeah, so whatever McKeegan records, whatever anybody records, anything will all go to one channel that everybody has access to. The raw footage, not edited, not with commentary. It's so everybody can pull from that one reservoir. But yeah, and I would say that I'm still open to the idea. Like this guy Joe Hanby made a couple models this week where I had to really think about it. He was doing this, the dome with inside and the lights moving. It's just every time he did it, the one or the other sun went the wrong way, right? So either he would have the light inside the little dome, and then the light would go the wrong way in the north, and then he would flip it, put the light outside the dome, then it was going the wrong way in the south. Then he showed his camera showing across the Earth. Basically, you were in the south looking across north, and using that as what he thought was south. We're like, no, south would be behind you. And eventually, I think he deleted most of the videos he made because none of them worked. But that's awesome that he was doing that, because somebody's actually thinking about it and putting it together, and there might be an explanation. But any kind of reflection or apparent sun, to me, would not look correct in a infrared camera or in a solar filter. I mean, I've looked at many eclipses now, 4 or 5, to where I have my solar filter. I'm able to pull it out, look at the sun. I know what the sun looks like with the solar filter on it. So to imagine that I'm just following the sun as it's going north, and somehow something needs to happen to take over that sun, meaning an apparent sun comes in, a second sun from the lands behind us come in, a mirrored image of the sun appears. Well, we're there to observe that. That's what we're there for. So we would come back and say, guys, look, at this moment, here comes the sun from the left. They joined together and it became a mirrored image. Then we'd have that evidence. So that would be good. That'd be a good thing for us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down with that. I think, if all you guys went down there and came back with footage and uploaded to one place, like, you all could say what you were going to say.
Yeah,
but I think ultimately for myself, like, seeing the video would give myself the answer.
Correct.
But, about the, I don't want to bring up Dave again, but man, he started talking about like breaking the Earth up into 4 quadrants and light reflecting off the 4 quadrants and then spinning the opposite direction to show you what you were going to see in the south.
Yeah, I don't.
That seems crazy, man.
Yeah, it does seem crazy to me. I mean, again, I'm open to anything that works, so I don't like to just poo-poo things when they're. But yeah, I mean, this guy Lindsay from Tomb of Illumination, I keep telling him because he keeps saying it does work, and I'm like, okay, then just explain to me how this works. Put a person in Antarctica and a person here and draw how it works. But he can't. He just uses words like, oh, in the north, it's a reflection of the south, and it goes up and in and down and out. It's like, you can't just say that. That's not, just saying up and in and down and out does not explain anything. You have to actually show it to happen. But again, I don't want to poo-poo any researcher on anything, because I know that people who research things that I am not into, that's how you find truth there, right? So I want people to be researching this. I don't want to tell Lindsay, stop doing your stupid beliefs about the... No, I want him to keep looking, because maybe he will eventually find it. So I don't like to be that guy that's like a naysayer, because just like when I research things people don't think are important, I don't care. It's important to me. 0.318 is important to me. Things that I found evidence for are important to me. So I get why they're important to everybody. But if you're going to bring it to the table and say, this is the way the world works, you have to be able to explain it. Right? Like, people keep sending me videos from Tomb of Illumination, and then I'll respond to them and I'll say, okay, here's the problem. You cannot explain what he just said. So I said, you're sending it to me because you want him to be right and me to see it, but you can't even explain what he's saying. So you don't even get it. And you're like sending it to me. Don't send it to me. Anyway, all right, I'm going to let you go. I got people behind you and they've been waiting too long. Unless you have final words.
No, that was my first time calling in. I appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Nick. Awesome. David Sanch in the house. David, what's up? Oops.
Can you hear me?
There you are. What's up?
How's my sound?
Yeah, decent. You sound like you're in a truck.
Yeah, I'm driving, so I got a headset on, but it's not the best noise canceling thing. So are you good, or?
You're good. Go ahead. I set your clock.
Cool. So I listened to you on Globebusters with Austin and Zach.
Yes.
And I think Whitsitt is the one who said gun to your head was the Trump rally shooting fake or real, and you said probably fake, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it were fake,
well, it's theater.
Do you think?
But...
Yeah, theater. So if it is theater, who do you think's the one pulling the strings? Is it Trump's idea to do this so he wins his own thing, or do you think there's like people from the outer lands that are controlling this stage of a world that we live in?
So my only thought is that a lot of people are saying like, oh, they were trying to kill Trump, the CIA was trying to kill Trump, or the Secret Service. If that was the case, I would think Trump would say that. Right? Like,
exactly, right? That's so weird that he's going along with the official narrative of it was a lone shooter.
Correct.
And that like the first day after, he's like, oh, Secret Service did a great job. What are you talking about? Everyone that's on your side is saying Secret Service did a horrible job and that they set you up to get assassinated. And then the day after, he's saying they did a great job.
Right. Yeah, that's why it's just weird to me, is that you would think if that was the case, somebody was trying to kill him. So, and it looks a little bit like they tried to leave him up there, or they left him up there for a little while. Who knows? It could also be the story that they're telling, that they couldn't see him, or he was hiding, or they found him and lost him. I mean, then you just have an inept Secret Service. But and then think of how lucky Trump would get that the bullet just misses his head like that. That's insanely lucky.
I feel like it really benefits the narrative of the whole divine intervention.
Yep.
Because that's what all the Christians are pushing, and they're all saying that
yeah, that's perfect.
That Trump is like appointed by God to be America's savior.
Did you listen to Witsit and Justin Nemos last night?
No, not yet. That sounds good though.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good, but they made a good point of saying that if Trump came out tomorrow and was on the podium and said that he is Satan himself, that Christians would make excuses for him. They'd be like, you don't get it. He's using 4D chess. He's saying he's like the adversary. So like literally he can do no wrong.
Yeah, did you hear what he just said? It was at a conference. It was like a green background. I can't tell exactly where it was. But he said on there, like, Christians, you got to vote this one time. Right. After this time, you won't have to do it again. We'll fix everything. It's for you heard that?
Yeah, I did. It's crazy.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
No, there's so many things weird that guy said, and that he doesn't know the Bible at all. Then he like made up a verse that he's like, "What's your favorite verse?" He's like, he couldn't even think of one. Like, you think he'd be able to
he said all of them, right?
Hey, Dave, I see your goal is 99% now. It just came through a little late. Sorry. What'd you say?
Were you talking to me?
No, sorry. I was talking to... Oh, yeah, I forgot your name. No, I was telling Dave Weiss his donation shows up on the screen now.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, here's the thing with the Trump thing to me, is it really is not important. So I just don't even care about it anymore. I stopped looking at any of the footage. I don't care, because I know that it's theater. I know that Trump works for these, whoever it is that runs the country. I know that he did the vaccine. I disagree with that. Then he's on the phone talking to RFK about he knows the vaccines are bad. Like, what? You were the one that pushed the vaccine out early, and then he's on the phone like, oh, I know that they give children too many vaccines, and so I mean. He's like, I've seen it with my own eyes that they get. I mean, then you were president this whole time, and you didn't do anything about the fact that they're still injecting children with 72 vaccines before them. Right. There's enough wrong with them that I'm just like not. And my protest is, but I've never voted, and I never will, and that's my protest against the system.
Right. I think that's the right thing to do. I've never voted either. Besides during midterms 2 years ago, for DeSantis to stay in Florida as governor, because he was the most free governor out of the nation. Like I had a flashback Facebook post or whatever that pops up. And in May of 2020, I was out on the beach, and there's people out on the beach in Florida.
Wow. With no mask?
Yeah. No, we had masks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but still, I mean, people were out and about. Wasn't California locked down for like 2 years? You had to all have outside seating restaurants for 2 years straight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's creepy. It's crazy to think about. I mean, because Missa was pregnant that whole time, and I remember she had to wear a mask when she gave birth. So that was in September. So crazy.
It's insane.
I have seen some people suing, but I guess they did so quicker than we. I think it's past the statute. So. Anyway, I'm gonna let you go.
All right, sounds good. Good talking to you, man.
Later.
And you're doing a great job with the 24-hour sun thing. Stick to your guns. You're 100% right on it.
Thank you. Brenda. She looks like a lady. Brenda.
Are you going, Jaron?
I don't know. And as soon as I hear from Austin what him and Duffy decide, then I'll know.
So it's going to be conditional. I mean, that's what I was calling in for. Because I hadn't heard. I don't keep track of everything you do.
So it was
conditional. It's conditional on Witsit going.
No, I would like to know who's going before I agree to go. For instance, I don't want to say I want to go, and then they pick Nathan Oakley, right? So, I don't care if they pass me up. Like I really told Duffy that I don't want it to be like, oh, we're waiting on Jaron. Oh, Jaron's conditional. Oh, then skip me. I don't care. Like, because I'm going to ask the same thing of somebody else that I would ask of myself, which is please go down there and get as much footage as you can for us to review. End of story. So I have said that I want to go with another flat earther. I think it just makes it a little bit more safe and a little bit more of a pleasurable trip than to just go down there with people I don't know much or I've never talked to or never dealt with. So if Whitsitt can't go, which I would understand, he's a new father. Maybe he has issues. I don't know. So if he can't go, then I would just want, if they still want me to go, then I would want to know who's going with me. And I know that might sound like I'm being picky, but that's why I say just pass me then. Go to whoever's next in line. It's not like I don't need to go. I think that there's probably better people. I don't have a very good reputation to go, you know?
Well, I mean, from what I hear, you're committed to finding out, and it seems to me that would be why you would be a strong pick.
Sure, but I think other people would be able to do equally good work, go down there, get the footage, and then come back and just bring it back so we can see it. Because I think it's evidence that we don't really have. We don't have any evidence like that. Nobody's got a good. Because again, if we went down there, you're going to have multiple cameras, right? You're going to have actually cameras filming the cameras, right? You're going to have like you would be able to see where we're at all times. It's like it would be a really detailed, impossible to fabricate, huge record of everything that happens. Whether it's
are the cameras and how they're set up and how they're pointed and all that stuff, is that all settled?
No, God, no. I've not talked to anybody about that. I'm assuming that what would happen is once the people are selected who are going, then there would be a meeting and that would all be discussed. But no, I know nothing about that. Other than Duffy saying he got permission that we can be outside of camp. He got permission that we can be outside of quiet hours. He got permission to bring a drone. I don't remember much other. And then McKeegan's I think McKeegan is the best pick of the globe because there's nobody else that has the kind of camera knowledge that he does. So we would be able to talk to him about what kind of battery packs do we need? What kind of heat do we need to keep the batteries under to keep them going? What kind of problems can we expect from the temperature on the cameras that we bring? So I think that he would be the number one pick for the globe side to go. So
I agree. There are cameras that are like 360 cameras. They're not like traditional point and shoots. They're
yeah, I've seen them.
They're like a small dome, and you just set them up and they record 360 around them. All
Correct. Yes, that'd be great to bring one of those. I've got an infrared camera. Solar filters.
Oh yeah, I think all that would be almost necessary.
I think so. Yep.
What's the conclusion about clouds?
What do you mean conclusion about?
If it goes behind a cloud, does that nullify it to your mind?
No, it would depend on what you're talking about. I mean, if you're saying that where the sun is supposed to set, all of a sudden clouds appear, and then it's behind clouds the entire time it's south of me, and then it comes out again where it would rise. No, that's going to be a problem. But that's why we'll have footage of that. I mean, if you see the sun, if you see the actual sun behind you at midnight in Antarctica, that's a problem. Even if it was behind clouds on the way there and behind clouds on the way out, is seeing the actual real sun behind you is a problem.
Yeah, because even if there are clouds, you can tell that the sun is behind there. I mean, you can see it typically. I mean, it'd have to get really thick for you not to be able to.
Yeah, and you just have to understand from our point of view, if, let's say, they had to fake it somehow, then the only way it would be possible is to put it behind clouds the entire time it's behind you. So again, if it's the entire time it's south of you, I wouldn't say, I do assume it's the sun, because that would be the one spot we need to see the real sun to show it's there, right? So it would have to, now again, let's say there's clouds all on day one, and then on day two, I see the sun for 6 hours south of me, and that's the sun.
Well, infrared can see through clouds partly, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, it can. Most of the times I've used the infrared. It's down low at the water level, looking across the ocean. I don't remember much looking at it up in the sky, but I was looking at it the other day just to see, and it was. I don't know if you could see through the clouds. It's just you can see better. You can see more than you can with your eyes and with another camera.
Sure.
But as far as I don't know if you'd be able to see sunspots and stuff like that. But then again, that would be more for the solar filtered camera.
Okay. Well, that was all I had. I just wanted to know because I hadn't really been keeping track.
From what I know, I think it's either this week, which is ending now, or next week that Austin will be having a interview with Duffy, and then he'll decide after that. So I'm still, and if he decides not to, then I still wouldn't say I'm out. I would still just like to know who's going, just because there's some people in this community that I'd rather not go with. And that's just simple. I would say, no, send somebody else with them, and I'll stay home in my warm bed with my warm wife.
I don't exactly blame you on that. Do you know who would be the next pick? If both you and Whitsitt didn't go, who would be next?
You know, I absolutely have no idea.
Neither do I.
I thought Duffy said he's been in contact with Flat Earth Millionaire. They've been talking. Tanner.
Oh.
Tanner. So I don't know if that's
Okay.
one. Maybe, you know, Tanner and I don't know. But again, let's take one step at a time.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thanks
Well,
for the
fair
call.
enough. Well, if you go, good luck to you. You know,
Thank you.
I don't wish evil on anybody. So whatever.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. We got New Civil Coalition. Porter. You're on mute, I think. I'm not hearing you. And I don't see the mute button on. I just don't see you. Try and figure that out. I'll be right back with you. It's Rose. Rose, did you know somebody called today and asked if we were still friends?
Oh my gosh, that's so funny because today a couple of people asked me if I've talked to you recently or if I've talked to other mutual friends recently. And I'm like, yeah, I talk to all these people every day. I love them. I would die for them. And that's kind of like the problem that we are all discussing recently with division and differences in opinion. Certainly, I'm sure we can find many things that we disagree with each other about. And so, you know, I know that you're catching a lot of flack and I appreciate you for staying true to yourself. You know, some people out there, they might be intentionally disingenuous or other people might just really believe what they believe. But, you know, the reason why most people are ever, you know, getting snippy with me is because I just like to be friends with everybody. And the people who are closest to me basically have to accept that. So, I mean, wouldn't you agree that I'm close with a lot of people that you don't appreciate and then I'm friends with people that don't appreciate you, but I just kind of delegate and am honest with my are you trying to say something? I heard
No, it was
feedback.
RB was talking.
Wow, that's baby truther talk.
That's all. Sorry.
A perfect example.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you for doing what you're doing. I am your friend. I support you and we talk all the time. And then people were asking me, have you talked to Z recently? And I had literally just been talking to me before someone asked me that. So I just want everyone to know that I'm always talking to everyone all the time.
Every day.
And that's why
we
I'm
have to
here
check
tonight.
in. We have to check in with our Jewish handler at least 5 times a week.
Right.
Yes.
Or, well, I'm checking in with you.
Did you know? I saw in a comment somebody said that they are sure of the fact that I wear a yarmulke underneath my hat every day.
Oh my gosh, that's so ridiculous.
I thought it was pretty funny. Actually, I thought it was pretty good. I told Miss, I said, Miss, make me a yarmulke so that I can say I don't wear a yarmulke underneath my hat, and then my hat will like fall off and the yarmulke will be there. And I was like, you know what? Don't do that because everyone will think it's real and go crazy. So don't do that.
The whole yarmulke thing is part of what was a turnoff to me when I was a little kid. I generally felt that everybody was creepy when my parents would force me to show up. And I'm like, why are they blowing that horn? And what are those little hats? And why are the girls not allowed to wear them? Because I was really close with my cousin Aaron, who is a boy. And so I'm like, well, can I wear the yarmulke too? And they're like, no. And I'm like, fuck this place. And so then I didn't find out till like I was 30, like the spelling of it. Do you know how to spell yarmulke?
No.
Okay, let me tell you how yarmulke is spelled.
Okay, looking forward to this.
It's spelled like freaking yarmulke.
Spell it for me so I can write it down.
Yarmulke. And now I'm afraid I'm going to get it wrong. Just goes to show how much I know.
Y-A-M?
Okay, Y-A-R-M. Okay, wait, I forgot. Damn it. How did that? See, I'm so self-hating.
Yarmulke. I spell it Y-A-M-A-K-A like Yamaha.
But if you type that, then they're gonna give it you the correct. Okay, it's Y-A-R-M-U-L-K-E.
Wait, Y-A-R-M?
So it's like yarm. So like instead of yarn, it's like yarn with an M.
And then you.
Yarm. And then ulk, like Y-A-R-M-U-L-K-E. So
Yarmulke.
Yarmulke.
Yarmulke. Which is that the same thing as a kippa?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess. Well, okay, so now you just taught me that too. Just
Well, then what is the thing that they wear that has the little box on top with the little curls?
that I don't know, and I don't know why they have the curls. Why do they have the curly sideburns? And what if a Jewish person doesn't have that kind of hair? Do they do their hair that way?
Extensions. Yeah, extensions. No, I don't know.
Or what if it's like in Men in Tights with Mel Brooks when he lifts his hat up and the sideburn curls are attached to the hat?
Right. Great job. Great film. Now we know how to spell. It's not Yamaha like the keyboard. It's Yarmulke.
Yeah. But if I ever forget how to spell it, AI will help you out if you just spell it like Yamaka, like a Japanese word.
Thank God for AI. It's not ruining the planet or anything. Jeez.
Oh, I'm so frustrated right now. And the reason why I'm here tonight, because I know I don't get to hang out with you on Speaker's Corner ever. I think this is my first or maybe second time being here on Speaker's Corner. But
You're welcome.
the main reason why I came here is because Jason is researching and working and it needs to be away from me like randomly rolling up to him and asking him questions and giving him every random thought in my mind. And I'm all caught up on work and I guess I don't really have anything to do. And I have a horrible strike and so I can't go live myself. Not that I would while you were live, but may I please share my screen?
You may. What are we doing?
I'm going to show you an email that I got with my new strike on my 5th channel so that I can educate and explain to the community what happens the more that YouTube begins to hate you and strike you and terminate you over time. And I think you're going to find this very, very interesting.
Okay.
So I'm going to share my entire screen because while I was waiting, I put together the whole spiel of what I want to get through while we're here tonight.
Okay, I got you.
So I'm going to share my whole screen. I'm going to minimize this window. And so I realized I had a strike and I ignored it, didn't pay much attention to it. And then I don't know if this is like a burner email because this is my 5th YouTube channel. So if anyone tries to contact me at this address, I'm not even sure I remember the password for this. So it's not a big deal that you can see that. But so it's the video verification has been deleted from your account. Okay, so
what is
they're
that?
not just
But I said I kind of have a feeling this is going to go
What
south.
is video verification?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not just the video that was removed, but the video verification has been deleted. Just wait till you hear this fine print. It's freaking crazy. The video verification you submitted to be able to use advanced YouTube features is no longer needed. Your video's been deleted from your Google account. However, if you're suspended from YouTube for violating our policies, we may save your video and facial recognition data for a period of time so that we can enforce our policies. So my interpretation of that, this is a new thing, right? So I've had 4 channels deleted. This is like my 2nd strike on my 5th channel. Plus, the initial warning. And so at some point, I guess by using YouTube, I gave them my consent to get my facial recognition. And so this could mean 2 things. It could mean that I can invite myself on shows by hosts of people I don't like and then just turn my camera on and go move my face around, and maybe it'll like be bad for their numbers because of surveillance capitalism and the law of networking. Or what it really means is if we terminate your channel and you try and make a 6th one, we're going to know it's you from your face and we're going to use that to just delete you right away. That's what I am leaning towards. What do you think?
I think that's correct. I'm looking it up now too, and it says now YouTube wants a video of your face or your ID to verify your ownership of a channel, and then they can use facial recognition to see if you're opening other channels. So you must have, I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember when you opened up one of your most recent channels that they wanted a selfie? What happened? Did I knock you out? I think you're on mute or something?
Sorry, I went mute and then I changed the tab and was looking at my homepage. But so I've never given a correct legal name or any verification of my identity to YouTube so far. And when I had my first channel, which went up to about 8,000 subs, the AdSense was associated with Jason's identity. And as for Crow, because of the increased shadow banning, and I know people roll their eyes with shadow banning, like, how do you know he just doesn't suck, but like the way it was that Crow's, even if you were following him, if you went to his profile, it said this person has never posted before. And so the only reason you could see something that he posted is if you are following him and happen to be looking at your newsfeed at the time he posts. So it was a disaster. And Jason and I finally convinced him to get the blue check mark, and he was able to avoid providing his personal information by utilizing the LLC that we hire to maintain the security of our website. So do you see how we finagled that?
I see that.
So we're doing a lot of things right now to fight the censorship. I have the website up here on my screen, and I just wanted to use this opportunity to take advantage of your Speakers Corner platform to discuss this censorship and just share a few projects that I have been working on that I think you'll appreciate.
Tremendous.
Okay, so right here, when you're looking at our website and you're not logged in, you don't have to be logged in at all. You can get to free episodes here, but what I did was I created playlists. And since I don't have any access to the back end of this website, and his ninja white hat web guy coder genius, he also has other jobs, and I'm impatient. I just decided to start adding to the website by using like Linktree and things like that. So when you click on playlists, and then I just tell Manzi, make a button, put this there. So right now, this is what the playlists look like. And when you're logged out, all of these playlists lead to the free first hour. And when you're logged in, it's a list that leads to the full show posted for members. And one of those playlist that I made is the space fraud, which I know you're familiar with, Jared, because it helped you get through some drives. And I started off with the original episode 13, which was when Robert Bassano made that phone call, which proved that the images from the Hubble Space Telescope are actually images from the high altitude airplane, the Sophia. And you don't even have to waste an entire hour or 2 hours of your time listening to that episode. I just highly recommend anyone who doesn't know about that OG phone call could probably find it on the internet. Robert Bassano's phone call to NASA. And then Brian Mullen is someone that a lot of people forgot about because he just was so sick of the attacks, and he kind of like chose his family and marriage, and he got a couple of threats from his job. So we haven't seen much of him. And then the official space fraud series that made Crow and Jason kind of like, I don't know what to call it, Jaron, without sounding like arrogant, but
Put them on
I
the
don't
map.
know.
Put them on the map.
Put them on the map is a great way to say it. So it from episode 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43, these are all in a row. And it was like the first time where for episode 38, Crow is like, I don't really want to talk about this. It's stating the obvious. Everybody knows it's all fake. And then so like you keep hearing that they're not going to do more episodes, but they ended up doing all of these 6. And then we have the encoding. And so after this, Jason was on every single show as the official co-host ever since. We have, encoding ISIS and the Egyptian myth and fake comets. Remember the whole Rosetta comet thing. So there's not much that we've done on space fraud over the years. As you can see, it went from episode 95 to then 568 with Bart Sabrell. So if anyone has any suggestions for me about like maybe an episode that I missed or a non-Crow 777 radio link that I can put towards the bottom just to add, then these can be like links that people can send around just to give a holistic comprehension of some foundational older ideas. And also, just because of the censorship, here is our Crow Twitter, and I really hope people will help follow us to get the word out about the show. This is our Instagram page, and I'm now posting all of the solar work. It used to be just the images like this, but now as he posts his solar work, you can keep up on the different images that he's been sharing. And I'm also trying to get the word out about this hydrogen alpha telescope work, because there are so many flat earthers that just simply do not understand some basic information that would help them. Like, a lot of people, they'll look at that and they'll say, oh, well, I guess Crow's controlled opposition because that looks an awfully lot about NASA. But just because we can show that the sun is a rotating sphere and not just, vaguely a light in the sky, it doesn't mean we know how far away it is. It doesn't mean we know how big it is. You can clearly see from the sunspots that there's some kind of electromagnetic component to this object. People will say, well, how is it that you can see the surface detail and you can see the prominences? Well, the reason for that I just want to explain is that what Crow's doing is he's filming the sun in a different wavelength that is not visible to the naked eye. So no, even if you had Superman vision with the way that the human eye works, this is not what it would look like to your eye, but it does represent reality. So when he's using this high-end telescope with a double stack, it's called a Lunt 130, he's capturing it in this wavelength, and he's taking thousands of high-resolution pictures in black and white. There are two settings that he can do this in. One setting shows this kind of ovum orangey, grassy looking aspect, and another one is what shows the details around the edges, where you can increase the contrast or the brightness. So all of this is real information. The only fake aspect of this picture is the color, which he adds for your viewing pleasure and to highlight the detail. And what he's doing is something called stacking. And by stacking, I mean that he's picking the best of the best of the best photos, and then he's layering them on top of each other. So what you're seeing here is a true, real, accurate representation of the sun, but because he stacked all the pictures on top of each other, he raised and lowered contrast and, brightened things in the same way that you're trying to make yourself look prettier on Instagram and shit. This is why he's able to see both the prominences and the surface detail. And I really would just love it if we could educate flat earthers and show them that it just because this is the truth about the sun doesn't mean that the earth isn't flat. We're just learning more information about this amazing, mysterious world. And finally, I just wanted to point out that this is what it looks like when you're logged into the account. And we do also have a forum. And a lot of people don't know about the forum and they've never been a member. So just to give you a glance, there's just a lot of really good conversation here. And it used to be in the old days that the forum was a lot of people that were, doing their own research. I just stopped sharing my screen, just so you know, doing their own research and kind of sharing it. And then people saying oh, that's interesting. This is what I found. Oh, look, I found this old map. And this is what I think about that. Oh, that's interesting. This is what I think about it. And I don't even remember anyone responding in the forum saying things like, that's stupid because this and this, and I'm right because this and this. So over the past 7 years, it's just been so interesting to see that instead of it being hey, let's all pool all our research together and have a discussion we're all sitting on the beach during a high school bonfire disagreeing about this or that, but then we still go home at the end of the night and we know we're still friends. So that's why it's so interesting that our conversation tonight started with you telling me someone asked me if we were still friends. And it's just so convoluted because I'll be in RV's chat and I'll super chat him and I'll say, love you, brother, or something. And then I'll get a comment on, my backup channel from someone like on a post, and they'll just be like, if I were David Weiss, I would never speak to you again, and then not realizing that I like literally am texting with David Weiss, like while they're saying that. And David understands how I am. He has accepted the kind of person I am, where I'm very diplomatic, whether you want to believe it's an obsession with the human behavior or for some kind of networking business mentality. It's just who I am. So that's what I have to say about that. And I hope everyone will consider signing up as a member to Crow777radio.com, because it's my whole purpose and existence in life and what I'm about.
Awesome. Well done. Well, we lost the last person too. All right, well, that's good. I still got to go through the forms. I see quite a few. Maybe it's the same guy for each one. All right, Rose, anything else? Rose.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Love you all, and I'll talk to you later.
Peace. Later.
Bye.
All right, that was Rose Ambar. No, I'm just kidding. Let me bring up this, and we will get done with the show. Let's have nobody else jump on the call if possible. I mean, you can if you really need to, but I have to read some of these. Let me grab this, go to my forms, and okay. And we got to go to Google Forms. Okay. Where is that one? This one here, Speaker's Corner Responses. All right. Let's get these up. We've got the first one from Nick. If you were to observe the 24-hour sun firsthand, would it strengthen your belief in the evidence supporting the globe model? Observe the 24-hour sun firsthand, would it strengthen your belief in the evidence? That particular piece of evidence, yes. That's what you're saying. Nick, in your opinion, does a single piece of disproof hold more? Oh, you're the one who called in. Okay. Hold more weight than multiple pieces of supporting evidence for a particular theory? Just with falsification, right? So, does a single piece of disproof hold more weight? Well, it depends what is said. I mean, just think of the whole thing of like all swans are white, right? So, does a single piece of disproof, does it negate the fact that everybody in the world only sees white swans? Yes, it does. You can negate it by saying, I see a black swan, therefore doesn't matter the rest of the evidence. But I know that's not what you're asking, but I'm just saying for an example. No, it doesn't. It doesn't invalidate it at all, but it is a falsifier, which is different. I don't think I've never run across one yet. Have you come across or can you conceive of even a single theory that addresses the phenomenon? No. I haven't seen it yet. Bat Dad says, very worried about my wife. She turned 33 this year. What sign should I be looking for? I never turned 33 myself. Thanks for the mornings. We just started it. Moringa, you mean? I said morning, but Moringa. Yeah, if you guys started, you guys like it. I think everybody's been a big fan so far. Oh, Rose, you didn't mention Moringa. Rose says that she enjoys her Moringa. It has helped her. You have to find out from her what it's helped. Nick says, how would you describe how observing the 24-hour sun with your own eyes is different from looking at the moon and saying ball, therefore we're on a ball? Yeah, I mean, you just described it perfectly. I mean, that's the difference, is that the things in the sky make no determination about the ground, right? So if you're looking at the sky and say, well, the planets are spheres and the sun's a sphere and the moon's a sphere, and it doesn't matter if there's nothing but spheres in the sky, spheres everywhere. I think it's you're now taking a stretch to say, so that means we're a sphere. So the difference between the sun is we know what the sun does. And if the sun does the same thing every single day, which it does, well, again, varying between the tropics, then from that, we know that it must hit all those continents. So if it must hit all those continents with light and heat, then it can't be behind somebody in Antarctica because it needs to be 15,000 or more miles across above Australia at that time. Therefore, it's much different because we're not saying the thing in the sky causes us to know what the ground we're on. We're saying that the thing in the sky, since we know exactly what it does and where it places its heat, if we know heat is going somewhere else and the sun is somewhere else, then it must invalidate our idea about what it's doing around the Earth. Hopefully that made sense. What exactly do you mean when you say we'd have to go back to the drawing board? Does that mean you would continue to deny the globe? If you see the 24-hour sun, would the preponderance of evidence lead towards the globe? Just because it's a falsifier, right? So it's not like if we went out and saw, Polaris does look to be a few light years away. So it's not like that because that's not a falsifier of the flat Earth. But the circling sun in the south, unless somebody can bring it, And this is the thing, to everybody who's flipping out about it, to everybody who's losing their minds, saying I can't say what I'm saying, you just need to provide me one evidence of it working on a flat Earth. And if you can't, then be honest with yourself and just say, oh, there is a falsifier out there. And you know what a falsifier does? Falsifiability makes your theory scientific. Okay? So when the globe says, oh, gravity doesn't match what gravity calls for in the outer universe, so we're going to make up dark matter and dark energy, that's not falsifiable. What you just made up something and said that we can't see it, but it must be there. So how are you ever going to determine, oh, we found it's not there? You found nothing, there was nothing there before. So what exactly do you mean when you say you have to, drawing board, okay. The other one, I probably know who this is, and I don't think Nachiketa said that. I don't think that's Nachiketa. I'm not going to read it. And the other one's Natalie, and I'm not going to read that. So that looks like it for the forms. Let me make sure nothing came in the meantime. Responses, I think we'll be on the same ones. And same. All right. So that's it. Nobody came back in. All right, great. We gave away a prize. I do have another one. Can I give away another prize? What should I give it away for? Okay, let me think of a good test question for you guys. Let me think of what would be a challenge. I want a challenge. Something that's challenging. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, are you ready? This is going to be the one. On a, should I give the year? I don't know. The first person who types in the correct date, month, day, year, has to be written out right. The month is written out. The day is the number. The year is the full 4-digit number. Do not give me abbreviation. Do not go hyphen or dash or backslash. It needs to be like September 10th, 1910 or whatever. All right. So I was at the Giants game for Game 3 of the World Series between the Giants and the A's when I was 9 years old. And there was a little shaker going on at the time. What was the date of that game? And also give me the time, the date and time of the event. So you're going to give me month, day, year, and the exact time, AM or PM, of the event that I was at. That was quite a shaker on a certain date in a certain year at Candlestick Park. Giants versus A's. Let's see. And to those in the chat that I just saw saying, Jaren sounds like a Glober. It's just hilarious to me. You are the Glober. I'm the one sticking to my opinion that I've always had and not now playing this game of, oh, it doesn't matter what we see and evidence doesn't matter anymore. That's you. Your test answer is August 23rd, 1987 at 8:55 p.m. That's wrong. October 7th, 1989 at 7:40 p.m. Pacific time. That's wrong. Nick, July 27th, 1988 is wrong. The D-Man, 1994 is wrong. Day Trooper says October 23rd. We've got November wins again. November. You are the winner. It was October 17th. It was 1989. It was at 5:04 in the PM. November, you win a CD signed by Conspiracy Music Guru. What else could you possibly want? But I think you're the first one. Make sure nobody behind, nobody in front of you. Close was Tuber Rose. Tuber Rose, is that how you say it? You were off by a couple hours and 10 days. All right. I think we're out of here. So yeah, November, reach out. I did message you the other day on Telegram. I don't think you're looking at your Telegram though, because it looks like you haven't responded or seen it in a couple days. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's something else. I don't need that. Guys, here's the thing. You want to get Moringa. Help me out if you want to be cool. It is the first Jeranism branded item ever. Maybe the last. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I've seen people been happy about it so far. You might want to try it. If you don't know what the Moringa plan is, let's go Treat of Life. Moringas. Let's go look at this real quick. And then we'll be out of here. By the way, become a VIP, wap.com/Jeranism. You can come to Saturday's VIP at 12 noon. We'll have Karen be there. And a bunch of cool people, including the coolest one of all. That would be me. If you didn't realize that, shame on you. Let me fix this screen. Let's go with browser solo. There we go. All right, so we're looking at the Moringa oleifera tree, also known as the tree of life or the miracle tree. It is a fast-growing, drought-resistant plant native to the India's Himalayan foothills. It is also known as the tree of life or miracle tree. It is classified as an important herbal plant due to its immense medicinal and non-medicinal benefits. Traditionally, the plant is used to cure wounds, pains, ulcers, liver disease, heart disease, cancer, and inflammation. Look at that. That is from the National Institute of Health, yet maybe you have never heard of it. Moringa, known as the tree of life, blah, blah, blah. This review aims to compile an analysis of worldwide research, pharmacological activities, whatever that says, as also provide insight into the commercial and phytopharmaceutical applications with a motive to help further research, so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. So it is the miracle tree. It thrives globally in almost all tropical locations, whatever. Here's some little facts about it. It is a unique property of tolerating drought. Studies have shown that the oleifera is among the cheapest and most reliable alternatives for good nutrition. Nearly all parts of the tree are used for essential nutrients. Its leaves have a high content of beta-carotene, minerals, calcium, potassium. Dried leaves have an oleic acid content of about 70%, which makes them suitable for making moisturizers. The powdered leaves are used to make many beverages, of which Ziha is the most popular in India. The bark of the tree is considered very useful in the treatment of different disorders such as ulcers, toothaches, hypertension. Roots, however, are found to have a role in the treatment of toothache, helminthiasis, no idea what that is, paralysis. The flowers are used to treat ulcers, enlarge spleen, to produce aphrodisiac substances. The tree is believed to have incredible properties in treating malnutrition in infants, lactating mothers. The present review aims to sum up the updated insight regarding the pharmacological activities worldwide or whatever. All right, so you can do your own research on this to look into the tree of life. You'll see there's books written about it. I'd never heard about it until I was on somebody's show. I got in contact with them, who gave me contact to their source in India, and I made my own, or got my own package of the Jeranism Tree of Life Raw Organic Moringa. If you want to get some, you just go to shop.jeranism.com, which is over here. That's the wrong one. Shop, shop.jeranism.com. Now, here's the great thing. Rather than call me a grifter or something, if you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. How easy is that? If you don't like it, don't get it. So simple. Jaren's selling supplements. Don't get it. Don't get it. Here it is. Tree of Life Moringa. Click there, and you can check out some of the benefits here. You can also click here, and it will take you to a FAQ page. Let me just make sure I say this so I save my ass, because you might ask, how many diseases does Moringa cure? And I will say this. According to the FDA, only pharmaceutical drugs can cure, treat, and prevent disease. So once again, I don't make any claims, but do your own due diligence on the 92 nutrients in the Moringa leaf powder. It is known to cure and treat and prevent over 300 diseases in the world's oldest system of medicine, Ayurveda. And there you go. So it's all kinds of questions in here. Does it help you sexually? It'll answer that for you. What's the best way to take it? All this stuff. Does it reduce belly fat? There you go. All right. And by the way, there is an affiliate board here. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that, but if you do want to become an affiliate, you can, and then you get a certain percentage of all the sales. So you could go around telling people about Moringa and then make money from it. How cool is that? All right. We're done with that. We're good there. We are good there. Thank you, Preeb. Did we get any new bets on the greenhouse? No, not the greenhouse. Where's the bet moose? I want to see if our bet's up. Let's see how much I'm going to make as of right now when I see the sunset. We shall see. We got this one. I'm the first better here. And so I bet 0.73642. And right now, if we saw the sunset, I would make this much, which is probably $1,200, $1,000. Let me see. It's a pretty good little chunk of change. Let's see what we would have made. So $1,000. And I think I bet 5. So already it's doubling my money. But again, the goal would be that more and more people are going to obviously bulk onto the globe side, which is going to up the payout of anybody who's bet in the orange. Oh, this person, great. Who's this? Want to be a member, Bear. Bet 001 with a return of 003. So he's getting 3 times his money. Basically, he bet, 1/3 of this. 003 to get 005, 002 to get 000. Anyway, the site is BetMoose. You would go to this homepage and then just click see the predictions. And then there's 2 bets. Somebody made another bet, this one. And there's also this one. Will Flat Earthers CC the 24-hour sun. Don't ask me why there's 2 C's there. I'll probably finish it. fix it eventually. All right, guys, I love you. Tomorrow, Jeranism show, 3 p.m. Pacific, and then we've got class after. Do we have class, or are we on the off week? It says past week we did. Oh yeah. So we're on the off week. Never mind. But Saturday we have the VIP with Karen B. So come by, join us, become a VIP. WAP.com/Jeranism. We are loving it. It's a better Telegram group. It's a private Telegram group, so you don't have to deal with all the riffraff and nonsense that goes on over at the Anything Goes chat. All right, guys. Much love to you guys. I appreciate you. Let me check the super chats here just to make sure I didn't miss any. I think we had a couple. Oh, we had a couple. Gary Everest says, $20. I'll pay your rent for as long as you want. I'm asking for 4 scavenger hunt around your house. It'll take about an hour. It'll do wonders for the targeted individual community and will wake you up should Party Poet be waiting for a reply on Skype. I'll pay for your rent for as long as you want. What do you mean? You're going to pay for my rent as long as I want? I don't even get it. There is nothing to drink and everything will be considered safe for your standards as they shut Party Poet's channel down after I got my second credit card. Now I got 4 free credit cards. Yeah, baby. Sweet. Oh, are you Party Poet? You can message me on Skype. I get to it eventually. You and McKeegan will get along just fine. Just 2 normal dudes with different views, not like he is Oakley or Arwen. Thank you, Steve. $55. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't have any issues with McKeegan. I mean, besides him being on the other side. But I mean, as far he's never really gone after me or said all the things that other people have. And we've got Freight Train member for 1 month says thanks for the show, Jaron. You're welcome. Much love to you guys. Thank you everybody over Rokfin. Let me just make sure there's no tips there. Usually there's not even a lot of people there anymore. 2380. What's up, guys? All right, I'm out of here. Much love. Here comes the outro. See you tomorrow. Jeranism show. Reach out if you want to. Telegram at Jeranism or t.me/Jeranism. You will never regret it. Much love. I remind you, do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Later, haters. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout, it's never for the clout, don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover the route. Jeranism, all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all in the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover the route. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI. All just scientism lies.
Who this be? What he about? You stay spinning, he stand out. About flat earth, it's flat out. He's still standing when you pass out. Globers pound, screaming, shout. He can turn you inside out. Yeah, surface deep, he's felt throughout. And he stay grounded, you spaced out.
We gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Try to tune in, but the note get flatter. Tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for. They try to teach you things against the things we taught before. No point in arguing now, they don't wanna talk no more. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. That's what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, got a bite of the truth and now it's certain. That's what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFI, all just scientism lies.
I'm here with Alex Stein. Alex, what do you think of people who don't join my VIP club?
Guys, join the VIP club, $15. If you can't afford that, you need to stop watching YouTube and go freaking get a job. But if you can't afford it, come hear some truth from a real pimp on a blimp like Jaren. Let's go!
Do it!